Thursday has rolled around here in Portugal, and it'll be the Coimbra Knights' last stand this morning. They need to win both of these games against Oeiras if they're going to qualify for quarterfinals Friday. So plenty of action here. Mr. Maximo with you for the European Cricket Network. And this is the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is day 10 here in the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal, and we have the final 4 group matches in Group B. So we still don't have the 4 qualifiers settled that will appear in quarterfinals Friday at this time tomorrow, along with the 4 qualifiers from Group A. And we're starting the day with match 37. It's a double header, actually, between these two teams in matches 37 and 38. It's the Coimbra Knights, the men from the north. They're here taking on the hosts, Oeiras. I know this will be a really interesting encounter. Let's go over to the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, who's with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Your call. Heads. Heads is called. What's tails? You'll have a ball. You'll have a ball. Good.
So it is Chris Redhead that wins the toss from the Coimbra Knights, and he's elected to field first. So they are going to have to chase in this one, but that's their choice. Does seem to be a little bit of a trend, teams wanting to field first thing in the morning, but it's a bit of a risk, isn't it, against an Oeiras batting lineup for the most part has been pretty reliable in this series. And just the nature of player movements makes this a really interesting encounter. A few players playing against their old team, so that's always pretty interesting. And the Knights, well, basically it is their last stand because they're 1-5. These are their last 2 group matches today. It's their last chance to put the points on the board that may take them through to the final 4 tomorrow, but they are going to have to win twice. So it's a pretty tall order against an Oeiras side that's undefeated, but we just know that absolutely anything can happen in the FanCode European Cricket Series. And for the Knights, I do think they're going to be relying on some players, particularly I think Kuldeep Golia is a key for their batting, and also Andrew Winter. Which Winter will come out this morning for Oeiras? How about Conrad Greenshields? His form has been great, but also Badenhorst and Faf Stoneman at the top of the order. Pretty strong top 3 for them. So I think it'll be a really interesting encounter as we get ready for the first ball. I can tell you the conditions out here in the middle, pretty good today. Bit of cloud cover, but not expecting any rain, expecting a maximum temperature of 18 degrees, currently about 14. So a little bit warmer actually than it has been for first games as we've seen so far. Let's get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss is that the Coimbra Knights have won the toss here in match 37 and they're going to bowl first. Day 10 action here from Portugal, and you see the aerial shots of the ground is a beautiful place to play cricket, and quite a nice morning as well. And we're giving all of our viewers to the broadcast as usual. We've got some of the usual suspects, but also I'm sure we've got a few new faces tuning in for this clash between the Coimbra Knights and Oeiras. And I know that this is a must-win this morning for the Coimbra Knights as they're 1-5. And if they do win 2 games this morning, they will sneak into the 4. They've lost a couple of close ones. No easy beats by any stretch of the imagination. Tom Nicholas comes into the side for them. And for Oeiras, they have been in good form. 6-0, the only undefeated team in the competition now. And Paolo Buchamatsa, he's a big name coming into the lineup as well. He is actually the owner of this cricket ground. It's in his backyard, so finally we'll see him on the field. Greenshield's been in very good form for them. And Badenhorst getting better and better as the tournament has gone on. Also watch out top of the order for Coimbra because Kuldeep Golia, he is the kind of player that can take a game away from you pretty quickly. And you can see a bit of cloud cover around this morning. We had blue skies yesterday, but the good news is that I think that we should have a slightly warmer day. No real wind. You can see in the background, the flag's not really moving at the moment. That has been a factor so far in the tournament. And this looks like it will be Brendan Badenhorst facing up. He's a former South African. He's moved recently to Portugal. And he's out there with Francois Stoneman. Well, a former Knight, and just geographical reasons, he is down playing for Oeiras this season. So, yeah, it's a very interesting kind of byplay between these 2 teams who've traded a couple of players for various reasons. And this looks like Gira Singh, who's going to open the bowling for the Knights this morning. Vinny Sounder here with you, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And Corey, still out on some official business, but I do have someone standing in. I'm really excited to get on the mic And she is someone who I've gotten to know pretty well over the past year or two. And she's always bringing us some sweet treats. And now we're going to hear her sweet voice on the commentary box. None other than the First Lady of the Coimbra Knights, Kirsty Redhead. Welcome to the commentary box, Kirsty.
Thank you, Vinny. Good morning, everybody.
So it's great to have you. And of course, your husband, Chris, is the captain of the Knights. So I know you're a little bit biased, but that's okay. I brought you in knowing that. And of course, this is a must-win for your team this morning as we get ready for the first ball of day 10. It's Girish Singh to Bartonhorst. Pretty good in swing up, which is fielded by Andrew Winter, Mr. Evergreen, as we like to call him. And that is the first run of the day. Yeah, Kirsty, I mean, you must be pretty excited once again when the ECN Roadshow comes to town, although you do have a little bit of experience now as a Coimbra Knights supporter, I suppose. But how does it feel to be here in the booth?
Fabulous. Yeah, very nice. A little bit nervous, but no, it's good.
Are you feeling a bit nervous about the on the field as well this morning?
I am, extremely, because I'm there every step of the way with the guys, so yes.
And it's been a tough tournament for you guys because you've lost a couple of close ones. So
we have. Yeah, we have.
It's been a bit
But
a bit
today's
rough.
another day.
It is, as this next ball is played away nicely. Stoneman has been in good form, and this one is going to go to the boundary. Just a little bit of width from Girish Singh, and Stoneman well balanced. He plays that one in front of point, and he gets 4. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's tough, but you've still got the chance to qualify if you play well enough today, right?
We have. I believe we need to win both games today.
Yeah, that is the equation. And look, if you do, then you will make it through to quarterfinals Friday tomorrow. And then essentially you'll be the same as everyone else. You just need to be 3 games away from the trophy.
Yeah.
So
we can do this. We come out fighting. We always do. That's why we're the Coimbra Knights.
yeah, well, that's the spirit that we like to see. I know you've got a lot of supporters all around the world. I know that, particularly in the UK, got a few interested observers. This is worked away to the leg side, but no run. And we're seeing a fair bit of Tom Nicholas there. And Tom's coming to the side. Tell us a little about Tom. He's quite a character, isn't he?
He is a real character. Tom's our voice. Yes, you will hear Tom, that's for sure. Lovely, lovely guy. Very enthusiastic. So yes, oh dear, Tom. This is our Tom Nicholas.
Yeah, well, he's certainly getting a few eyeballs on him there. This one's an in-swinging full toss, and it's whacked away to the boundary.
Dear.
So it's one to the right, one to the left. That's Ranjit Narayan, who's not in the side. I think he's still struggling with a little bit of a finger injury, isn't he, Ranjit? But yeah, just a little bit loose from Girish Singh. But Giri is the kind of guy, he can pull out a bit of magic at times as well, can't he? We saw that last year.
Yeah, for sure. No, definitely.
So any questions for Kirsty Redhead in the chat? Please let us know. He's in European Cricket Network. This one again, swing in. And it looks like the Panda coming around, but it's Balkrishna that does the fielding. You must have been excited when Panda Watt up hit those 3 6s the other day. I mean, Corey almost had a heart attack.
I know. That was so funny. No, go Panda, definitely.
I like that captaincy, though. I think the fact that you weren't afraid to take a bit of a gamble and put him up top of the order.
No, definitely not. And it Coimbra Knights very much about team spirit. Yes, obviously, you play to win, but equally so, we win, we draw, we lose. That's cricket, isn't it?
That's exactly right. That's what it's all about. So it's the end of the first over, and in the end, it is 11 off the over of Girish Singh, and it is 11 for 1, pardon me, after 1 over. And hello to everyone in the chat. This is Kirsty Redhead, and so Kirsty, I've got you in not only just to talk about the Coimbra Knights, and I know I'm calling you the First Lady of the Knights at the moment because you are married to Chris Redhead, who is the captain of the team you're seeing on the field right now. But I know you're always telling me about the ladies' side, the Miranda Maidens.
Yes.
Tell us a bit about what's happening in women's cricket here in Portugal, particularly the Maidens.
Well, the girls have been together for a couple of years now. We moved to the ground at Miranda de Corvo, the ground of the Coimbra Knights. And we formed as the Miranda Maidens, or the mighty Miranda Maidens, as I like to call us. It's a mixed group of ladies, very enthusiastic, of all ages. We do have quite a mature side. We train often. We've got Andrew Winter, who's our ever faithful coach.
Pretty good coach to have, right?
The guys are all lovely. The Knights are lovely. We actually we play some mixed social games with the Knights.
Just have a look at this ball, which is whacked away through the point region. And it's going to be 4 more. So Bartonhorst gets his first boundary. The score moves up to 15. But yeah, tell us a bit more about the maidens, because I know it's something you're pretty enthusiastic about, and you mentioned Andrew Winter as a coach. I mean, that's a really good, really good coach to get.
Yeah, he gives up his time, bless him, and yeah, they're very, very supportive from the guys and the club. Our club president, Barry Knowles, and Nina, the lovely Nina. Hi, Nina, if you're listening, I'm sure you are. Yeah, it's a great club, a great ground. You know, two great teams. Everyone gets together. Oh, there's Chris on the screen.
There's Chris. I mean, how long have you and Chris been together now? Do you mind saying?
Oh, gosh. 27 years.
Is that right?
Married for 22 years.
How about that? I was just wondering if you still get the butterflies or still got a bit nervous when you see
I
him on the
do
screen.
get extremely nervous. It's probably best I'm in here, actually. It's not as nerve-wracking than being out there.
Well, that means that when you first got together, I would have just been starting high school, so I would have been
Oh, don't. You made me feel old.
Don't mind telling you that. No, that's a wonderful story as well. You talk, it's a bit like a family, isn't it?
Yeah.
The scene.
I think if you can't beat them, join them. Chris, obviously. Chris came to cricket quite later on in life. He didn't play as a child.
Here we go with Camboge, who is into the attack. He's a pretty good player himself, Nitin Camboge. This first one to Bunhorst. Pardon me, is a single. Yeah, so I mean, you mentioned a lot of training and the backgrounds of the ladies in the team. You said it's quite varied.
Yeah, it's quite varied. We do have a maturer set of ladies. We've got some ladies in their 60s, and we're proud of that, and they're proud of that. You know, age shouldn't really be a barrier, should it?
No, absolutely
if
not.
They're fit and keen, and yeah, nice bunch of ladies. I've got Sharon, my vice captain at the moment. Lee, our vice captain, previous vice captain, actually suffered an injury, not playing cricket, I have to say. So we have Sharon as vice captain at the moment. We've got some ladies that have been with me from the start. We've got Heather.
Yeah.
We've got Mary and Felicity.
Here's Camboge again.
Ooh.
As this one is a little bit of a chance, but the third man's back, and so that will just be a 1. Yep.
So yeah, we train. We didn't train quite so much over the winter, but we started training again. And of course, we've got our lovely Lisbon Lynxes.
Yeah, that's right. So it's a bit of a healthy rivalry, isn't there, with the Lisbon Lynxes?
Yeah, I wouldn't say rivalry. We get on really, really well, and
Friendly.
we support each other. Yeah.
That's one thing that I notice here, and of course there is a bit of a rivalry between the teams, even in the men's competition we're seeing. But ultimately, it's a community, isn't it?
Yeah,
and
for sure.
It's a bit of a niche
sure.
community. Here's the last ball of the second over from Camboge as it's worked away once again down to third man. That'll be the end of the second over. The score's 20 for no loss, so 9 come off that over from Nitin Camboge. He's been a nice pickup for the Knights. Let's have a look at the table, because obviously this is where it's all coming down to, and it is the Knights. Unfortunately for you, Kirsty, they are on the bottom of the ladder, but like I say, they haven't we've been thrashed so often. It's just been some really tight ones. You have a look at that net run rate. It's only just minus 1.3 despite losing 5 of the 6 matches. But what I would say is, because they have been tight losses, that if you win these two, your net run rate is good enough to get you into the top 4. So that's basically what it comes down to.
Good.
And yeah, so you mentioned the Lisbon Lynxes there as well, who are kind of more based in this geographical zone. As we see Andrew Winter come into the attack for over number 3. And so
it's odd being in here and not being able to shout, "Go Andrew."
That's right. Well, you are pretty vocal. That's one thing I like about you guys. You got a great bunch of supporters. And Andrew's quite a character as well. You mentioned he's the coach of the Miranda Maidens. But what's Andrew like behind the scenes?
He's great. He's a great motivator. Very, very dedicated, very supportive of everybody. He believes in us, and I think that's important.
This one was pretty close to the fielder, but I think it's going to run away for 4 in the end. So Bardenhorst gets a little bit lucky there. It was an uppish stroke, and it was just away. You'll get a good look here at Balwinder. He ended up running the wrong way. It does sneak through. It was actually closer to the fielder, just behind point. It runs away. Cuatro carreras.
Good running by Twelly.
Yeah.
Twelly, he's been with the club from the start.
So how old is the Coimbra Knights club? I know that you've got quite a few supporters, not only here in Portugal but around the world. It's the kind of thing that's popped up in the last few years. I know it came out of Amigos Anciar, This one is drilled through the offside, and it will be 4 more. So Barnenhorst getting himself going. Winter just a little bit wide there. A bit of a half volley, so a rare loose one. This will be 4 more. I mean, it's sort of kind of taken off the last few years, right?
Coimbra Knights has always been a club in itself.
Yeah.
Chris and Barry go back a long, long way. They met at a market and got chatting cricket, and that's kind of how it all started. And then things sort of evolved. So yeah, the Coimbra Knights has always been a club in its own right with Barry as the club president.
I've really enjoyed watching you guys, especially, you know, when we had the night series about this time last year, actually, at Miranda de Corvo Stadium.
Yeah, the floodlit tournament.
Yeah.
That was challenging with the weather.
Yeah, I know. And well, that's just part and parcel of you know, our journey on the European Cricket Network. Sometimes we have to deal with a few unexpected weather situations. Here is Winter again. That's a good ball.
Oh,
and it's
nice.
dropped.
Oh, dear.
So Goliath is a pretty good keeper. And so this is one which Goliath, I think more often than not, he holds on to this. He just ended up going with the 1 glove. I wonder if he could have got 2 to it. You see, it's well bowled by Winter. And see, he's pretty quick to decide he's going with the 1. But I think if he had his time over, he might have gone with the 2 gloves. And that's a chance that has to go begging. This will be a good view here. I mean, it did fly pretty quickly to him. The next ball will be the last ball from Winter. This over, end of the power play. It is 30 for 1. But, yeah, they say catches win matches. Unfortunately, Kuldeep is a very, very good player. I'm sure we'll see him with the bat later on, but he'll be a bit disappointed he didn't hold on to that one.
I know, he will.
So, yeah, all your questions, we will appreciate them in the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. And we've got Corey Fangirl, who has shot a question for you, Kirsty. Says, hello, Vinny. Hello, First Lady Kirsty. Good to see a cricket family. Interesting to know if you're a bowler like your husband or a batter. And Corey Fangirl's guess is that you're an all-rounder. Well, what sort of cricketer are you, Kirsty?
I'm a batter, actually.
Yeah.
It's funny because when we first started, I couldn't bowl and said, I can't bowl. So I didn't, and it's fairly recently that I've tried bowling, and I'm still trying.
Yeah.
I won't give up. I find it
It's
quite
not the most
challenging.
natural thing to do if you haven't grown up doing it. It is a bit difficult to learn as an adult, right?
And I do practice when we go on our river walks with our doggies, Chris and I take a ball with me and I turn my arm. So I am persevering, and Andrew's been very patient with me. But yes, I'm a batter, really.
Well, that's the spirit. Here is Ankush Kumar. As this one is uppercut, and it's into the gap. So it's going to be 4 more to Stoneman, who joins Barnenhorst on 17. And Kirsty, I know that you're probably not impressed with that, but I mean, in a way, you can say, you know, the Stomans, they were crafted at the Coimbra Knights, of course. So
yeah, I mean, they're still very much part of our social team. You know, they're local to where we are at the moment.
Yeah.
So yeah, Francois and his brother Miguel, good friends of ours.
Yeah, for
so
sure.
yeah, it's a little bit strange playing against them.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I suppose, you know, player movement, especially in this competition, something we have seen part and parcel of the competition. There's this one, not the best shot from Stoneman. He tries to pull that. It wasn't quite short enough to do it. And so whistles through the keeper, but doesn't take the edge. Well, Bruno Cavalieri's in the chat. Good morning, Diesel. He said, good morning, everyone. A special kiss for the commentator today. Well, I know you are very, very popular, not just among the Knights, but amongst all teams. One of the reasons that you are really popular is because of the sweet treats that you do bring day by day. And you have told me that there's one of my favourites that's coming out today.
Carrot cake today.
Well, this is in the air, and it's not quite hit well. It could be a chance, and it's taken.
Yes,
what a good catch that is.
Good catch by Nitin.
Nitin Campos. Yeah, he seemed to get a long way in there. I was worried it was going to go over his head, but he does pull it down, and that is just the moment I feel you needed to get going. Stoneman holds out for 17, and the score is 35 for 1.
I'm sad for Francois, but that's a good wicket for the Knights. Yeah, amazing catch.
It wasn't quite out of the coaching manual the way he went about that, because he kind of ran himself under the ball. He had to go back and to his right, but it is Ankush Kumar that takes the wicket. But, well, that's one problem solved, but another problem has appeared, and Conrad Greenshields is coming out, and he's been a thorn in most of the opposition sides with his batting performances in the tournament so far. Yeah, well, Kirsty, you've been coached by some pretty good coaches. If you were the coach now, how are we getting Conrad Greenshield out?
Oh, something that he doesn't expect, I would say.
Bring on the panda. That's
Possibly a bit of a spinner, or yeah, I'm not sure. I know the guys do have a grand plan, but obviously I couldn't possibly divulge that.
Okay, so
But yeah, this will be a big challenge for us to get Conrad out. But hey, we can do it. That's
yeah,
cricket.
sure will. I mean, expect the unexpected. That's what we normally say. Greenshield's coming in at number 3 to join Badenhorst.
Oh,
And,
what happened there? Not ready.
I think either maybe something in his eye there, or maybe the field wasn't quite set, but we'll face his first ball now. Wanted everybody else to Phil and to Luke and Maya in the chat. Greenshields pushes this away.
Oh, well stopped, Girish.
Yeah, Girish is a very good fielder, isn't he?
Yeah.
Certainly excited us with a couple of one-handed hangers last year when we were here in September.
Girish used to travel, I think it was something like 4 hours to come and play for us, and then he moved close to the ground and got a job, and yeah, very, very committed.
That's a great story,
member
actually.
Of the club.
I love getting these behind-the-scenes insights from you. This is a little bit short. Straight pull, not really timed by Greenshields, by Badenhorst, I should say, as he moves to 18. And yeah, Harshal thinking if you get Greenshields early, it could be game over. And yeah, keep the questions coming as yeah, you mentioned the travel. That's just one of the issues, isn't it?
Yeah.
In European cricket in general, obviously, because there's less clubs proportionally to some cricket playing countries like England, for example. Dear. That's all right. That'll just won't really cost you one. Well, they're going to come for 2 actually, and it's a pretty tight one, but they will get home, and that's pretty good. Good running as well backed up by the Panda. It's the end of the 4th over. The score is 39 for 1. Very, very good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, and with me, the First Lady of Coimbra Knights. It's Kirsty Redhead, and your husband Chris is playing today. Of course, he's well established as part of this night's lineup. Your coach at the Miranda Maidens, Andrew Winter, is playing as well, and of course. But yeah, tell us a bit about Coimbra geographically. It's quite far away from here. So, what is the journey to come down here?
For us, I think it's something like an hour and 40 minutes to get here. We've got guys kind of a bit spread over, so it's we've not come in one vehicle. We've come in several vehicles. So. Yeah. But
it is something that people don't realise. I mean, I used to complain where I used to play in Australia if it had to travel more than 20 minutes to get to a game. But you're having a real appreciation. I'll be in Romania in a couple of weeks. Some of those guys travel 8 or 9 hours in the car to play.
That's dedication.
But yeah, that's why I think, for all the rivalries we see on the field, there is a sense of shared community. I mean, sometimes it goes the other way, of course, when teams will come up and visit you up in your neck of the woods. But yeah. It's a lot of sacrifice goes into being a European cricketer. As this one is worked away, it'll just be a single. And so, well, how did you end up in Portugal in the first place? Where do you originally come from, and what's your story about how you came here?
Chris and I are from the UK. We actually met working up in Edinburgh. We then moved to France. We left the UK a long time ago, 2004. And then from France, we came to Portugal. Beautiful, beautiful Portugal. Beautiful people. Fabulous country.
Yeah. This one cut away by Badenhorst for another 4. So Gary's just a little bit loose here, a little bit wide, but still it's a pretty good shot. And so the run's flowing at the moment. Well, they do have the 1 wicket, Kirsty, so that's good. So so you met in Edinburgh of all places. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, met in Edinburgh through work, and the rest is history, really.
Yeah. How's your Portuguese skills?
Oh, it's
better than mine.
It's okay. It's okay. The trouble is, it's practicing it. We should practice it more. We had lessons when we first arrived. We both speak French very well, and that helps because there's a lot of similarities. Yeah.
Right. There's a bit of that. Let's have a look at this one because it was called a wide. If it gets any of that line, they will normally call it a wide. And touch and go. Did seam out a bit. So that one was adjudged a wide. Yeah, I mean, the language skill is something I actually marvel. A lot of these players, particularly ones coming from the South Asian backgrounds, they have incredible language skills.
They do. Yeah,
they seem to chat to me in English. It'll be their 3rd or 4th or 5th language, right?
No, definitely.
In this innings, we have seen a few boundaries, but not too many that have been hit over the top. Well, there's another 4. That one is whacked straight.
Girish is not going to be happy with this.
He's bowling on the off stump, which is probably a good tactic, but yeah, it was hit hard and the mid-off was up in the circle, so a pretty good shot. And Badenhorst, he looked a bit rusty at the start of the tournament, but he's looking pretty dangerous at the moment. He's up to 27.
What nationality is the batter?
So yes, he's originally from South Africa, and he's
Okay.
he's moved to Portugal, but like literally in the last week,
Oh,
or a
wow.
week and a half.
Wow,
So
okay.
he's really fresh.
Yeah, I don't recognise him at all.
Fresh off the boat,
Yeah.
as we'd say. So he's looking a little bit dangerous at the moment. It's a pretty good
Oh,
ball.
that's better.
That one swung in towards the stumps. And so it'll just be a single. Brings Conrad Greenshields back on strike. So with the maidens, how many games would you plan to play this year? I know you guys are training a lot. And what kind of format of the games? Because it's tricky getting it right as well, because you also want to make sure everyone gets included and feels involved.
We've got some ladies visiting teams booked to come over from the UK.
That's great.
We did have some booked last year and the year before, but unfortunately COVID put a stop to that, sadly.
52 for one at the halfway point, so we're actually currently going just over 10 and over.
We played in, was it the end of September? We played the Lisbon Lynxes, and that's to be repeated. They're going to come down to the ground in Miranda de Corvo
That's great.
to play us soon. I'm in contact with Gemma, their lovely captain.
Yes, hello to Gemma, if she's
Hi,
watching.
Gemma.
I'm sure she will be.
So that's the plan. I think they're going to come for the weekend, and we'll make a bit of a social occasion of it. It
I'm
would be
sure.
rude not to, wouldn't it, really?
Now, that's a game I'd like to cover, I think.
So yeah, ladies teams coming over. We'll play some mixed social games with the Knights.
Yeah.
And again, we're very much for the sort of social side of cricket, as well as obviously the serious league side of cricket as well.
That's
a nice mix.
Super important. As we get into the second half of the innings now, here's Ankush Kumar. And this one just gets past the edge of Greenshields, doesn't take any of it though. So this is the second over for Kumar, who bowled a pretty good first one. He did pick up the wicket and he only conceded 8. And so I mean, these games are they normally kind of 20 over games, or
yes, yes. I think until experience and fitness builds a bit more, I think 20 overs is good for us, really. 20
overs is plenty. Don't worry about that. This is going to work away on the leg side. That's really good fielding. Now that is Panda stop. He hit it into the Panda enclosure, and that was nicely fielded.
Good.
And now look, Panda, what up? Tell us a little bit about him. He is one player that fascinates our viewers.
He's certainly a character. When Panda joined the club last year, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Not long after he joined, he had to have quite a big knee operation. So he was out for a while with, having to have physiotherapy and things. So he's fairly newly back to the Knights fold.
Oh, this one. Speaking of Panda, well, this time the Panda was endangered because this was hit hard from Badenhorst. And I wonder if it was a catching opportunity. We'll have a look at it here. It's just over him, though.
Just over. And he did jump, to be fair.
It was a pretty good effort. I thought maybe it took some of the fingertips, but I think we saw on the replay that it did get over the top of him. So the result was 4 more runs. So he's in the hot spot there. Yes, I mean, he's a real character. I mean, we really like watching him. Hopefully he gets a bowl, I think, in this innings. I think it can't really hurt to try him out here. He's a wicket taker, and that's exactly what you need at the moment. As we see Kumar coming in again. Down leg side, and they decide it's probably a good decision to stay at home because Golia was after that pretty quickly. And so you mentioned, we talked a bit about Tom. Any other characters that you want to talk about in the lineup, and maybe some backstory that anyone sticks out?
Yeah, we have a mix of characters really. Like I say, Twelly, whose official name is what's Twelly's official name on the scorecard? I'm not sure, if I'm honest. We know him as...
Is that Balvinder Singh, or...?
Yes, it must... No, that's Binder, isn't it? Binder. We know Balwinder Singh as Binder. Yes, MD Zaman. Yes, Twelly. So, who else have we got? Jitu.
Yeah, Jitu, Balkrishna, again.
He goes back a long way with us. He used to play for us quite a few years ago on social games. Nice shot this time by
Greenshields, who turns on this one from Kumar and gets a boundary. So just a bit of a loose delivery there. You can't afford to get away with those, especially with Greenshields in such good form.
Oh dear.
So, yeah, staring
Come
down
on,
the
the
barrel. But, I mean,
Knights.
haven't really batted you out of the game here yet. They're on 108 pace. I mean, I think if some of your batters click, you would be fairly comfortable chasing something like 110. Wouldn't be easy, but
No.
remember, you just need to win these 2 games. It doesn't matter by how much that you win.
Exactly.
So,
For sure.
I think you
Yeah.
just need to avoid getting blown away here.
Definitely.
With 4 overs to go. Probably
Yep.
do a 6-over check-in after this delivery. It's the last one from Kumar, who's got 1 for 19.
Going steady.
And he's knocked him over.
Oh,
And this has gone
wow.
straight through the gate. And Greenshields does have to go for just 10. This is a good delivery.
That's
Just
a good wicket.
sneaks through. I think it just comes back a little bit off the wicket as well. So Kumar
Great
with a perfect
bowling.
finish.
Fantastic.
And the Knights, they are getting around him. He finishes with 2 for 19. 6 overs down at 63 for 2.
Fantastic. Am I allowed to say whoop whoop
You
at this
can say,
point?
look, we know that you've disclosed your loyalties. That was a good ball, though.
That was a good ball.
And
Very, very good ball.
and
Fantastic.
He is
He deserves
happy
that.
about it. I'm glad. I hope Chris's wrist is okay after a pretty firm high five
High
there
fives with the
from Kumar.
captain, yeah.
But look, to get a good player, often you have to bowl a good delivery, and that's what it was from Kumar. Came up with the magical one to get rid of
Sure.
Greenshield. So that's a big moment in this match with 4 overs to go. I mean, from here, you might even have
It's
visions
anyone's
of
game, isn't it? I
yeah,
think.
well, I mean, 10 and over from here gets you 103. But have a look at this from Kumar.
Fantastic.
He was pumped. And that's the last ball that he'll bowl here in match 37. And that's the one that he'll
Fantastic.
remember.
Oh,
Greenshields
dear.
disappointed to go. That's cricket, isn't it? And
It certainly is. Yeah.
Bardenhorst, who's been there for 6 overs now, I think a bit more responsibility on him. But they've got another very good hitter coming to the crease. It's Parth Jaunjat, the keeper, who's coming out at number 4. And here's a man that you were just talking about, Jitu Balkrishna,
Here he
who's
is.
coming on to bowl over number 7.
And of course, Shitu does have experience of playing alongside Conrad, so
Of course.
he should know where to place the ball here.
And that's it. Well, you won't have to worry about Conrad now because he's gone.
Of
So
course,
that,
of
that's
course, of course.
a battle that we might see later in the day, though. Or perhaps when the teams change innings.
Oh,
This is a
dear.
little bit short, though, the first time. And this one's disappearing out of the ground. In fact, it's the first of the day. Maximo. 6 runs to Bardenhorst. A little bit of a warm-up delivery from Balkrishna. A little bit short. That one was launched over the leg side for 6.
Gosh. And he doesn't seem to be tiring.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, that one wasn't the best delivery. I think Tom's given up on the chase on that one.
Is that Tom?
It's hello to Jeff Maguire as well, and Shrub on, everyone else. And hope that you are well. Thanks for joining us here for day 10 of the FanCode ECS Portugal. This one's a loose one down the leg side. So you just got to be
Okay.
careful here. After the wicket, you kind of had your tails up there, and now next over. Probably not the best start, but I suppose he's got plenty of time to come back. Still 5 balls left in this over. So what do you think of the T10 format? It's a bit different, I'm sure, to the cricket that you...
It is different.
that
We're
you're
not.
used to.
It's not. It's not really the Knights game, if I'm honest. You know, we play more traditional.
Oh, a little bit short again.
T20, T30, T40.
Yeah.
Declaration games as well.
This one is whacked on the leg side. It's going to be 6 more. Maximo to Bardenhorst. It's just a little bit too short. Plays that one on length and gets the journey. Crashes into the tent. Well, the tent does the fielding.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
So-
Come on, Jitu.
Jitu just has to get
He
it
has
pitched
to
up a little
concentrate.
bit more. And look, you get Bardenhorst here, and I think it kind of just silences the attack. But at the moment, he's scoring pretty freely. He's 45 off 19. Faces up now. And does pitch it up and goes straight.
Oh
but does he have
dear.
enough? It is going to fall
Oh.
safely. Head on up in the circle. And Giri Singh was hunting it.
He was.
But
Good
yeah,
sprint, Girish.
just one. That was the false shot that they induced. But unfortunately, there's no fielder back there to take the catch. And so
Jitu's concentrating. You can see that concentration on his face.
one thing you would say, and as a spectator, which you are mostly in this series, is it's pretty exciting to watch, though, isn't it? You can't
is.
really look away.
I'm not sure if I can say exciting. Am I allowed to say stressful?
Well,
It's not easy being a Quimber Knights supporter, I have to say.
they're closely related neurological responses, I think. And so, Rakat Chowdhury, he enjoyed the celebration of Kumar. It was like the Hassan Ali style, he said. Yeah, and it was the Shrub on thinking it's more of the Ronaldo style. Well, that's very topical here in Portugal. It was a big wicket. Anyway, Bardenhorst within a boundary of a half century here. This is a really good delivery.
Ooh, that was a good ball.
And so this one could have easily gotten rid of Bardenhorst, but it just sneaks over the stumps. Look at this. It comes in and then just moves away. He plays all around it. It actually bounces over the stumps. That's all that saved him. How close was that?
And that was very close. Wow. He's
Well,
frustrated with that.
if Chitu had any hair left, he would have pulled it out after that
Still
delivery.
smiling though.
That's cricket, isn't it? If that hit him on the pads, he probably would have sworn that would have hit the stumps, but you saw there that the bounce
Next
just
ball.
had
Next
it
ball.
climbing over. It was a good one, though. Last ball of the over, as it's leaned back and swung away to the leg side. It should just be a single. It is, and that's the end of the over. So 7 overs down, and it is 79 for 2. Look, just think about what's a good score here, and at the moment, they're going about 11 and over or so. You can see that in Group B, that's about average, because yesterday the average run rate was 10.3. So it says 103 would be average yesterday. Typically in Group B, it's been 10.9 and over. So, I mean, with the boundaries in, we have seen a lot of high scoring. Also means pretty much anything's possible in the chase if someone like Kuldeep Golia gets going.
Yeah.
Someone like Andrew Winter as well.
Yeah, for sure.
So it has been really exciting. You can compare that as well to the previous series here in Kataksha. In 2020, it was 9.4, and then last year it was 10.8.
Oh, wow, okay.
So you can actually see has a little bit lower scoring in the first half of this tournament in Group A. The boundaries, I think, were slightly longer. So overall, 10 and over on this ground has been average, which is just good information. And Button Horse is going to face up. 8th over. Let's see who gets it here. And it looks to me like it'll be Balwinder Singh. That's going to have the over.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's been pretty effective. He likes to bowl around the wicket. He tries to just keep the ball out to the left side of the pitch, outside the off stump, to try and make it difficult for the players to hit to the right-hand side, which for some of this group, that's the way the wind's been going.
He's a lovely guy, is Albinder.
Yeah.
Very nice guy, very good team player.
How long has he been with the club now?
Oh, gosh, quite some time. He actually drives, he moved slightly out of area, so he drives a bit further from Mourinho Grand to come to us.
Here he is. He gets hit down the ground, and he's going to have a wicket straight away.
Good catch from Girish.
Yeah, Girish going with the 2 hands, so immediate success. Button Horse, well, he got 49 not out yesterday, and he gets within touching distance of a half century once again today, but he's going to have to go on 47. Just a mistimed drive. He tried to go over mid-off, but he couldn't clear him in the end. Giri takes the catch, and the Knights storming back into this contest. It's 79 for 3.
Fantastic. It's what I love about the Knights. We always come out fighting.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the team spirit.
I think Nippo was getting ready to warm up by swinging his bat, and Jarjat thought he was going to follow through and whack him. Anyway, so this is Mohammad Siraj Nippo coming to the crease. He's been a bit of a journeyman. Have a look at this. And he said, well, hold on a second.
That's not very friendly.
Don't worry. I knew where you were.
I've got some good photos on day one when I was here. Was that Saturday? Nippo was sitting, and I've got some pictures of him. We put flowers in his hair. Very good sport.
Yeah,
I could use those against him, couldn't I?
He's a bit of a character. I do like watching him. He's a pretty good player as well, though. He's a man that's played international under-19s cricket some time ago. But yeah, Balwinder with the wicket first up. It looks like he's going to go over the wicket now to the left-handed Nippo. Nippo, if you go back to Golden Ball 8, playing for Rossio, he was a Golden Ball hero. So, yeah, getting ready. Just checking the time here. Got it basically around about 7 minutes to get through the end of the 9th over, so that should be okay.
Okay.
All right, Balwinder. This is well bowled as well.
Good.
Because the left-hander, he wants to get it out on the right-hand side of the pitch. He wants to kind of keep it away from the body. As that'll just be a single. So 2 new batters at the crease, and a real opportunity here for the Knights to restrict Wearash in the last 2 or 3 overs.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen with the bowling. Not exactly sure what Chris's grand plan is, but he'll have one.
Maybe Chris himself might bowl towards the end.
Possibly.
I do think he bowls pretty well.
I think he was the second highest wicket taker in the last tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's probably
up there.
He's probably one of those captains. He underbowls himself. I think he should at least be getting 1 over in innings, and normally 2. Sometimes he keeps himself for the very last over because he's pretty accurate.
Chris likes to sort of let all the guys have a game. He's quite an unselfish captain.
Got to say a quick hello to Paul Stubbsy Stubbs, who's in the chat. Well,
hi, Paul.
Nice to see a sighting of Stubbsy. Hope you're well, and certainly missing you here. This is full toss to Nippo, and it will just be 1.
So you're just dodging a few boundaries here at the moment. We haven't seen a boundary for 8 deliveries. And also there's the wicket of Badenhorst in there. So at the moment, looks like maybe able to restrict to something in the 100, 110 range. Not if Janjat can have anything to do with it. He does like to swing for the fences. He's
Good
deep
stop
in his
here,
crease. Yeah, Girish is a pretty good fielder, isn't it?
Yeah, no, he is. He puts his body on the line.
So I might have heard that there might be a third women's side in Portugal that's not too far away. Have you heard anything about that?
No, I haven't.
I just heard some whispers. I'll try and get some more information for our viewers later on about that. But that'd be really good for the sport. This is Nippo, goes up and over, but it should be caught, and it is. So Ankush Kumar will take the catch, running round to his right. And the Knights, we talked about this game being their last stand, and this morning being so important. At the moment, they are certainly playing themselves into contention. It's the second wicket for Balwinder Singh. He's got 2 for 4, and the score is 83 for 4.
Fantastic.
And Nippo just tries to elevate that once again, but it's not so easy earlier in your innings, and he made good ground there. Kumar had to get back quickly and get round to his right. Safe hands. And you know what they say, Kirsty? Catches win matches.
They definitely do. Bucket hands, that's what Andrew's always saying to us Miranda maidens.
Yeah.
Bucket hands, bucket hands.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, that's a good technique from Kumar, who's been pretty reliable in this innings. And so this brings a new player to the crease. It's Krut Patel. It's been a bit short of batting after he started opening the tournament, but then they've decided to make a change, and Badenhorst is up there now. And then had some struggles with illness earlier this week. So good to see him out there, and he has fully recovered. Let's see if he can put together an innings as we head into the last couple of overs. It is now 83 for 4.
Krut's a nice guy. He's always very friendly, very welcoming.
Now, this is the end of the over, so actually should be Janjat on strike. I want to see if they pick this up. Yeah, it is. It's past Janjat on strike now. So here is Cambodge in the 9th. As Rico would say, it all happens in the 9th. And this one is all happening for the wrong reasons for the Knights. It's a little inside edge. And Cambodge cannot take a trick in this innings so far. Just have a look at this. It's an accidental shot from Janjat and just sneaks off his bat just past the stumps. And 4 unearned runs, but they'll count all the same for Uerash. Cricket's not always fair, is it, Kirsty?
It certainly isn't. Kuldeep went the wrong way.
Well, you can't really blame him because that's the way the ball was going.
Exactly.
And it took a wicked deflection. Janjat gets his first boundary. Cambodge with a comeback ball. Pretty good one. Pitches up on the stumps, but gets a fair piece of this. Oh, that's going to be well fielded.
Yes, nearly. Bit of a hot potato there.
Yeah, that was a Tortuga, as Rico would call it. And he actually does pretty well to block this. Look at this last bounce here about this one. You see how it jumps up and almost sneaks through. But Balkrishna, in the end, does well to save the boundary. So
rearranging his field.
That's going to happen from time to time. I say hello to everyone else in the chat, and thanks for your input this morning as I'm here with Kirsty Redhead. Corey just out on official business. He will be back shortly as this next one is going to be a run-out opportunity, but Cambodge decides not to throw it. I think he says, I don't want to risk any further runs, and the chance of run-out was pretty low probably anyway.
Happy with just one run there.
I often say, you know, cricket skills are one thing, but also a lot of this game, particularly in the T10, is decision-making. It's decision-making under pressure. So that's really something that gets tested.
Yeah, for sure.
And you know, whether you've got a lot of technical cricket ability or not, you can still put yourself in the situation like then. Should you have thrown it or not? I think it was a good decision.
Yeah. Oops.
As Krut gets a thick edge on this, and this is going to run away pretty quickly for 4. And KP gets off the mark. His first ball in a while. And it's not quite where he intended it to go.
No.
But
he's got such strength, hasn't he? That's just motoring.
Also, I think it was Cambodge's pace as well, which allowed that one to run away for 4. So Cambodge tearing his hair out as well. I mean, he had the little French cut for 4 to start the over, and then another edge. That's 2 boundaries that weren't really genuine shots so far. And so he goes short, misses down the leg side. It'll be called a wide. It's just got to be worried about an over that gets away. Balwinder Singh's over in the 8th was super good. It was 4 singles and 2 wickets in that over.
Yeah, very
So-
tight. Fantastic.
And you just feel like you've removed a couple of the big threats. Can you finish the job here? Here's Cambodge. Pitches up and Crute.
Biggie.
Yeah, it's going to be fielded, I think.
Yep.
Oh, Chris Knapp. He will just keep it to 1. We think so, but you
Bit of
never
an
know.
overthrow.
You do see some highlights, don't you? You do see some. And so we'll have the last ball of the over. And so last ball coming up for Cambodge, who's conceded 22. And that's all he'll concede. So it's the end of the 9th over. And a pretty decent spell by Cambodge, but he doesn't quite get the rewards. It's 96-4 with an over to go. 1 over to go with Kirsty Redhead. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Thanks again for joining us in the commentary box.
Thank you for
I
inviting me.
know I kind of pulled you in at short notice, but I did want to chat. You always want to talk about the Miranda Maidens, and I thought it was a really good opportunity to get you in. And I'm sure our viewers have appreciated it as well. It's our last chance. If you have any questions for Kirsty, please put them in the live chat that you see in European Cricket Network. It's been wonderful to have you here as my guest.
It's been fantastic. It's nice to see it from this side rather than sitting out there shouting my whoop
Now,
whoop in.
is it more nerve-wracking in here, or is it more nerve-wracking
I
when
think
you're
it's
out
more
there?
nerve-wracking out there. I can't shout as
Very
much in
zen.
here,
I try
can
and create an atmosphere where everyone can
It's
relax
quite
and feel
calm in
comfortable.
here. We've got the lovely Bruno on standby there.
We do
Diesel.
have Bruno. Thank you, Diesel, for your efforts chaperoning the commentary box here as well. But yeah, Kirsty, it's been great. So yeah, last chance for all of our viewers to get a question in for Kirsty. And then you're going to have to sit and bite your fingernails, I think, in the second half of this game out there.
I know. They need to hear my voice. They need to hear my voice.
Stick with Balvinder, why not? He took 2 for 4 in his first over, and he gets a dot first up. And Krut Patel swings through this one. So yeah, 96 with an over to go. Again, we talked about that 100, 110. I think.
Been nice to keep it below 100, but
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, with the boundaries the way they are, someone, especially like Kuldeep at the top of the order, gets going.
yeah,
And you feel like 110 is achievable. All right, KP's on the walk. Strike 2 for him.
nice.
Balvinder's been excellent so
He
far.
has been fantastic.
Hasn't conceded a boundary. His first over went wicket. 1-1-1-1 wicket. And so far, dot to start the 10th.
He suffered a bit of an injury on his hand the other day, but he's
No
not
signs,
letting that bother him.
no signs at the moment. This time there is some bat in it from KP. He's probably just going to get a single here. I think Jaunjat will think he's the man that can maybe smoke a boundary or two to get Warish up and over that 100 mark. Well, Lee Hill in the chat saying great to hear our captain Kirsty on the commentary. And Maya saying lovely voice, Kirsty.
Hi,
So
Lee.
thanks to all the
I knew you'd be watching. Ever supportive, ever loyal as our Lee.
and anyone.
Lee
If I missed any questions, apologies. But if you keep putting them in, I'll try and ask Kirsty maybe later in the day for any more questions about ladies cricket here in Portugal or the Miranda Maidens. This time, it's a swashbuckling shot over mid-off, and this is the Maximo.
Oh, gosh.
6 to Jaunjat. Well, 10 points for Style as well. It's the Karate Kid Style. It was the hanging leg, and it got it over the infield and over the outfield, 6 runs. And that is the shot that takes Warish past the century.
I spoke too soon, didn't I? Could we keep it below 100?
Can happen, but I mean, still well within range here. I'd say it's pretty much a pass score based on what we've seen so far in Group B. There's still a couple to go. Jaunjat, look how deep he is in his crease.
Yeah, crikey.
He just wants to see the ball for a bit longer and try and get under something here. This one is called away. Touch and go. That's going to be Balvinder's go-to. He does try and keep the ball away from the batter, get them reaching. I saw Jaunjat do it earlier in the over. That one, yeah, it's a close call, but most of the time the batters get the benefit of those. 105, 2 balls to go. Big swing and a miss. Jaunjat frustrated. He can't catch up with this one.
No.
It's got to be a pressurised situation from the Knights this morning.
For
Just
sure.
knowing that they're going to have to get these runs to keep
I
their
know.
finals hopes alive. And you're going to have to deal with some decent bowlers as well.
Yes.
But, I mean, this is where, you know, if you're good enough, you'll get there. As he goes after this, last ball of the innings is going to be a wicket.
Oh,
So
lovely catch.
nice catch. Mohammad Zaman takes the catch down there, and it will be the end of the 10 overs. That's an excellent last over as well.
Fantastic.
Balvinder did get hit for the 1-6, but still only concedes 9 off the last, and he finishes with 3 wickets. So 3 for 13. Very
Brilliant.
good from him. And well, your husband Chris pulling the right strings to bring him on for the last couple of overs of the innings. He bowls 2 of the last 3, Balvinder, and takes 3 wickets.
He's
and in
been
the end,
amazing.
they're going to finish 105 for 4. 106 will be the target for the Coimbra Knights, and that will be for the chance to stay in the hunt for the final 4 spot. Of course, the top 4 in each group will face off tomorrow in the quarterfinals. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. Now, well, Kirsty, early on, you needed a wicket, and you almost got one there. Golia, he wasn't quite able to hold on to that one as former Knight Faf Stoneman was out there. That was a nice one,
That was
pulled
a great
down
catch.
by Cambodge. And you see that that brought Greenshields to the crease, but Buttonhorse was taking the lead. You see Chris trotting after it. In the end, I think you'd be fairly satisfied to be chasing 106 here.
Yeah, he will for sure. I think it's a good. Obviously, heads. We tried not to let the heads go down, but yeah, today's a big challenge, but it's doable. We'll fight back.
Yeah, so let's have a look at some more of these highlights. Still, Greenshields get knocked over. That was a big moment as well, and they almost got Barton Horse there. And Balwinder Singh came on in the 8th, and he would be super important. He'd get a wicket immediately, and he bookends the 8th over with wickets, just conceding 4 in that one. And then we almost saw Nippo with some friendly fire. Janjit saying, well, leave me alone. You need me in one piece. That was a nice catch by Ankush Kumar as he went back and took that to his right. A couple of lucky ones at the end, and you know you're going to get a couple of those each way. And even this one from Jitu was a little bit fortunate, didn't sneak through, had a bit of the Tortuga bounce. And then this was the one Maximo in the last over. But the boundaries were hard to come by in the last. Balwinder Singh finishing with a wicket. And in the end, it was 105 for 5 off the 10 overs. 106 will be the chase for the Coimbra Knights. And you guys just have a knack for close games, and so who knows, we might have another close one on the cards here. As we look at the scorecard, and Barton Horse, he top scores with 47 off 23 with 6 4s and 2 6s. Apart from that, Stoneman with 17, Faf Stoneman that is, as well as 16 for Janjit at the end. Greenshields only 10 in this knock at number 3. And pretty disciplined bowling as well, 7 overs, 7 wides in the 10 overs. A few of those were kind of those offside wides that could have gone either way. But look at the bowling figures, and it was a pretty good effort from Ankush Kumar, 2 for 19. But for me, the start was Balwinder Singh, especially bowling at the end, only conceding 13 of his 2 overs, picking up 3 big wickets as well. So 106 will be the total to stay in the race for Coimbra Knights. Once again, I want to give you a big thank you, Kirsty, for being with me here in the commentary
Thank you,
box.
Vinny. I've really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Really always enjoy your hospitality.
thank
And
you.
I will allow you to go and get that carrot cake now, if you
I
like.
certainly will. I certainly will.
We're going to take a quick break. When we return, it'll be the Coimbra Knights. So who will be chasing 106 victory here in match 37? Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, along with Kirsty Redhead. We'll see you shortly. More cricket on the way on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Portugal, and slightly cloudy skies, but the temperature, it's hit 14 degrees. That's not too bad at the moment. Expecting a maximum of 18 a little bit later in the day, and this is Werash. They're undefeated, and they're coming out in the field to defend a total of 105, which they scored in the first half of this match. And so it's going to be Coimbra Knights essentially playing for their tournament life. 106 they'll require, and they do need to win both matches today if they are going to qualify for quarterfinals Friday tomorrow. The Wild Panthers, they will be watching this pretty nervously, I think, as they finish 3 and 5 after their 8 matches. Coimbra Knights just the 1 win, so if they can pick up a win here and in the next game, they will also be on 3 wins, but they'll have a superior net run rate to the Panthers. So it looks like the Panthers will drop out. That's the most likely scenario if Coimbra Knights are to win the double header. Well, here's a man that can take the game away pretty quickly. It's called it Goliath, I was going to mention, but here's another man who can also win a game for you pretty quickly. Junaid Khan, he's a good swing bowler, bends the ball around corners, and so it's going to be Junaid to open up as we get ready for the chase, and it is 106 for the Knights to stay alive. First one shapes in from Junaid around the corner. That's Carlo Buchimatsa, who's in the side, and we have 2 Buchimatsas in the team for the first time today for Werash. There's Paolo is also in the team, so may see some of his left arm spin at some point. And here's the Buchimatsas that are responsible for this cricket ground here in Cartaccio. Junaid, Portuguese national representative and highly talented swing bowler. This one's a little bit short, and Golia is going to turn on this one and get 4. So just a little bit short of a length from Junaid, and Golia picks it off pretty quickly. And it's an excellent shot from a guy that can really give the ball a thump. He's out there with Girish Singh. And Girish, someone we saw batting as low as 10 in the tournament, but here he is opening the batting. Yet to face the ball, but he had a pretty good vantage point to watch that shot as Coimbra Knights get their first boundary. I feel like here in match 37 that Coimbra have done half the job. They have kept the target down to something reasonable. And so Junaid's got to pitch it up here. Golly is a big fish to get. He does, goes after it, but it's uncontrolled. It's hanging in the air a long time, but it'll just get over the fielder, and it's going to be 4 more. And so he just saw Golia. He wasn't able to really keep his hands on the bat even with this one. He drives on the up, but I suppose he does know that mid-off's up. He just has to get it over that man. I thought it hung up there a long time. For a second, that maybe Mabeen Tariq could chase it down, but the result is a second boundary in the over, and the score moves up to 8. Here's the next ball from Junaid. This is short again, and this has gone absolutely nowhere. See Junaid maybe a bit lucky to get away with that, but then so was Golia, because this one, I think it grabs a bit of glove on the way through. We'll see what it hits. Yeah, I think it's the glove onto the arm. I think there's 2 noises there as well. And so pretty fortunate that it doesn't carry to the keeper. It just kind of lobbed a metre or 2 behind the batter. Another one was mistimed, and we'll run down to Miguel Stoneman down at third man. This one misses the bat, hits kind of the back or the kind of chest of Golia. So he'll get to the other end. We'll get to see Giri Singh for the first time. The player does offer a lot. Hello to Phil G and to Maya in the chat, to Rahat Chowdhury, who's also watching and contributing in the chat. We do appreciate that. Here is Junaid, and he gets this one to go the other way on Giri Singh, who does survive, but doesn't make any contact with that. End of the first over. It's 9 for no loss. Well, Corey, like I said, will be in shortly. He's on official business, and he'll be here, I think, before too long. But while I'm here, any questions, please throw them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. I'm always loving the community in there. And there's a lot of people all around the world that are enjoying this series. And we do have plenty more coming up for you over the next few weeks, as we're in the Netherlands next week, then Bulgaria, Romania, Sweden, and hopefully you settle in Always bring you the cricket action. And so it looks like there's somebody that's having a birthday in the chat, but I haven't seen who it is. So let me know who it is, and I'll give you a shout out. Just trying to scroll up and find out. Here's Conrad Greenshields as this first one swings, but it's swung high in the air. And once again, the fielder's got no hope. Maximo 6 to Golia. And this one wasn't a bad first delivery. The goalie just made up his mind. He wants to go after it. I don't think he quite gets it, but it still goes a long way. So 6 to the Knights. Conrad Greenshields. You can imagine he'd be a little bit sore early in the season here. That one had some good shape, but it exploded off the bat of Kuldeep. He moves to 14. He has 14 of the 15 runs. And this one, he does hit well. It's a little bit short, and it's going to sail out of the ground. Maximo! Back to back. It's gigantic from Golia. He gets something off the length, and yeah, probably Greenshields didn't want to get driven down the ground again, but Golia was waiting for it, and he blasts this one over mid-wicket. Diogo Martins, the 12th man. He was the one doing the fielding there. So this is a good power play so far. We're only 8 balls in, 21 on the board for the Coimbra Knights. And this time goes offside, and once again it'll be sliced away. It'll be 1 bounce 4 this time. So Golia, a bit of a one-hand specialist at the moment. But once again, he knows there's no one back in this area of the field, so he just has to get it over the circle. He does, and he gets another boundary. The Knights now up to 25. So it's been a rollicking start. A lot of people appreciating the fact that we had Kirsty in the chat in the first half. She was touched by those comments. As this one is in the air, and this one should be out. The ball's coming down, and it's taken eventually by Francois Stowen, who hits the big shush. So I'll tell you what, that was a hairy moment for the youngster. It almost pops out of his hands at the end. It was the proverbial ice cream cone. And, well, you know, there's going to be a bit of byplay between these two teams. The former Knight here, you saw that almost popped out. It would have been a very different reaction, I think, if it had. But it will be the end of Golia, who comes up with a quick fire, 24 off 9 balls, but he's got to go. And Greenshields gets a bit of punishment, but gets his man in the end. And that's the first wicket of the reply. It's 25 for 1. And so, well, catches win matches. That was the one that almost got away. And this is Jitu Balkrishna, who's going to come out at number 3. And this will be an interesting contest between the man that did captain Oarish last season and the man that's captaining Oarish this season. So we know that both players brimming with talent. And so Oarish, I mean, they're safely through the quarterfinals, but again, it's all about positioning, and you know, I think they won't be holding back in this contest. Is Greenshields. It's a bouncer first up. I think this is probably over his head. And I think it might have just been a bit of a warning shot from Conrad here. Not everything's going to be in your half. Goes after it anyway. Would have been kicking himself if he nicked that, Balkrishna. But in the end, it will be a wide, and it will be the 1 bouncer for the over as well. This one pitched up, outswing up. Balkrishna gets off the mark. So it's going to be a matter of, can anyone kind of keep going at the pace that was set by Golia at the start of this chase? You got to realise there's only been 2 runs contributed by other batters so far in the score of 27. It's this time Geary will get this one away, and this will be 4. So it's just angled away using the pace of Greenshields. Ends up delivering a magical over for the Knights, because 22 do come off the over. Having said that, he does get the key wicket of Kuldeep Golia. So I'm not sure if it's worth 22, but maybe, because, you know, Golia is a big threat. So after 2 overs, Coimbra Knights, they're 31 for 1. Let us know who you think's ahead in this contest, because I'm not sure at the moment. It's not just the rate required, it's also the resources you have at your disposal. And if you knew that you were going to get Golia out in the second over, then maybe you'd accept this position if you're Oarish. Jade's going to come back to bowl over number 3. Have a look at the table, and you can see Knights, well, they need to win both these games. And if they do, they could finish potentially, or they will finish in top 4, potentially even higher, depending on how much they win by. Junaid, first one gets away from him, just shapes the other way. So it'll be a wide. But what they have done with this start is they've got that rate down, and currently it's around about 9 1/4 and over. So already it's more like they're chasing 92 or 93 rather than 106, and I think that'd be a lot more comfortable. This one goes the other way. Junaid does get such good movement, but this is the difficulty. I think sometimes he doesn't know which way they're going. We saw the big outswing up first up, wide outside off now. The big in swing up, wide outside leg stump. So it can be a bit disconcerting for the batter as well when you have a guy that's the ball swing all around the place. You might have a ball with your name on it before too long. This one's cut away, and it's going to be 4 more. It's a pretty good shot. It wasn't that wide, but the batter was able to manoeuvre it away. Just have a look at this. Pretty much stands. It was biting back off the pitch. But it's a good cut shot and 4 more. The Knights, well, they're flying at the moment. Now they're up to 37. And with a wide 4, it's a bit like hitting a 6 off the first ball. And they're keeping the momentum up. And you just wonder, will Conrad Greenshields bowl the 4th? He has been holding himself back towards the end of the innings. So I think we'll probably see a change of pace and perhaps Siraj Nippo in the 4th over for Werush. This one explodes off the pitch from Junaid Khan, gets past Balkrishna. That'll be a dot ball. So once again, appreciating everyone's contributions in the chat. We do love the fact that you are able to communicate with us. Hello to Keanu, who's appeared in the chat now, and to everybody else. We do appreciate that you are joining us for the cricket action. It's a pretty good ball from Junaid. This one does come back in towards the stumps and just defended back. So keep an eye on that net run rate, or the required run rate, I should say. I think keep that under 10. I think they'll be pretty comfortable in the game. But they also don't want to leave their run too late. We know they're likely that Werush will hold back a couple of good bowlers for the last couple of overs. So very interesting match on our hands here in match 37. This one doesn't really move either way. And Balkrishna maybe playing for a movement back. He misses out. Hello to Alan Mount, who's watching. Hello to you, Alan. And I'm glad that you're with us in the chat as well. This might be a good opportunity to call on some of the lurkers to come out. I'm doing my daily lurker call out. If you are watching, why don't you just pop into the live chat for a second, ECN European Cricket Network, and come out and announce yourself as a lurker. As this one is a little edge, and this will probably run away for 4. It was a good effort by Miguel Stoneman, but he's not able to stop it in the end. So you know that Werush got a couple of these. This one just gets past Jaunjat. Couldn't quite get over there, and 2 fielders dive, and neither will be able to pull it back in. Just grabbed a fingertip of Miguel Stoneman on the way. And so that'll be another boundary. That is the 3rd boundary, in fact, since they've lost that wicket. So they haven't lost too much momentum in the innings. So far, 10 runs off this over. Last ball coming up. So they've got what they needed here off the 3rd. This one is going to be 1. And a good piece of fielding there. He whistles in, well backed up as well. That will take us to the end of the 3rd over. Pretty good power play for the Coimbra Knights. They're 42 for 1 off 3. So currently 14 and over. That's plenty. But can they keep it up? That's the question. They will need a tick over 9 for the rest of this innings. You see that second over from Greenshields, 22. Uncharacteristic. There were 2 6s, 2 4s in it, but it did pick up the wicket of Kuldeep Golia, who is a guy who can take the game away from you pretty quickly. And now, looks like my prediction is going to come true. Looks like Mohammad Siraj Nippo is going to bowl. His left arm is here in over number 4. End of the power play, so you do have the protection of up to 5 outfielders from this point forward. Let's see what Balkrishna's approach is to the spin. Yeah, probably a good time for a change of pace, I think. And so Going into over number 4. Oh, this first one could have gone anywhere. Krishna tries to cut it, gets the bottom edge. This is pretty close to going onto the off stump. Let's have a look at it. Oh, one stump away. This next one, another chop shot into the ground. This time just a single. Yeah, change of pace, just change of feel in the game. And hello to Luke Belgium. And tell me whose birthday was it in the chat? I think there's a few happy birthdays going on, but I don't know who I'm going to say happy birthday to. Sounds a bit straighter from Nippo. They hit and run. They go quickly. And I think Balkrishna makes this, but I think they're having a sneaky look at it. There's Tyrone in the background. I think he's just home there. But I tell you what, direct hit, I think would have had him in trouble. There's the L. So LRS called into effect, but once again, LRS. I mean, Corey was saying it's better than DRS. I'm not quite sure how that's possible, but I do find a good trade-off between efficiency and accuracy, I think. It was good running, though, Balkrishna. He went straight away. He was backing up. This shows you if both batters go straight away, it is tough to get them. It would have had to been a direct hit. Here's Nippo. Oh, this one. Balkrishna's had about enough. He ends up inside edging it. That's 3's edged off Nippo so far. Mohamed Siraj Nippo putting the brakes on. He's a player we did see representing Portugal in the European Cricket Championship back in September last year. This time it's cut away and it's dropped. That was straight at Brendan Bardenhorst, who's having a pretty good game. This time he does make the stop, but he can't grasp the catch. This would have been a handy one. So that's the way it goes, I suppose. At least he does keep it in front of him, so that will be a 1. A chance to move. But Krishna is put down. Last ball of the over. Giri is just going to knock this one into the leg side for a single. So game delicately poised here. Nippo whistles it in at the 4 over mark. It is 46 for 1. This is the night's last stand. We're going to have to win both of these games if they're going to progress to the finals tomorrow. But just speaking of the European Cricket Championship, it will be back in September with a couple of new countries involved as well. So really looking forward to this. In fact, there's 21 countries involved this year. They're in 4 groups of 5. Each one of those group winners in their week will progress to the championship week starting on the 10th of October. They'll meet England there. So England, who are the defending champions, will be there along with the 4 group qualifiers. So it should be a really interesting 5 weeks of cricket. 120 matches in the second ever ECC, the European Cricket Championship, coming to ECN in September. And I'm really looking forward to seeing, particularly one country, France, I think, made an impact at Cardiff before. Now they can do it on the international stage. As the first ball of the 5th over is pulled away. Yeah, so the rate required from here, 10 and over, exactly after the 4th over. So just need that 1 boundary and over. If you do that, I think more or less you stay at the rate. Mabeen Tariq is coming on here in the 5th. He's been a wicket-taking machine. Again, another former Knight. This one is pulled away. And the thing I like about Tariq is he has this highly rare tactic that I've seen from spinners in this format, and it's actually spinning the ball. Because he will actually put a fair bit of side spin on it, left to right, out of the fingers. And so doesn't try and rip all of them, but he does spin a significant amount of his deliveries and does get in the batter's head, I think. This is the one that's kind of pushed through, bit of an arm ball. Just be 1. So since spin's been introduced, we haven't seen a boundary. Nippo's over only gathered 4 runs for the Knights, .11, and then so far just 3 singles off this over. So the boundary's drying up at the end of the power play. And once again, you see Tariq not afraid to take some pace off the ball. Krishna was just early on that one. Right smile. As these two, bowler and batter, have switched allegiances since the last ECS we had here. This one is going to be another dot ball. see here, Krishna kind of sneaks out of the crease slightly. But I think there was always something behind the line. Janjat, a bit frustrated, he didn't gather it. Last ball, the over, coming up from Mubin Tariq. Another pace-off one. This time it finds the gap, and that's the much-needed boundary. Balkrishna gets 4 here. Well, he had a life not too long ago. And this time, you see that one was timed pretty well, and it pierces the gap. You see it's just out of the reach of the infielder, and the outfielder, Junaid, had to watch it fly past the line. Also brings up the 50 for the Coimbra Knights. After 5 overs, it's 53 for 1. This game is right in the balance at the moment. You see some of the batting to come. Well, Pandawood up. He's listed at number 11 there. Actually saw him opening the batting the other day for the Coimbra Knights. So imagine if he won the game for them. That'll be some sort of scenes. Start of a new over. Nippo gets hit down the ground, and this will be 4. This is just a really good shot and well placed by the batter as well. As Girish Singh whacks it off a length, and Nippo goes to the boundary for the first time. Well, I said that the boundaries had dried up since spin had been introduced into the attack in the 4th over. There were 11 balls without a boundary, but then that is back-to-back boundaries now for Coimbra Knights. Haven't we seen some close contests in this series? Nippo, this one outside the off stump, is taken behind. Janjat, he's pretty quick with the gloves normally. Takes them off, but batter safely at home. This time, bit of extra bounce for Nippo. It does get a bit of bounce sometimes because he is tall and kind of very tall in his action with his long arms. Next one's cut away, straight to the fielder. They will still get a single. That's the key as well. You don't want to have too many dot balls. Big hello to everyone as well that's following us on FanCode in India, of course. We know that we have so many people contact us every day, enjoying what we're doing here at European Cricket. This is really good piece of keeping. Really good piece of keeping by Janjat. This one sneaks down the leg side. It's good batting as well to spot. This one was missing leg stump. It's the bowler's responsibility not to bowl it down the leg side, and so that was clever batting. This one skewed up, and this one will be another boundary. So Jitu having a bit of success at the moment against his old side. He moves into the 20s with that. It was a slightly uncontrolled stroke, but it flew over and in between the 2 infielders in that quarter of the ground. And so it will be 4 more runs. And Coimbra Knights at the moment, they are pretty much bang on the rate required. I'd say 21 per 2 overs is what they would have been seeking. And that'd be 63 off 6. That's where they are. Still a ball to go in the 6th though. Oh, this one sneaks through. Just missed the stumps and also not handled by the keeper. I think this is going to be 4 byes. Oh, so Nippo cannot take a trick at the moment. This is only half a stump, maybe a stump away from bowling the batter, Balkrishna. But instead, it actually gets through Janjat as well. He just got up a bit too early, went under his gloves, probably flicks his fingers. So those are the moments that can swing a cricket match. That's the end of the 6th over as well. So 67 for 1. Janjat's a very good keeper, but that's probably one example. You just have to try and put the batter's swing and the stumps out of your mind. It didn't quite cover the line of the bounce of the ball there. So 67 for 1. And 39 runs will be required in the last 4 overs. Spin has been pretty effective, just going at 7s. That's out of the power play. Miguel Stoneman coming into the attack. Well, he was player of the match yesterday. His bowling is kind of a bit of a wild card for Warash. 7th overtime. Gary Singh on strike is driven, and once again we see former teammates coming up against each other, as Gary Singh and Miguel Stoneman both played for Coimbra Knights in the ECS last year. So I don't know if anyone's getting the golden ball tingle at the moment, but it's a distinct possibility. Stoneman, his accuracy is probably his weapon. He's not the quickest, and you see there, his hair is looking fantastic. Just growing out since last year. So I'm a little bit jealous, but he's pretty good at keeping the ball where he wants it. And that was kind of challenge delivery. Well, Krishna couldn't catch up with it. Once again, just in that offside channel. Bottom of the bat on it from Balkrishna. Just getting one. And just sometimes I have a look at the strike rates of the batters at the crease when I'm looking at a chase. So at the moment, they need to be going at 10 and over, which is, let's say, 1 3/4 a ball. And the 2 strike rates of the batters are just a bit below that. So it tells me that they need to accelerate if they're going to be successful in this chase. You see that both of them are just a shade over 1 a ball. 1 3/4 a ball, basically what's required from here on in. And this one may help. It's in the air, and it's going to be touch and go. It's going to get there. Maximo! Well, the best of friends. Neither one of them could do anything about that as Conrad Greenshields and Faf Stoneman come together. And that was the one they needed. Giri goes bang. 6 runs to the Knights, and that one just breaks the momentum that Miguel Stoneman was building. He'd only gone for 2 singles off the first half of the over, but the second half of the over starts with a 6. Gets that rate down again. This time he's going to do his own fielding. That's a pretty good stop. And every run matters, I think, at this stage. Corey Fangirl asking, where's Mr. Corey? Well, good news. I will have Corey back with me shortly. I think he's just come in after his official business. So we will have him back very shortly. Hello to Paul Stubbsy Stubbs as well. He's watching pretty closely. Miguel, he looks around nervously at this, but it does just sneak in according to the umpire. It'll be the end of the 7th over, 75 for 1. And so 31 required off the last 18. Let's have a look at this one. Where does it go past that batting line? I think it's just inside. I think it's a good call. It does move after. And Miguel, don't know if he's holding his head or just adjusting his ponytail, but that will give us a look ahead to match number 38. And we don't quite know the result of this game yet, but I can tell you in the second match of the day, it's the second leg of the doubleheader, and Warash they'll be chasing because they've won the toss, elected to bowl first. So we'll get to see Kuldeep Golia and whoever they choose to open up with him in the first half of that match. It's coming up in around 40 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Well, Andrew Batchelor just saying that Corey is off on official business buying you flowers. Well, that may be able to maybe true, maybe not true. I'll have to ask him when he comes back. We'll see him at the start of the next game. I think that last ball wasn't quite a wide. I think it was a good call. Stubbsy disagrees, but agree to disagree on that one, Stubbsy. First ball is dragged out to deep mid-wicket for 1. Got to love the characters here in Portugal. Plenty of them, and here's one of them. This is Carlo Butchimatsa coming on with the 8th over. Had a good start to the tournament, but was a little bit expensive yesterday. This is a big moment in the game. Oh, 6 down leg side. Will be a wide. Didn't catch any of the pad on the way through. Well, there's 3 overs left. We know that Carlo's going to bowl this one. They've got options. So Conrad Greenshields, I'm sure, will bowl the 10th, even though he went for so many early on. That was Golia that got after him. They've got the option of Mubin Tariq or Miguel Stoneman in the 9th. So I wonder who they'll choose there. They've either got a spin option and a medium pace option. It's a pretty nice looking shot, but that's well fielded by Paolo Butchimatsa, who's into the side, and a nice stop by him. Had to get down, and he did. And so the Butchimatsas combine here. It wasn't an easy stop. We've seen those miss before, so that's a nice moment for Paolo. He saves 3 for his team, but they do hustle through for the single. so far. No damage on the scoreboard to Warash this over. Oh, and this one just misses the leg stump. And this is one. Sometimes you talk about balls going down the leg side that you swear would have hit the stumps. This is probably one of them. It's just missed by a shade. Heading into the last quarter of this chase, and this is anybody's game at the moment. Remember, the Knights, they're the team that have to win to keep their finals hopes alive. And walks at this, can't get anything on it, so Krishna just gone off the boil a little bit here now. He's 23 off 22. So Carlo Butchamatsa delivering a really good over here so far. We know things can change very quickly. Can they relieve the pressure? Oh, this one, similar kind of delivery. And that's a nice bit of fielding down there by Krit Patel. As he's able to get down. And just keeps it to one. So this over has gone 1 wide 1 dot dot 1. So just 4 off it. Last ball coming up from Carlo. And if he can avoid a boundary here, he's done a very, very good job for his team. Change of striker though. It's Girish Singh who flicks this one away, and this one will go for 4. So just keeping the Knights alive as Carlo had avoided being hit to the rope, but a change of striker, change of fortune as Giri does get 4 to finish the 8th. And still very much in the balance. 8 overs down. It's 83 for 1. And there are 23 runs required off the last 2 overs. This, to me, is one of the most interesting decisions for Greenshields in the game, because he can now go to either Mobeen Tariq or Miguel Stoneman. Stoneman did bowl the 7th, so maybe you go with him because he is fresh. But then Tariq's been so good in this exact situation, taking wickets. He's been a wicket-taking machine. So I guess it's good you've got either options. And there's your answer. They are going for Miguel Stoneman in the 9th. And then the 10th, surely, I think you go with Greenshields. Stoneman, his accuracy has been his biggest weapon, but this first one just swings out and it'll be a wide. So pressure on this over for everybody concerned, because whatever you get off this over, you don't need in the last. And whatever you don't get off this over, you do need in the last. So this is the over that shapes the contest. It's Balkrishna on strike on 24. Once again in that offside channel, this is slashed away. Stop needs to be made. They are going to come back for 2. One on the arm of Junaid. And that's good running. Didn't really attack that. I think he was pretty concerned about stopping the boundary, and that was his first priority. He does that, but he does allow 2. Stoneman. Haven't seen too much of him with the ball, but when we have seen him, he's been pretty good for Warash. That's good delivery. That's full outside the off stump. And we have seen at times Jitu just give himself a little bit of room outside the leg stump and having to play this one away from his body. Well, Luke Belgium's got a comment in the chat saying the Panda fan club very unhappy. Panda has not bowled and has not batted in this game. Yeah, that's true. I mean, imagine if they send the Panda out here if they lose a wicket. Oh, Stoneman. He's been a metronome so far in this innings. And he pushed that one a little bit too wide earlier in the over. But Stoneman, his first over went 1.1, 6 dot dot. And so far this over, wide 2 dot dot. So if they avoid a boundary in these 3 balls, you feel it's a big ask to get that many. Likely off Greenshields, perhaps maybe Tariq in the last over, but I think it'll be Greenshields. This is straighter from Miguel Stoneman, but they've got protection in this area. Greenshields himself will do the fielding. Remember the Knights, it's pretty much their last chance saloon. They've got to chase these runs down, otherwise they'll be playing for pride only in that next match. Regardless of that, I'm sure it'll still be a hotly contested match, but Stoneman at the moment, he's only conceded 12 off 1.4. And once again, good delivery. Girish Singh tries to get a bit inventive and work across that one, but he can't make any contact. So far, it's been outstanding from Miguel Stoneman. In this over, he's only conceded 4, Remember, they needed 23 off the last 2 overs. At the moment, it's 19 off 7. But Girish, he did take a boundary off the last ball of Butcher Martz's over last time. Last ball of this over. Does get some bat on it. And that one should be straight down to Greenshields. He will clean up. And that was the over. We often say it all happens in the ninth, but nothing happened in the ninth for the Knights. They weren't able to get the boundary they needed. Only 5 off it, and we head into the last over of the first match of the day. The Knights have it all to do. They'll need 18 off the last. It's 88 for 1. And so, well, what I will say is that Greenshields, if he does bowl, he did concede 22 in his first over. But I would have to tell you that 16 of those were off the first half of it, off the bat of Gollier, that he then got off his very next delivery. So all to play for. 18 off and over, you need 14 in boundaries. So you probably need a 6 and 2 4s, or maybe 2 6s. Yeah, it will be Greenshields who's going to bowl. 18 required for the Knights. They've left it late. Can they pull it out of the hat? This one just beats him a bit for pace. It'll skew out onto the offside, maybe off the pad. Yeah, leg bye called. So that's the one. And now this is going to be a contest as Conrad once again gets to bowl to Jitu Balkrishna, who needs a boundary. Yeah, that'll help a little bit. Wide. Ball not really shaping. Now it's a bit older. You know, at the start of the innings, we're seeing Conrad getting a lot of outswing, but the ball just banged up a bit now as we're in the last. That one just holds its line. 16 required off 5. Gets a fair bit of bat on this, and it will be a bit of work for Stoneman. They are going to come back for 2. And they're going to get there. So at least keeps them in the contest. That was an important stop. And if you ever want to talk about fielding and its importance in the game, look no further to that. That could have been 4. In the end, it saves 2. And of course, every run at this stage is crucial. Slower ball. Maybe a bit unexpected. Well, they only trot through for 1. That surprises me because they had every chance to get through for 2. Krip Patel wasn't exactly motoring towards the ball. But maybe Jitu's saying, well, I've tried to hit a boundary and I haven't. So over to you, Gary. 13 required off the last 3. Now they really need a boundary. Wide. And almost gets in trouble there and almost flicks the pad. Would have been a dot. But yeah, it was a wide. No way, says Conrad. And I think he just sharing a moment with the umpire. So 12 off 3. Gets a fair bit of bat on this, but that's Stoneman territory. And he will be able to keep it to just 1. So the Knights, within 2 balls going out here. 6 and a 4 will tie it. 2 6s will win it. But if this ball stays inside the ballpark, then looks like the Knights, their finals hopes are going to fade away. Boundary required. And they don't get it. So we'll trot through for a single. Well, you know, I talked about in the second over, Conrad Greenshields did go for 22, but he did remove Kuldeep Gollier. That was super important because even though they haven't lost another wicket since, they haven't been able to go at the rate required. Something I identified a few overs ago. Last ball coming up of match 37. Well, it's hit straight, and they won't be too concerned about this. This will travel all the way. So Maximo to finish. But it will be the Knights that are going to come up short here in match 37. And Warish, they're going to remain undefeated. As you see, Greenshields just applauding towards the opposition bench. It was a game played in pretty good spirits. We know that it was going to be a spicy contest between these 2 teams. But in the end, it's going to be 105 to 102. Just 3 runs separating these 2 teams. It was top versus bottom. It shows you that there isn't too much between this group. But Warish, they now have a magnificent 7 victories, 7 in a row. And I just thought, even though Greenshields went for plenty in the second over, he was the man to take them home. And so it would show if he went for the 6 off the last ball, the game had been killed by then. And so congratulations to Warish, but commiseration to the Knights. That means we'll see them for the last time coming up in match 38 very, very shortly. Disappointment for them, but they do have one more opportunity to take a win out of this European Cricket Series. Let's go back to the highlights, and we see that Greenshields early, he got the treatment from Goliath, and even this one was threatening to go the journey. But Faf Stoneman, well, he quietened down the crowd with that. Almost snuck away from him, and that brought together Jitesh Kumar Balkrishna to join Giri Singh. Well, you probably have to look back at the fact that they just didn't get out, but they weren't able to score at the run rate required. As spin came into the attack and the boundary seemed to dry up as well. There were 11 balls of spin where they couldn't find a boundary. That was one that finally broke the shackles. And there was the odd one, but when you consider the rate required when they first came together was round 9 and over, they just weren't quite able to hit the boundaries with the frequency they wanted. Had a bit of a gift there with the 4 byes. That could have quite easily been bowled, but snuck past the stump, snuck past the keeper. And then this one, going for 6. It's a bit of friendly fire from Greenshields and Faf Stoneman there. But some of these stops were super important. That one from Paolo and Buchimatsa saves 3. And when you think about the fact there were only 3 runs left in this game, it was really important. And that came down to the last. And at that stage, they needed 18. They fell short in the end. There's 3 runs separate these two teams in match 37. That does mean that essentially for qualification there won't be much on match 38, but I do think there's a lot of pride on the line. And you can see that Diogo Martins comes into the lineup, the native Portuguese player, so it's always great to see him for Uerash and Coimbra Knights. Well, let's see if we see some more of the Panda, perhaps. It'll be their last game in this series. Disappointment for them. Of course, big thanks to Kirsty Redhead for her commentary in the first half of that game. I'm sure she'll be disappointed that the aspirations of the Knights are over as far as finals qualification, but I'm sure still that she's proud of the guys, because I know they have a good team spirit, and they'll be out there to win in match 38. It was Goliath. He banged them early, 24 off 9, but when he fell, it brought Girish Singh and Jitesh Kumar Balkrishna together, but they just weren't able to go at the rate required. Despite batting out the rest of the innings, they batted 8.5 overs, but they fell just short in the end. 105 to 102 in the first match of the day, with the 14 extras just assisting their cause, but ultimately they just weren't able to get the boundaries that they needed to pull off the win for the Knights and keep them alive in the tournament. Well, Greenshields, a bit of Jekyll and Hyde from him. He was expensive early, but did come back with the big win of Goliath, and ultimately he was able to close out the match. I think the spin was important. Nippo and Tariq bowling in tandem, and also Stoneman. He was really good. 13 off his 2 overs, did pick up a wicket, and Carlo Buchimatsa, he delivered when it counted as well. So a really close game to start day number 10. We'll be back very, very shortly. When we return in around about 20 minutes, I'll be here. And well, Corey Fangirl, good news for you, because Corey has arrived. And well, I'm looking forward to plenty more action here on ECN. Go away, have a cup of tea, and then come back with us, because plenty more cricket on the horizon. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal, and now it's time for the second match of the day. It's match 38 and the doubleheader will continue between the Coimbra Knights and Werash. Let's get ready for the coin toss. The two captains are out in the middle with the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming. Let's see who wins it.
Heads. Heads is called.
So it is Werash that have won the toss, and this time they've elected to bowl first. So a bit of a trend this morning with the captains. Werash, they will have to bat second in this one. Look, plenty of reasons that both these teams will want to win this match. Of course, it is their last match in the group stage. So plenty to play for. Let's get over to the commentary box as we get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss here in match 38 is that Werash have won the toss, and the hosts, they're going to have a bowl.
Breaking news from the Portugal series here. It's Panda time. Panda will be opening the batting for the Knights as well. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Welcoming into the box for the first time today, Corey Ruckers. Corey, welcome.
Good morning, Vinny.
Perfect time for you to come back as well, because it is Panda o'clock. Set your watches. He is opening up with Golia.
Well, I only come when he's batting because it's so exciting to watch. And will he be able to produce what he did at last time? There's Meds, Vinny.
Yeah, that's the other breaking story here, is that Meda is umpiring for the first time in an ECS, so good to see her out there. And I know she's very experienced at in a slightly different role. You can see that she'll be square leg for this first over. So I don't know who's looking jumpier, to be honest, at the moment. Some of the players or Meta. It's always got to be a bit nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
But she's an absolute natural. I'm sure she'll do a great job.
Yeah, good luck to her. And it's great to see a woman umpire out there for the ECN.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the first time?
No, we've had probably 4 or 5. No, that's fantastic. We have that representation. Again, she's there on merit. So,
From the World Cup final for Australia-England, they had a whole women's crew, third umpire standing on field, fourth official, match referee. So, yeah, it's great to see women also showing their announce for the game. And, yeah, great to see her out there. She's probably a little bit nervous, but good luck to her.
So here's Junaid, who is getting it to bend a bit in this series. He's going to be opening up. Will be Golia. That's facing up. And Panda, what up at the other end? Let's go. It's match 38 action from Portugal. First one, worked around the corner. Golia's going to get 4 here. It's a little bit too straight. And a boundary to start things off for the Coimbra Knights.
He hits a lot of boundaries, doesn't he, Vinny? He's a really talented batsman, just plays the ball on merit. And that's a good shot, 4 runs. And what a great way to start this game for him.
So, the Coimbra Knights just going down by 3 runs in the first game of the day. A bit frustrating, especially because they did have 9 wickets in hand, but they just couldn't quite score at the rate required. So we know that they won't be in the final 4. But still plenty to play for, and plenty of pride to play for between these two teams as well, Corey.
Yeah, do Coimbra play fighters in like a last place playoff, or is that not on the schedule?
Unfortunately not. The schedule just allows for the quarterfinals and then semis and the bronze final and final on Saturday. So this will be their last outing in the ECS this year. Here's Junaid.
And, well, that's pretty well bowled. Pushed in, and Panda what up? Well, a bit excited, as we know he can be. Backing up a little bit far there.
Yeah, when the Panda gets on strike, he's there for one reason and one reason only, to try and smack balls out of the ground. Yeah, so Kuldeep Golia is a pretty classy player, but he has just not batted long enough, often enough in this series to take the Knights to those winning scores.
That's short, wide. That'll be a 1. How's everyone in the YouTube chat been this morning?
Well, Corey Fangirl is missing you, but good that you're here now. Corey's here to answer your questions. There's been a lot of buzz about the T20 Internationals coming up.
Is there?
It's not long to go now, right? It's about 3 weeks.
Yeah, very soon. Very, very soon.
So that's a triangular series?
Yeah, triangular series. We announced the squad officially a couple of hours earlier than I realised yesterday. Yeah. That was always a bit exciting. Keanu on top of that, of course.
Lucky it matched the one that you picked.
Could you imagine? In comes Junaid. Short, pulled away. That should be another boundary. It is. 4 runs. And Golia, there's a lot to like about the way he bats.
Yeah, there is. Like I say, just had trouble going on with it. The amount of times he's been out in the power play. This one just played on length. And you can see he just works that round the corner. 4 more. Junaid just a bit loose here. He does get good movement, Junaid, but he just has a few issues with control at times.
Yep. He does sometimes go a little bit short. He'll be disappointed with that ball. But yeah, that triangular series should be exciting. 3 teams pitted against each other, obviously very close on the rankings. And a small whisper, Vinny, you might be there.
Well, working on it. So
Yeah, interesting.
Listen, I mean,
I can't. When I'm in coaching mode, it's not. We can't be.
can't be two players at once. I'll be ignoring you. Don't worry about that.
Yeah,
if
no.
I am
We're
commentating.
different. We're different. We're not colleagues. Then we're just. You're the lead commentator. I'm a head coach. So we've got to draw a barrier up.
You'll still be able to hear me because my voice carries. Goalie's got 2 boundaries here in the first 3 balls. Junaid, can he come up with a magical delivery here? It's a bit better, isn't it? And I think we've seen Junaid, when he gets it right, he's really tough to play, can get it to go late. That's one of the things, is he can actually swing the ball either way, right? So we're talking about it's almost more difficult as a batter when you see a big one swinging for a wide offside, then leg side, because you feel like there could be a ball with your name on it coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a bit fuller. That's a better length from him. It's a thick-ish, well, sort of inside edge, half of the bat, and that is flown away for 4. He didn't look like he got any piece of that, and that has gone for 4.
That's the thing with Kuldeep Golia, is that when he mishits them, they can still fly. This one, Greenshields thought he might have a hope, but in the end, the ball wins the race. I think, not risking injury there, throwing himself after that one. And another boundary, so 3 boundaries in the first over to Golia.
Yeah, amazing. Didn't think that would go for 4, but it did.
Last ball of the first coming up from Junaid Khan.
That one's a better length, and it's not an easy game for the bowlers sometimes. Miguel Stoneman, good fielding at third man. So just a single, and that takes us to the end of the first. It's 14 for none.
Well, a few questions in the chat popping up already, and most of them are to do with what your coffee count is this morning. What are you at? I know that you're away on some official business, and so have you been loading up on the coffees?
No, but we will be. I probably need a couple. Yeah. Yep, I've had 2.
2.
Sounds not bad for me.
Luke Belgium with some stats in the chat. The Panda has scored 40 runs at an average of 20 in the series. I think there's quite a few players that would probably like to have an average of 20.
It's not bad.
I suppose, stats you got to take them with a grain of salt in a series like this. I think you have to be unselfish. A lot of time, there's run-outs at the end of the innings as well, which averages aren't necessarily the best one to go by.
Miguel Stoneman's been handed a new ball. It's nice to see. Give him a chance, see if he can swing the ball.
Bowled really well. Bowled in the second half of the last game. It was super important. Only conceded 13 off his 2 overs. It was at a stage where the batters needed around 9 or 10 and over. So
here goes Meds.
Yes, so Meta. She has her first time in the hot seat. And she's just the kind of person that no matter what she tries a hand at, she normally does a very, very good job. Here's Stoneman. The first signal. There you go.
Look how strong of a wide signal that is. That is form, Vinny. Arms up.
Straight into the game.
He loves it.
It's like when someone plays the first test match and gets their first run, isn't it?
Look at the strongness of this wide signal. Like the pointing to the batsman and then the scorers. That is sensational form, Vinny.
Yeah.
Strong.
Displacing the air at her sides. Here's Miguel.
Oh, it's going to be another. Oh, yeah, strong again. And look at
There's
this.
the
Here we go.
encore.
Bang. Oh, she could go viral here, Vinny. She's good. I can't wait till she has to give a dismissal. Do you think she's going to be around with the finger up or a pointer? Like, I love it. The umpire's different.
I think even though she should take her time making a decision, if she sees an obvious one, she'll be pinging their finger up pretty quickly. That's my prediction.
Oh, well.
Oh, here we go.
Bang.
Oh, here we go. And that one is a more aggressive signal.
Bang!
Yeah.
Oh, my word. I think she's getting fed up with the bowling.
Yeah.
She wants to make a different signal.
Oh, look at this. And this is a bit aggressive.
Ready?
And here it is.
Bang.
That was
aggressive.
late entry into the series, but I'm liking it so far. See if Miguel can sort it out here. Better. And this is the thing. I think bowling with a new ball compared to with an older ball, he's getting that swing because it's only 1 over old. Whereas when he's bowling in the second half, he was able to kind of bowl it straight and bowl that offside channel. So I think that's why the first few have just gotten away from a little bit here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it gives the Swans this game a good opportunity to try people in different areas and give them a go, which is also the right thing to do.
A few people getting a bit impatient with Panda at the non-strikers end here as well.
Yeah, unbelievable.
You're one of them.
That's a nice looking shot through the offside and should be potentially cut off. No, unfortunately, it goes through Badenhorst out there, straight through his legs. Bit of a mistake and 4 runs.
Yeah, it sure is. And this is one you need to stop. Tries to get down and smother it. In the end, it finds a little pocket. Goes through the mouse hole. Look at this from Brendan. just sneaks through, grabs a bit of the back leg. He ends up in a kind of undignified pose, but it'll be a boundary to the Knights. Another one to Golia.
Nice looking shot again. He's got a chance of redemption here, Vinny. Well done.
That's where you need the crowd behind you, giving you the big Bronx cheer.
Yep.
But all you nature lovers out there, we got a panda sighting here at the top of the order. And let's see where he faces up. I mean, thought he's going to face up there for a second. He's wandering. What a story. Panda, what up? He was listed at 11 last game. Now he's opening the batting.
Oh, yeah, here we go. It's panda time. He's 1.5 meters out of his crease. Glenn McGrath sent up the top.
Get your binoculars out, everybody.
Oh, no, he's not. Panda's the greatest player I've ever seen. 6 off his first again.
There's Panda Watch. And this one has got into his natural habitat. He's a specialist. And this first one, he goes walkabout. Miguel aims it straight at his bat. And Snowman was not looking at where that one landed. Maximo pandemonium here in match 38.
Look, I don't mean this in any disrespectful way, but I've never seen a number 11 be better at coming out and hitting a few big sixes first ball.
Could have used some of that last game. They fell 3 runs short despite leaving 9 wickets in hand.
You just don't know if it's the best cricket shot you've ever seen or the worst cricket shot. Oh, he doesn't get that one out the screws as much. Greenshields, oh, great effort from Greenshields. Lots of energy from the skip.
What I will say is I'm amazed at how many balls are being bowled to the Panda right where he wants it. Like, just going to have a real brainwave here, falling at the stumps.
Yep.
Because a lot of these balls are just off a length, and he's just swinging to the leg side. He will play the same shot. It does not matter where the ball is. Anyway, right now this is Golia.
Oh, it's a nice looking shot as well as he plays the swivel pull shot. No man out there. It goes for 4 and the over blows out to 19 off.
And so this is where Golia last time, this is where he got out. They had a bright start last time as well, but when he departed, the rate dipped and they weren't ultimately able to get over the line. End of 2 overs now. It's 33 for no loss.
Oh, because we're talking about umpires, why is it called umpire and not referee?
I don't know what the history
You don't
of
know.
it is.
You know, you're pretty
Well,
switched on, I
referee's a
think.
pretty recent thing in cricket, so the referee is kind of the
Match referee.
the match referee.
But like in other sports, it's called referee.
Some
in football.
sports it's called umpire, some it's called referee.
Why?
Have a look at the table, 7-0, Ware Rush. They're going for a perfect 8 in the group stage. If you know that, or if you have Googling powers, put it in the chat. We'd like to know.
Yeah, I don't know.
So maybe it's something to do with the fact that umpires, they act as an umpire, although you could also say that from referees in football, right?
Oh, Panda. Well, Junaid thinking, I'm not going to put anything in your natural habitat. Gets that one through the chest height, and I don't think he wants a bit of that.
Panda will have a bat sponsorship before too long as well. That's a prediction I'm going to make.
What, the big Panda logo?
Yeah, I think so. He'll probably have his own
Kung Fu
own
Panda.
stickers.
He could get Kung Fu in his bat.
All right. How long is the Panda show going to be around for? Here he is again, facing Junaid Khan.
Oh, he just gets his bat down on that. Good shot.
It was well played. That's one I thought he might struggle with. It was falling at the stumps, but he plays it nicely and gets one.
Who do you think's told the Panda to bat 1.5 meters outside of his crease?
I think that some pandas aren't trainable. They'll do whatever they want. If I know that from my zoologist friends. So the Panda is that's where he wants to set up shop.
Who's your zoologist friend?
Carmen?
Oh, nice. Carmen who?
Electra. It's a fairly common name, actually.
Did you just say that? Oh,
That's not really.
I was a big fan.
Carmen Santiago. This next ball from Junaid.
Oh, well bowled, Junaid. Full up, beating the bat.
These two have batted together before. I think last time Panda lasted longer than Golia. So certainly liking the intent from the Knights. They're trying to win this game.
Did you see Pat Cummins in the IPL yesterday?
I saw what he did.
What a man.
Yeah. I mean, was it 14 balls?
Yeah, something crazy.
He took to Daniel Sams, I think, didn't he? Quarter way through this innings. A few people thinking that someone should pick up the Panda as one of their ECL wildcards.
Yeah, nice looking shot into the offside. Panda takes off straight away, and Ben Horse very calmly passes it back to the keeper. So what was the answer? Do you have an answer for us with the umpire and referee?
I am. The Mad Nomad says the umpire settles disputes the mediators could not. A referee is the person players refer to for ensuring maintenance of quality. But all these are just lots of ways of describing the same thing. I just think it comes down to that in some sports they used to calling it one thing, and some sports they used to calling it another. But essentially it's the same thing. It's to make decisions with regards to matters of judgment in sport. I've got to tell you about baseball umpires. They used to really get treated well back in the late 19th century. I'll tell you in a second, but you would like this actually. Here's Junaid.
Oh, high in the air. Gets enough bat on that. And it spins. Well, that's pretty rough on the man out there, Diego Martins. To be fair, he couldn't do much about that, Vinny. That spun a lot.
Well, Shane Warne would have been proud of this one. Have a look at this. Into the rough. Diogo, the native Portuguese player.
Oh.
He thinks he's in the right line. Well, he was sorely mistaken. There's that one. Does get to the boundary. And a rare 4 from the Panda. I actually think he's hit more 5s than 4s before that. But that one does sneak away off the top edge. He's a dozen.
Yep, he's going on, and the score's now 39. Last ball of the power play. Can they get one more boundary?
Junaid's gone for 20 here. He just has one more ball in his spell.
Oh, enough bat on that from the Panda as well. He's good at just getting enough on it. They'll scamper through for a single, and at the end of 3, it's 40 for none.
Yeah, and Panda will retain the strike. He moves to 13. Yeah, baseball umpires in the old days, they used to sit a long way behind home plate, and they would have a chair, and there'd be people bringing them food and drinks and everything. So that I could see you being a baseball umpire in the late 1800s.
If they had chairs for square leg umpires, and you know how you play club cricket and you umpire your own game, I'd be out there.
And if they were bringing you coffees every so often.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not an easy job, but it's an important job. I think we know that.
Is that the worst role in club cricket, when you get out early and then you get forced to go umpire at square leg for 35 overs? Could it get any worse than that?
Yeah, probably not. I mean, that's the thing, especially after watching. And I suppose sometimes it takes the focus off the fact you might have failed with the bat.
Yep.
I haven't played too many games where we've just had one umpire. I know lower levels it does happen. Here's Nippo in over number 4.
Oh, what a shot from the Panda. And nice ball. And he gets a bonus for, well, I think everyone's on a bit of Panda watch at the moment because they want him to make runs, Vinny.
Well, Panda is making bamboo while the sun shines here. And look at that. Almost takes out Tyrone. He can't get it. That one took a little bit of a tortuga on the second bounce as well. Good footwork, though. He gets back deep in his crease. Nippo's not an easy ball to get after, but he gets 4.
If Panda makes a 50, I will commentate non-stop for 48 hours on my own.
Missing.
Oh! Meds gives her first ever LBW, and I think that was hitting.
Yep. The reason I said that is because I probably wanted Panda to keep batting, but let's have a look.
That's straight, and that's a great decision from Meds on debut. Look at this. Left arm off spin, straightens, hits him on the back pad. That is out. 3 red lights. Well done, Meta.
Really good decision. Really good decision. You're right. It just does straighten down the line. You see... Yeah. And so that's not missing at all. And so I was wishful thinking. Nippo.
She goes with the left hand.
Yeah, left-handed. So
Whoa.
now we know that as well. But I think it is a good decision. But still, how about that for an opening partnership? 44 for 1 now. As the Panda, he's going to have to go. And it was a pretty exciting innings. You wouldn't expect anything less. 17 off 8. He strikes 1 Maximo and 2 4s. And I think, is going to be Ankesh Kumar come out number 3. But yeah, Mita, she was tested for the first time, and I think she gets that one spot on.
Well, I'm just interested with the left-handed dismissal. I thought she's a righty. She's throwing me there. Nippo to continue. Oh, pushed into the leg side. And well, no, good on her. I mean, you've got to be a bit nervous your first game. That was a big appeal. And Nippo, when he appeals, he appeals. So kept her composure, and a good decision.
Yeah, for sure. And now, hello to Egan, who's in the chat for the first time. Hello, Egan. Nice to see you.
Hello, Maya. I'm back.
Yep. Corey's back.
Missed ya.
Oh, that could be out as well.
Oh, yeah, that's 2. And Meds gives this one now. If it hit the pad first, that was pretty straight.
I think this is pad first. Immediately, it's what I thought. Does get the bat, but I think, look, there, I reckon
pad
that's
first.
out.
Yeah, I agree. That's brave umpiring. She's given another one. I like it. That was pad first for me.
We'll slow this down and see what it hits first. See, look.
Yeah.
I think it's pad first.
It's pad first. I guarantee you I've seen enough cricket to know that's pad first. So that's plum.
Yeah, it just had that look to it, didn't it?
Pad bat. Pad bat. Good umpiring. She's all over it, Vinny. Great call again. Not many umpires would be brave enough to give it out, but that is out.
Yeah, that's exactly right. She's 2 for 2 as far as I'm concerned. And so that's 2 wickets, and unfortunately for Ankesh Kumar. And he'll have to be out there with a new player as Mohammad Zaman is coming in number 4. So
I like that.
they get Panda and then they get Golia LBW here in the 4th over. Good bowling by Nippo.
Yeah, good umpiring, more importantly. I love the left finger. But yeah, that was a great decision in the end. Pad first, brave. Here we go. 2 to go in the 4th. Oh, it's pushed into the offside. They've got to run hard here. KP, he doesn't go to the bottom shelf, lets it fly through his legs, and there's Janae Khan to do the mopping up.
So you talked about they're waiting for a decision, and then she gets 2 big ones in this over. I think she gets both of them absolutely spot on.
Yeah, Egan Stephen Dantis. It is Meds out there. Project manager, turned umpire. She's doing a good job so far. It's Nepo. Oh, he was... Well, Nepo, you got to love his energy sometimes. He was already appealing.
Well, he bowled it from so far back. He had time to start appealing well before the ball reached the batter. Anyway, it is the end of the over. And at the end of 4, it's 46 for 2. Love what I'm seeing now. And very, very warm welcome to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. As not often you can do the fielding on the floor. It is finished down to here, Mr. Maximo, once again. And welcoming to the commentary box, Corey Ruckers. Corey, welcome. And look, we talked a lot about this series and the fact that the Coimbra Knights, they need to win both games. Unfortunately, they are out of the tournament as far as the finals gone, but still a lot to play for in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. You're playing for a bit of pride and all your supporters out there, and I'm sure they want to get a win. And they've been a pretty good team. It's surprising that they're going out early.
And that run rate's actually super. I think they're 1 and 6, and then that run rates is about minus 1.3 or so. So it just shows you that actually they've had so many close games. It's just the way it goes sometimes.
What's your thoughts on the knitted sweater like you? I just thought dressed like a pair day.
Yeah, a little bit. I've gone a little bit colourful with the vest, and I think you're looking pretty good as well. Kind of Portuguese colour with a bit of red. This one's down leg side, and it's Carlo Butchimatsa who'll be bowling. So plenty of interesting characters in this game. And here's Carlo, who's one of them. The other thing is the team changes. Diogo Martins is into the lineup. Native Portuguese player. Let's see if he gets a bowl at some point.
Yeah, fingers crossed. And, Butchimatsa, his opportunity now. And, Graham Holmes jumping in there and saying good umpiring. So good to see the support from the ECN fan base as he comes in again. And that's a play and miss outside off stump. Good hands from the keeper there. That's Path Junjat. He's been pretty handy behind the stumps.
Yeah, he's a good keeper. Carlo getting his opportunity to play in the ECS this time around. And he bowled a really good over in the last game as well. Kept things tight. They didn't have too many to play with, Werash, but they have shown they can defend those kind of middle-of-the-road scores.
Another dot ball outside off. It's good bowling. There's enough to like about it. Puts on a good length and gets a little bit of purchase.
Yeah, gets a little bit. And so, Carlo Butchimatsa looks a bit like a character out of Guess Who, I think. Sometimes there's one guy.
Does he have a beard?
Yeah.
Is he have a bald head?
I'm going to go with Richard. If someone can look up the Guess Who characters, I think that he's... I'm going to look him up and I'll get back to you on that one. Talk about all the characters we have.
That's pretty good from you. Richard.
Might be wrong.
Well, that's full straight, but clobbered into the leg side. The low full toss goes all the way. 6 runs and a nice shot from Zaman.
Yeah, nice shot. Nice to see Mohammad Zaman getting an opportunity. He's up here at number 4. Yeah, whacks this one away. It was a low full toss. Not the easiest ball to hit sometimes. Takes off stump. And he does get plenty of that one.
Yeah, nice shot and 6 runs. And here he comes again. Can he hit that pitch on a good length? It's a little bit too leg side-ish though, but he's going to get a wicket and it's caught. Well, what a special moment that is for his compatriot Diogo Martins, the natural-born Portuguese with a safe catch.
Go, 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 Diogo! And, well, it is a bit of a Portuguese connection here. He's round the corner. And he actually judges that one perfectly. Good technique as well. He holds it up.
How's the celebration?
Yeah, didn't know what to do there, but he was quick to be congratulated. So a 3rd wicket down. Zaman Goes 6 and out. It's a wicket to Carlo Butchermatza. But what a nice moment for the native Portuguese player, Diogo Martins, who has no real background in cricket. He's just picked the game up over the last couple of years. Played a lot in the social team for Oerash, but he gets his opportunity in the first 11 here and takes a very good catch.
Yeah, well done to him. Very good catch, and well, he'll feel really good about that. And well, the Swans keep doing what they're doing and taking wickets at the right time.
So, nice bit of work from Oerash to take another wicket. That's 3 down now. This innings at a bit of a crossroads. They were flying, weren't they? Where the openers going.
There's Madge jogging through the other side. She's all over it, Vinny. She's natural.
Yeah. I can only say good things so far. She had two decisions to make, and I think she got both of them exactly right.
Oh, play and miss outside the off stump. Good bowling.
Here we go. Richard, there you go. If anyone wants to look up Richard of Guess Who.
Yeah,
there you go.
great
Corey.
shout from you. Sensational shout from you.
I don't think we'll be able to get up on the screen, but I think
that's one of your better
deep
shouts.
In my subconscious. Richard of Guess Who.
Is there any other names on there that we've seen before?
Could be.
Oh, that might, no, it probably just got low enough. I don't know. Might have been a no ball. Let's have a look.
I think it's okay.
Yeah, just okay. Looked like it was just dipping. I thought it was going to be a no ball, but good decision again. Just under the waist height. Yeah.
I've scared myself that I remembered that. I haven't played a lot of Guess Who. The one it is high there, but I think when it reaches him, it just has come down enough. End of the over as well. Halfway through this first innings of match 38, Coimbra Knights, after being sent in by Oerash skipper Conrad Greenshields, they are 54 for 3.
Yep, 54 for 3. And just seeing in the chat, Liam Day, yeah, thanks for the compliment, and I hope you enjoy following Spanish cricket next bit. Yeah, it was difficult, obviously. It's never easy making those sort of decisions because there is that much talent now and it's grown so quickly. You have to let some people down, which isn't ideal, but that is life. And yeah, pretty excited to see the new boys mix with the old boys. We'll see how we go as Nepo bowls a pretty full ball. And there could be a run-out chance if KP's quick enough, but quick isn't in his name, and that's a dot ball.
So that one will be one that isn't scored off as Nippo gets the second over. Means that meter gets put under the microscope again. Someone like Nippo, you feel like there could be a few shouts of LB. There are a couple in that first over.
Oh, high in the air. Nepo's looking at the fielder, and it's going to land safely. Should be just one. They thought about a second, but not there.
Mobeen cleans up. And he's bowled really well in this series. And so Nippo just directing his field and making some subtle adjustments, I think.
Question from Hawkmoon. Is it finals tomorrow, Vinny?
Yeah, so tomorrow, we'll show the format a bit later in the day, but tomorrow's quarterfinals. So basically, the team that finishes top, so it looks like Oerash, top of Group B, they will play...
Fourth.
Yeah, they'll play Indian Royals, which were fourth in the other group.
Yep.
First plays fourth and second plays third in the quarterfinals, and the winners go through to finals on Saturday. We'll have 2 semi-finals and then a bronze and the big final. So
it's just a knockout format with 8 teams.
It's sudden death, essentially.
I like that.
From tomorrow, yeah.
Do you think it's an advantage that the Group A have now had a week off to relax, or these teams have more momentum playing?
Pros and cons, I think. I mean, obviously you get the rest, but you're a bit out of touch.
Yep.
Some of these teams probably a little bit tired, so it can work both ways. Probably evens out.
Yeah, fair enough. Nepo, full swatted hard by Cambodge. He's a really good player. 6 runs.
Yeah, and so this is some of the hitting that, for example, in the last game, they just didn't get it to the crease. He goes super deep in his crease there, and he's able to get under that. That's almost Yorker length if he's batting kind of on his crease, but yeah, when he whacks it out of the ground for a Maximo. Good shot.
Yeah, he's been very, very good, Cambodge, throughout this tournament, and good to see him continuing on. He goes again, leg side. He gets a big piece of that, but that might be 1 bounce 4. It looks like Junaid Khan was signalling 4. We'll have to double check. Vinny, that was 4 for me. What do you think?
I honestly didn't see it. I saw a puff of dust around the rope. We'll have a look at it here. Slow it down as much as we can. Great camera work, guys. That one, I think.
4.
I think it's 4, yeah. That puff is just inside, so I think it will be 4. Yeah, you can see the field also pretty quick to signal it. Good eyes by you, Corey.
Yep, they're still working as Nepo comes in for the last ball of the over. No, he doesn't. Put the knuckles on him straight on. He bounces the ball down. Oh, there's the dead ball signal from Meds. She's all over it, Vin. She's an absolute natural. Oh, and that's going to be third LB dubs, and that was out as well. Well, sometimes when you come out to umpire, you're thinking, will I make a decision? She's made 3, and that was out as well.
Have a sore finger. She's had to lift it again. This one did seem to catch him quite a lot in front. Have a look.
Yeah.
That's out. That's hit him in line. That's going on to hit. And so, yep, it's the finger of death from Mita. Well, she's got 3. Nippo's got 3. And now that's a 4th wicket for the Knights.
Yeah.
Up to 6 overs. They're 66 for 4.
Part of the ball definitely hitting him on the pad in line with off stump and then going in. And look at Nippo's absolutely wrapped and met. Well, it's absolutely brilliant.
She doesn't stick around and talk to the bowler after wickets as well. She's immediately off. She said, it's out and I'm out of here. So, clickety-click 66. And Nippo, he didn't get the reward of wickets last game, but he certainly has in this one. His 2 overs, he takes 3 for 18.
She's getting nicknames in the chat. The Finger of Doom. What about the left-handed bandit? I love it. Who would have thought in your first game you get 3 LBWs in a T10?
And in the first 3 overs as well. Never mind that.
Yeah, well said, as that's pushed. Oh, it's a tight one. And Bukamatsu respectfully lets them get there.
Fair enough. And so, it's, we'll just kind of throw this innings into chaos a little bit, those 3 LBWs. Can they put something together? This is Balwinder Singh, bowled very well this morning. Let's see if you can do something with the bat here. Takalo Butchamatsa.
Nice looking shot that, straight. And just the 1 run.
So where are these boundaries going to come from? I know that Kamboj, that looked like a good matchup for him, but he just played all around. One from Nippo. He became the 3rd LBW.
Oh, there's a good one. Hawkmoon reckons we call it left before wicket. That's not bad.
Or LBW for short.
Oh, it's a lucky, lucky edge. He goes for a pretty loose sweep shot, but he gets an edge on it, and it goes for fortune. Sometimes favours the brave.
Yeah, it does. And it's just kind of a waft across the line. You can see skews up off the edge.
What's he appealing for, Vin?
Yeah, maybe just thought that hit the pad, but I think it's pretty clear to me. And even if it did hit the pad, I think it was a very good shout. But yeah, that's straight off the edge of Kumar, who gets 4. Streaky one.
Richard coming back in.
We should have guessed who.
Oh, high in the air. Does he have enough legs on it? No. Conrad Greenshields takes a simple catch. Another wicket for Bukamatsa. And the Knights, well, they're crumbling here.
Yeah, unfortunate as Kumar tries to lift this one out of the ground, but it's towards the bottom of the bat. Greenshields just does not drop too many catches at all. And so it will be yet another wicket now. The Knights have lost 5, and it's 72 for 5.
So I wanted to ask you, Vinny, yesterday evening,
Yeah.
how did Toby from Cricket District go on the mic?
He was brilliant.
Really?
And I knew he would be.
I checked the numbers, the viewer numbers. The spike dropped.
No, that certainly wouldn't happen with Toby out here.
Oddly enough, it really did.
No, that's fake news from you as well. I know you get a bit insecure when I get people sitting in
Just
for you.
stamping my authority, Vinny. I don't want anyone taking the hot seat.
No, Toby did fantastically well. And I also had Michael Boosley in.
Back again.
Yeah, and this morning had Kirsty Redhead. It was nice to get a female
she's
voice
lovely,
in.
Kirsty.
She is brilliant. And she was not happy that you rated her cake 7 out of 10. I'll tell you that much the other day.
Get 'em.
First one is going to get through the legs of Janjat. Just gets up a little bit early here. And this is Narayan is out there now.
Oh, no.
And hello, wake up. You might get a second. So it was missed on the way in and missed on the way out.
Yep, that's a poor throw from Nepo. No need to do that. But yeah, 3 runs. You can see here, missed by the keeper. And no, the ball's not in your hands. And then Nepo decides to absolutely try ping it in and throws it straight on a half volley, which is missed by the keeper, missed by the bowler, an extra run. Full toss. Well, he's edged it. Where's it gone? High in the air. And, well, it's down. Nepo, I think he didn't read it too well either.
No, it was in the air a long time, but I don't think anyone really had an idea about where this one went. You see,
Yeah, he just...
Nepo sees it late, but I think if he goes earlier, he gets there.
I think everybody thought it had just been hit to the leg side. And no, it had gone straight up. That takes us to the end of the 7th. It's 75-5. And, well, this is where we're going soon. We're in Capella next week. We leave on Sunday. Looking forward to that. That's my home country. And then I'm off for a little bit. What are you taking us through after that, Vinny?
Well, we're going to Bulgaria and Romania. And the end of that Romanian series, that coincides with the T20 International Tri-Series that we'll be showing as well. And then
we've got 4 weeks in Sweden, 2 in Malmö in South and 2 in Stockholm. So
I've never been to Sweden.
that's, well,
Hint,
if you
hint.
if you weren't so busy with things, maybe I would have invited you. But
Oh, yeah.
I will be taking Malmö off. Andrew Ryan will be with Rico for
Oh,
that series,
very nice.
which I think will be nice. And then Stockholm, I'll be back for that one in the nation's capital. We'll get to see teams like LB Zalmi,
Brilliant.
amongst others.
And here we go. Diego Martins, well, born and bred in Portugal, left arm slow, but what he does well is he keeps it nice and straight.
Yeah, so let's see if Diogo can get another wicket. He got one the other day. This is a great opportunity for him. He's bowling the 8th over.
Unfortunately, just a little bit too wide and signalled wide. Good umpiring.
Yeah, so had to make a few decisions here. Oh, I think he's got everything correct so far. Made up. Diogo. Yeah, it's just his accuracy. That's the thing he's been working on. He's just getting some little bit of reverse swing here. A little reverse drift out.
Yeah.
And,
Reverse swing is being polite. I'd say reverse drift.
yeah, drift is good. So I do like he's getting outside the off stump, but he just has to pull it back a little bit. Length's good.
He's going to get a wicket here. You just feel they'll sky one.
That's good.
That's well bowled.
That's like in baseball when you take a pitch. He's
What?
taking all the way there. He thought that was going to drift out. It didn't. So it stays inside. It's the earliest leave. He'd left that by the time the ball was about a third down the pitch.
Oh, he could have absolutely hit that.
Yeah.
All just on. Yeah.
Just on the pitch, so wide called.
So just losing it here a little bit. Maybe go cross seam. Stop that ball maybe sliding across. Yeah, it's keeping his smile on his face. That's what matters.
Just needs to get it right once. Still got 5 to go. Thumbs up. Say don't worry. Skip up. I've got this covered. Diogo.
There we go. Hit hard. That should be down to green. Shields at mid-on. And just the single.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, a lot of people always interested when we get native European players playing. Of course, Pebble Florent was probably the most
Pioneer.
famous one early in ECN adventure. But we have seen quite a few since then. We've seen quite a lot of young European talent, native European talent around, particularly when we were in Croatia for that series.
Oh, well bowled. Oh, just called a wide. Tough.
Yeah, it's touch and
Probably.
go. Probably get some of the line the way through. And look, thumbs up from Diogo. That's very supportive.
Yeah, it's the right call.
Yeah, he's getting good movement away.
He's going to get a wicket here. They'll sky one. That one.
Yeah, that's well bowled. That's really
It's
well
actually
bowled.
hard to hit that. If you get that right and you're trying to hit it over like square for
I think
6.
hitting over the onside isn't a great idea. It's just really hard to time up. And yeah, very interesting scenes here in match 38 so far.
I have a feeling he might do something crazy here. So you're right, Vinny. Hits it over the offside this time, and that's a better shot. That's a better option. 4 runs.
Yeah, I just think that hitting across it when there's no pace on the ball, there's a lot more that can go wrong with your timing. But this is more of a correct shot selection, and so he does get away from the fielder and gets 4. The more that Diogo bowls in pressure situations like this, then I think the better he'll be as a bowler and better at handling the pressure. It's one thing to practice. It's completely different when you get out there in a game situation. So I think it's really important.
Oh, gee, that was so close to leg stump, but
He's
yeah,
a
it
wide.
has to be called a wide.
Yeah,
Gee, it was so close, but anything down leg is a wide.
that's true. He misses out on this. I thought maybe it grabbed some of
Look at
the
it come
pad, but
back.
it didn't. Good take.
Yeah, good take.
All right, couple more. Let's see if we can get a wicket here. Diogo.
Oh, well, are we going up to the limited review system?
Don't think so.
No.
He stays at home there. Well, he's had plenty of balls to practice this over, Diogo, but he's got some good ones. A real mixed bag. You'd expect that. Last ball the over.
Oh, why'd you say it, Vinny? Why'd you say it?
I reckon
Why'd you
Diogo's
say
good
it?
enough to get through my last ball the over curse. Not the worst over, though, at the moment. It's gone for 11.
No.
Can he grab a wicket here? And will he get the 10th? That's the other question.
What I like, he's still got that big smile on his face.
He loves playing cricket.
Yeah,
That's
good
the
on him.
thing. I mean, there's no right he should be playing cricket with his history, but here he is on the big stage. This one will be a wide.
Why'd you say it, Vinny?
That's all right. Last ball the over coming up. He's going to be fine here. I'm going to call it. I think the last ball's going to be a wicket. I think it's going to get skied. No disrespect to Balwinder. He's had a pretty good morning. But I think he's going for this.
Yeah. Somewhat.
I think he's going to go hard at it. He's eyeing off that leg side, see?
Oh, he's towed it completely. Oh, good fielding from Diego. That does bring an end to the over. 86 for 5 after 8.
Took 11 off the over. That's not the worst over at all. And so, yeah, let's see if he gets another one in the 10th as we'll head into the 9th over coming up. And just noticed that Greenshields taking the opportunity to have a bit of a break. He's not bowling this game.
Looking after that old body, isn't he?
Yeah, well, it's certainly...
Oh, the worm's going the right way, Vinny.
Worm's going up. If you...
Does it ever go down?
It doesn't. You can flatline. I know that you're a big fan of the heart rate monitor.
I almost flatlined before.
I tell you what, I will give you the email of the people to email, and you can...
Please do.
And you can say you want the heart rate. It is a good graph, the heart rate.
Yeah, it is. It's actually underused. What's
Right.
another graph out there that the viewers might want?
Yeah, let us know.
Big KP. Finally. Nice ball.
That's all right.
Yeah, that's not bad. He bowled quite a bit last year.
Yeah, this is just one down to Greenshields.
Yeah, what's something in the viewer chat? What would you like to see us put up on the screen every now and then? Maybe Corey's coffee count.
Corey's coffee count. Well, that would only be going up as well. It'd be like the worm.
Maybe we could put up a colour coordination thing for you just to get some tips on what to wear the next
every day of the year. What colour I've worn. You can have in the...
Oh.
All right, KP.
KP bowling it full straight. Diego. Oh, he trips and saves it with his feet. They're good in the football Portuguese.
Diego's had a nice opportunity to get involved in the game here. To take that good catch, and he's also bowled an over. Let's see if he comes back and bowls the last.
Yeah, I'm not too sure they will. Maybe time constraints and things like that. KP again. Oh, he's unlucky this time. The old French cut, one of the safest shots you can play in cricket. 4 runs.
Yeah, seen a couple of those this morning. And this is just pace on the ball from KP.
If you're an eagle-eyed viewer, Vinny, there's something important coming here. Keep looking at the top of your screen. Keep looking. Keep looking. There's lunch being whirled over. Oh,
you are really on this.
Oh, here it comes. Oh, yeah.
Lunch has been prepared.
Me. Well, I'm off.
Very good spot.
Always know when the food's coming, Vinny. I am. KP again. Full straight. Hit over his head. Goes for a little jump. He's not going to stop that. No one's going to stop that.
Oh.
Well, scorers aren't going to stop that.
That's hit the cube, I think.
Is it okay?
That's bounced off the cube. Now look at this. Actually gets a fair piece of this, does Narayan. And then, yeah, smacking into the cube. Let's have a look. Cube watch.
Ooh,
bang.
That's a strong cube.
Yeah, that ball's almost bounced back to the pitch.
Is the ball okay?
Have to find out.
And this time, inside edge onto the leg, so they'll get through for a single. Reynolds come in with the first suggestion as they jog through for an overthrow. And a bit sloppy today from the Swans in this one. And they could go
Who
with
wants another one? Uh-oh. Well, let's just say there's a disagreement on whether there's a third there.
Oh, now go. Reynolds suggested, what about batting and bowling stats?
Yeah, true. That's something we could try and do a bit more of. Hawkmoons, I like the viewing rating depending on who is commentating that graph.
What's that? Sorry?
As in the viewer numbers compared on who's commentating. How do you think you go with that? As we get to the end of the 9th over, the score is 99 for 5.
It's always good to get critiqued and maybe listen to suggestions from the viewers. I'm open to it.
You have been good with that this time.
I've opened up.
I mean, you had a fairly childish reaction to the first negative comment. Probably the only negative comment you've had. But then you won over Para Pereira.
Yeah, he messages me still saying PSL buddy. As
right.
That's a great shot. He got every piece of that. 6 runs.
Yeah, big Maximo. And so it's last overtime. And yeah, this one over the leg side. And so this is Mabeen Tariq, who's coming in for what'll be his only over of this game. Doesn't often get the treatment, but Malvinda got plenty of that. Takes them past the 100 now.
Oh, that's another big slog, Sweppers. That's 6 more, so 6-6. Pick up sticks. And the Swans, well, this is a perfect last over for them so far.
Yeah, so they take 12 off the first 2. It's a challenge kind of delivery. It's a good shot because he had to go reach for it. Had to get that exactly right. No margin for error. Balvinda bombs twice.
Can't get a third 6 in a row. Half a chance there. They might double back for 2. They could probably try and go. He wanted the strike. Watch out if there's a fumble. No.
Probably, I mean, he's got the hot hand, so I can see it both ways there. If he can get back, and he'll be on strike. But again, they don't really want to lose a wicket and have a new batter at this stage, I don't think. So Narayan gets his turn.
Well bowled. Slowed that one up. Just the one.
And it's faff out there. So a couple to come here. Looks like it'll be something around the 115 to 120 required. See Mohammed, he's eyeing off that leg side. He's trying to work out where those fielders are.
Bowled him. Well, you can see he just slowed it up, gave him no pace to work with. And pretty clever bowling that time from Tariq. He gets himself another wicket in this competition.
Yeah, he's been racking them up. I know he's got a bit of treatment so far in this over. This one, look at the side spin here. He spins it left to right, out of the fingers, and it turns significantly, crashes into middle stump. So Tariq, he'll take the wicket. See here, the stumps end up a bit of a mess. So Balminder not able to time that up. Right smile for him. He won a couple of battles, but it's Tariq that wins the war. And with 1 ball remaining now, it's 113 for 6.
Yeah, still a good score, 113. It'll be good to see how the Swans go about trying to chase this down.
Okay, last ball coming up. Let's see if they can get something off the last.
Quicker ball, cut away. That'll be 4, so it's a nice way to finish. And that's a great shot by Singh. So they're going to end up with 117, a more than competitive total, Vinny. And be looking to see who the Swans sort of bat in that top order to try to chase this down.
Yeah, in the end, they do get that 4 off the last ball. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting chase. 118. And I think it's actually Balkrishna that comes out and whacks the last ball for 4. So yeah, 117 on the board. The Knights, we know that they're no longer in contention for that quarterfinals place, but still, they'll want to finish their campaign with a win because they've been the bridesmaid too often in this series, and they've lost a couple of close ones. But early on, it was Golia and the Panda show here in match 38 as Warish won the toss and decided that it was the Knights that would have to bat first.
Yeah, so it might be a dead rubber, but nothing dead rubberish about that. Meta, she's the umpire today in her first ever game, so good luck to her. And well, at the start, there was a couple of fumbles in the outfield from the Swans, and Panda What Up was like, well, if I'm going to open the innings again, I'm going to have some fun. And he hit his first ball for 6 again. And really special and real fun moments to watch that with all our viewers online. That was a bit of a lucky bounce that went past Diego Mann, so they got another 4. And Panda had a little bit of luck there with some more spin, so he had a lot of luck early with the 4s. Unfortunately, it ran out here, hit on the back leg by Nepo. That was one of 3 LBWs about to be given. That was Plum. This one struck the pad first, halfway up in line. That was Plum as well. You can see how happy Nepo was. That one wasn't Plum because it was straight off the middle of the bat. Nepo a little bit too excited that time, and you can't discredit his energy. That was a nice shot over the leg side for 6. Low full toss, still got to put it away though, not always easy to do. And then this was a nice catch by Diego Mans, the natural-born Portuguese player. Pretty happy with his catch there, and we got to see him with the ball a little bit later. Nepo came back and said, well, I wouldn't mind one more LBW, so he got another one trapped, and that was Cambodge gone, and that was the really big wicket. And at the end, there was a couple of lucky shots, a few edges away, and you got to make your own luck. That was Ankush Kumar before he was caught by Green Shields down there at long on. And Bukamatsa, well, he deserved a little bit more luck. He had a bit of hard luck with the ball, some sloppy fielding, and you can see here this poor throw as well gave them an extra run. Never happy if you're the bowler and you see the ball being thrown around like that. But Diego Mans put his thumbs up. He was excited. He got his chance with the ball. Unfortunately today couldn't get any rhythm or get his line up. And in the last over there was a couple of 6s right at the back end of Mabeen Tariq. This just helped get the score up to something more than competitive. Tariq got 1 wicket for his troubles, and that brought us to the end of the innings. So pretty exciting innings overall. And well, here's Meds. This was the highlight. Left arm round. Here's the dance move. Dead ball. Here's the wide signal. Strong. She was all over it. I think she's the star of the show. And she might be on track for Woman of the Match. Anyway, let's have a look at the scorecards here. And we'll start with the batting scorecard. And, well, everyone chipping in, really. 23-17 to the openers. Kuldeep, Golia and Panda What Up, and then a couple of pairs of 7s, then a 12 for Cambodge, 19 for Singh, and a 14 for Narayan. A 4 off the last ball for Balkrishna, and 14 extras. They all that together, a proper team effort, takes them up to 117 for 6. Let's have a quick look at the bowling scorecard now and see how that fared. And Shared around by the Green Shields, the Swans captain this time. Miguel Stoneman got 1. Nepo, he was the man of the hour, 3 for 18. 3 LB Douches, well done to him. Carlo Bukamatsa, 2 for 15. And everyone else copping a little bit of tap overall, so not too much to report about. But 117 for 6, pretty good score. And it'll be interesting to see if the Swans decide to change their batting line-up and give other people a go in the chase. That does bring us to the halfway stage. 118 required off 10 overs. Join us back in 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to Card Tax Show Portugal. Sorry about that. I was having a nice little chat with Vinny Sandu, my co-commentator, and then the air came back on quickly. So, welcome back, everybody. I hope you're doing well out there and ready for this let's get a bit of composure in the box. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Portugal Card Tax Show. We're at the halfway stage in this T10 match between the Coimbra Knights and the Swans from Werris. And looking forward to this one because it's 118 to win against a really, really good batting lineup. So let's have a look how they apply themselves. We think they might make some changes to the lineup. And yeah, look at that. That's Junaid Khan. He's opening the batting. Wow, that's different. And he's there with big man KP. I tell you, that bat, if you don't want to lean on that too hard, that could snap. KP gives it an absolute wallop. And his real name, Krup Patel. Good luck to him. So 118, and you can see definitely a change in the batting lineup. I think the Swans have thought, well, we're already through. This is a little bit of a dead rubber. Why not we give some people a go and get more batsmen in form? I like that. It is a team game at the end of the day. Welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via FanCode and everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. Hope you're all doing well and you're ready for this second half of this T10 fixture. It's our last day of group games, and then it's Finals Friday tomorrow, Peacock Friday. Always a very fun day for everyone involved. Junaid Khan facing up. Singh to bowl. First ball. Oh, right arm round with a lot of swing across the batsman. I think that shocked Junaid a little bit. Wasn't expecting it to go that far. He leaves it outside off, so dot ball to start. That's another dot ball. Well bowled. Big swing. No ding right across the batsman. A lot of movement, a lot of lateral movement in the air. His foot just back in time. Good keeping. Just a slight appeal, slight inquiry, but very good keeping there. So bails are back on now, and young Meta, as we've mentioned a few times on her debut as umpire, jogs back to her position. Once again, lavish movement outside the off stump and a third dot ball. There's a man on your screen, Tom Nichols. Hasn't offered too much this tournament because he didn't get too much of a go. It's only his first day. Well, that's an interesting one because it's given a wide, but the keeper lost his hat just before that ball was bowled. Put me off, but still a wide. That will open up the scoring in this game. And it's run chase, sorry. This one right across the batsman. And yeah, fair enough from umpire Tyrone Pearson. See how he's moving his heads because the bowler's running right down the middle of the wicket. Makes it even more difficult for the umpire. He's got to be careful about that. Pushed into the offside and they'll get through for a single. So that's the first run off the bat to Junaid. Here comes the man everyone wanted to watch, KP. Now, when he hits it, it stays hit. And if he gets anything out the middle of that little bat of his, it's going to go a long, long way. I used to love a white grip with a non-stickered bat. A bit of linseed oil. Takes me back to my youth days. Well played by KP. Will he jog through for a single? He will. Well, he might think of two here with the fumble. No, just the one as it's mopped up by the captain, Chris Redhead. He's enjoyed himself this week. I'm glad. I'm sure he'd be disappointed that his team's going to be knocked out from Group B, but Coimbra Knights have had their moments and definitely a team we will see again in the future, which is exciting for everyone involved. It's going to be a big wide this time. So just losing his line of length just a little bit here. That one, he gets two straight this time, and Junaid Khan says, well, if I'm going to have a go at opening the batting, I want to maximise my potential, and he wallops that for six. What a shot. They needed that boundary to end the first. You can see here, way too straight. He just picks it up beautifully, and it takes the Swannies there at 10 for none. And, well, that's a perfect start in the end, because you think they will grow from this, and you see the nod of approval from the umpire. That was a glorious hit. And, yeah, it will be interesting. I think this will be a tight game, especially with the Swans playing with their lineup a little bit with regards to their batting order. Pretty chilly day here today. A little bit fresh, but the players getting on with it. Thankfully, no rain around, just a few grey clouds. Yeah, please, if anyone wants to get anything in the viewer chat, let us know if you want to discuss anything in all things cricket. We always love interacting with all of you. So, new man with the ball should be Ankush Kumar. He's a steady medium pace bowler. And gets a little bit of swing early with that new rock. Be trying to get a couple of wickets here for his team. And it looks like that's the signal for new ball. That's because we lost the other one. It got hit into the bushes and we didn't get it back. And if a ball's lost in the first 2 overs, the team will get a brand new one. And after that, they'll have some old balls in stock that we like to give them if we lose one. So there's that away swing. It's a nice delivery. Decent pace on it. And KP was just trying to play the old traditional late cut. Misses it. Dot ball. You can remember a few other famous KPs. Kevin Peterson, good player. Maybe that's where he gets the inspiration from to have those 2 initials on his shirt. High in the air, it's hit the toe of the bat and he's gone. Well, just didn't work the experiment, putting him at the top of the order. He'll be really disappointed with that. He absolutely towed that and it went nowhere really. You can see here, trying to loft it over mid-off. Toe of the bat gone. Simple catch by Guresh Singh. The first wicket falls for the Swans and they're 1 down for not too many on the board. Great start by the Kumbra Knights, who are looking for just a win to go home with and keep those spirits high. Looks like Path Junjat, he's been promoted up the order as well to number 3. So no Francois Stoneman, no Conrad Greenshields. They're obviously going right down. I think we might see Nepo get a promotion as well. He hasn't batted too much just yet in this competition. Good to get more people at the top of the order, but also, and it's very risky, meaning they might not win this game, but I don't think they'll be too bothered about it. They have played sensational cricket throughout this tournament so far. Wide outside the off stump and signalled a wide by our umpire there, Meta. Definitely right call. He's getting a lot of away swing. Just needs to get a little bit straighter in his line. Blocked into the offside and that'll be Junjat off the mark. Good fielding there by Campbell. Just slight inquiry, but pretty sure he's safe quite easily. So always nice to get off the mark with a single. Glad to see Junjat promoted to 3. I think he's a very, very good batsman. Hasn't really been required in this tournament just yet, but he's got a lot of skill. Same with Junaid Khan. The Swans, they do bat very, very deep indeed. High in the air. Well, second opportunity. Cordon bowled. Takes it. And Junaid Khan has to go. And yeah, the experiment of trying 2 new openers hasn't paid off. That ball just got a little bit big on him. And Ankush Kumar makes no mistake. The Cordon bowl. Good stats patter. The second wicket goes down and it's 12 for 2. And Kumbra Knights, they haven't had a win in this tournament. They're on track for one at the moment. And just getting a bit too big on Junaid for that pull shot. Wasn't really on. A nice safe hand. So he'll be disappointed. But not if you're a Kumbra Knights fan. The second wicket's gone. And they're taking good control of this game early on in the power play. And it is Nepo coming out at 4. So I had a feeling they might just be moving Francois and Conrad to that 5, 6, 7 position. And giving these men a go at the top. It hasn't paid off just yet. Nepo, left-handed batsman. definitely got talent and there's potential there. He'll be looking to play an innings of substance and hopefully for his team get them close to the total. Tell us what you think in the chat at the moment of this game. Do you think there's still a chance here, the Swans? I mean, Greenshield's still sitting in the sheds. Francois still sitting in the sheds. I wouldn't write this game off just yet. Might look like it on the scorecard, but there is plenty of action to go. There's the Silver Fox in the background, Narian. Fantastic. That's a nice looking shot from Nepo. The traditional leg glance is, well, Chris Redhead just dives on the ball, stops it, just the one. Nepo's a very good player in his own right. I wouldn't jump on it too soon. People thinking Coimbra Knights will get up, but plenty of batting to come. And those middle over bowlers for Coimbra Knights, probably a little bit steadier and can offer the loose ball. So I think this might be a tight one. A lot of swing there. Wide of off stump though. Starting wide, going even further, and the correct call there. As you can see, just too wide and signalled by the umpire. Nice looking shot that from Junjat. Will it get through the infield? No, it won't. Good fielding. Just the one run. Helix has jumped in with a random question. Do I think that DK's aluminium bat will get used again in Test cricket, as it's 15 for 2 off 2? I highly doubt it. Don't think it's allowed in the rules and regulations. Otherwise, it would have been done a bit longer. He was only out there for a few overs before he got caught and threw it away. That gives me a good opportunity to welcome back good colleague, not a bad friend, mediocre poker player, Vinny Sandu. How are you?
Anything else you want to say?
Nah, I love you, Vinny. Welcome back, buddy.
It's good to be back. And yeah, well, Warash, unbeaten in the series so far. They're on the ropes here, aren't they? Got a slightly different look about their batting lineup. But, you know, they are very capable of chasing this down, I think. John Jatt probably been underutilised. Hasn't had too many opportunities in the series with the bat because their top order has been firing. Here he is facing the start of a new over. And this one sneaks down the leg side. And it'll probably get to the rope. It does. And it's off the pad of John Jatt. So it'll be 4 leg byes to start the third over.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how they come. It just needs to come. So 4 leg byes, flicking his pad there. No real appeal, Vinny. A little bit closer than I think maybe people thought. Yeah, no appeal at all. Just tell me about this one if you think there was half a chance or worth an appeal.
My instinct was it was missing.
Yeah.
It's not the worst shout, but yeah, no one was particularly interested.
Sort of came back late.
Yeah. Not sure if it would have been given, but I would have been screaming for it. The next one will be a wide. Helix was saying, well, maybe not, talking about the aluminium bat, maybe not in the test, but maybe in these matches as a trial. Yeah, I don't know. The issue with the aluminium bat is they thought that it damages the ball. That was the issue with it. That's why they changed it. Because there wasn't actually a rule that said bats had to be wooden before that.
Oh, that might be a wide as well, and it is just outside the tram line. Yeah, what else could you make a bat out of, Vinny, that we could get on the field?
I know they're experimenting with, and this isn't a joke, bamboo as a more sustainable option. There are some trials, but obviously, I mean, the panda would enjoy the bamboo bat, but that's actually serious.
He'll just be eating it. Nice looking cover drive this time, and it gets through that inner ring. That'll be 4, not many men out there, and a nice shot from Junjat.
Yeah, still in the power play. So Junjat, nice shot through the offside, and that was beautifully timed. He was whacked away, and so 4 more runs to the total. Handy one for Warash.
Where did you hear this story about the bamboo
I read an
bat?
article last year about it. I mean, they're thinking kind of longer term, right? Longer term, talking about sustainability and kind of the amount of energy and resources that goes into making a cricket bat and the kind of renewability of resources. When I was younger, I had a sandalwood bat made, which was the lightest bat I'd ever had. And didn't use it with a hard ball. We couldn't, but we used it in the backyard. It was amazing.
Yeah, very nice. That's short, high in the air. He doesn't get much of that. It's going to land in no man's land. They should get 2 if they run hard.
They won't.
Okay. What was your optimum weight of a bat?
when I was playing.
You heavy, light, medium?
On the lighter side, probably about 2 pounds 8, so
Okay.
2.5 pounds. I was quite wristy, so I liked to be able to kind of zip my wrist through the ball. I think these days, though, with computer balancing and stuff, bats are picking up a lot lighter. So I think I stopped playing over 10 years ago now.
Any thoughts of a late comeback, Vinny?
I think I told you almost was during Corona times. Almost got the call up to play at the Wacker. Unfortunately, I had hosting events by then, so I couldn't get out of it. As I guess the wicket keeper, they either got heaps of wicket keepers in your club or you got none. So it's funny when you have the bat phone rings and they say, "Hey, we need a keeper. Can you get over here?" Can happen from time to time.
Short, pulled away. Nice looking shot, but there's a man out there and he spills it. Well, it's a big opportunity miss. That's Bell Krishna. He drops an absolute goober. And Junjat, he gets a life.
Yeah, and so this is one that probably should have been taken. I mean, it is kind of flat. It's coming to him at pace. And he's just not able to hold on. He got a good look at it, didn't he? Just got to get a little bit low on him. As it dipped, he wasn't able to make the adjustment. So that one goes down.
Yeah, I'll be disappointed with that. That was an opportunity missed.
Girish Singh won't be too impressed about that. He's got the last ball of his over coming up.
Nice looking shot from Nepo. You can see he's got a pretty compact technique. But, well, Girish Singh, he ends up with none for 10 off 1 over. So he'll be disappointed he missed out on the wicket. And the score after 3, 29 for 2.
So decent power play, but the rate they want to go about 12 and over. So 7 behind where I think they'd want to be at this stage. They can make that up. And, for example, particularly Junjat's a pretty big hitter. You see the wickets were tumbling, but despite that, had a good little kick at the end of that first innings. Did the Knights, as they ended up posting that score of 117. And so, we're Rush. If they win this, they'll have a perfect 8 out of their group matches and setting up a quarterfinal clash with the Indian Royals tomorrow. That's why, we talked about in Group A, the positioning's important because the Royals, okay, they are alive. They have made the quarterfinals, but they're going to run into Awarish tomorrow, and that is not easy, especially after a week off.
No, it's not easy after a week off because I think if you're in Group B and you've got good momentum, you take it straight into finals day tomorrow. Sometimes it can be hard to reload after a week off.
So here's Mohammad Zaman, who's going to come on over number 4. Someone we see bowling a lot.
Yeah, just down the leg side. Nepo looks like he's just getting himself in, and the whole foot fielding by Chris Redhead.
A double hatter.
Yeah, do play hats.
Chris.
Interesting option. It's not that sunny today.
Redhead's pretty unselfish. I mean, I think he's underbowled himself in this series. I see he probably won't bowl himself here, considering the situation. He is playing. I think he wanted to take a rest, and Andrew Winter said, no, I'm going to take a rest and make sure that you get on the park. So Winter's resting this game.
High in the air. He doesn't get much of it. You see from his reaction, gone. Well, the drop catch last over doesn't cost them any. Ankush Kumar takes the catch. Zaman takes the wicket. And the Kumbra Knights are on for their first win of the tournament.
Yeah, it looks like it at the moment. And just no real timing from Path.
He knew it, didn't he?
Yeah, he knew straight away. Just hangs up. And, it was really good hustle from the fielder. Ankush Kumar identifies it early. Gets a jump on this ball. So he takes it pretty close to the 30-yard circle in the end. And so that's a 3rd wicket. Whereas are 30 for 3. That will bring Mubin Tariq to the crease.
Oh, well, Mubin Tariq gets a go as well. Hasn't batted too much in this competition, so good luck to him. Against his former team as well. I wonder if there'll be a few words out there, Vinny.
It could be. It's I think that, like I said, there's some friendly rivalries in Portuguese cricket, but it is ultimately a community.
Do you see that fox in the background?
Silver Fox.
Look at it. That is glorious.
He is.
That is a proper...
He could easily pick up some modelling work out of this.
Oh, easy. Look at him. You can't go wrong with it. Oh, yeah. Can we zoom that right in? That is an unbelievable head of hair.
Ranjit Narayan.
Nice shot from Tariq to get himself off the mark.
He's got the features as well to go places in that industry.
Man crush.
Nice little over this from Mohammad Zaman as well, isn't it?
You seem pretty perked up, Vinny. You got a big few hours of sleep last night?
I actually got a decent sleep last night, yeah. I had an early night. I found an interesting 2-for-1 pasta deal.
Wow.
And
took them both down.
Yeah, I did.
That's the point.
It's Zaman.
Well bowled as Nepo. Thick inside edge and just another single to him.
I know you're thinking of lunch as well. We spotted the lunches going in the cars, and that really perked you up.
Thinking if you can send over a couple of hours of that sleep over here, it'd be super helpful.
I know you've been busy burning the candle at both ends, of course, in your important role as Spanish national team coach.
Love it though. Short, outside off, hit hard by Mabeen Tariq. Will this go for 4? She will. Nice batting, just playing it on merit. And yeah, nice to see him play that through the offside, not getting too leg side happy. Good shot, 4 runs, and you can't count the Swans out just yet.
Yeah, we can't. But that was a nice looking shot. They will bat deep though. Still got Conrad in the shed.
Yeah, what's he doing in that shed?
Well, it's giving some more opportunities for guys. I can understand that strategically. Wide called.
Oh,
Mida's had a good game as well, hasn't she?
I think her wide signal might be the greatest wide signal in the ECN crew.
It's a real chopping of the air. I like it. Last ball, the over.
Yep, high in the air. Should just be one. Oh, no. Oh, no. Tom Nicholson. He's had an absolute shocker there, and he's missed it.
You've had a shocker pronouncing his name because it is Tom Nicholas. Don't know what's worse. Yeah, this one just takes a bit of spin. Does him like a dinner. So that'll be an unearned 4 to finish the over, 41 for 3 at the end of 4. And a warm welcome to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Corey Ruckers, as we are getting set for the last day of group matches here. And look, I know that there's a lot of buzz about this tri-series. Let's talk about it more.
Okay.
Spain, Norway and Guernsey. Tell us about some of the players, particularly for Spain, that are getting their first opportunity in international cricket in that series.
So we've got Joshua Tremberth Morrow. He plays Vic Premier cricket in Victoria, obviously. He was facing James Panson 2 weeks ago. We found him, has a Spanish passport. Daniel Doyle playing for Nelson Mandela University in South Africa also, as the next ball is absolutely met by Nepo down the ground for 6.
Yeah, what a shot that is. Straight as the day is long. Get your hands up in the air, umpire. And don't count them out of this chase just yet, because they're not that far behind the rate, Just probably about 7 behind after that. They get most of them back. Nice shot by Nepo.
Nice shot. And the remaining players you've seen on your ECS series and around in ECL. So obviously the 2 Pack Care lads are Mohammed Atif. He's been a real bolter into the squad. That's the only way I can describe it. He's bolted his way in.
Yeah.
And Mohammed Kamran, Hitman, we know what he can offer. And that's blocked and no run. Yeah, Hitman is now eligible. And so he gets his first call up. And just off the top of my head, the other 2, young Gaurang Mahayavanshi.
The little maestro.
Very clever bowler.
Yeah,
And
love the little maestro.
to his credit, over the winter, lost a bit of weight, focused on his game more, and he's earned himself a ticket.
Here's Kumar again. This one. Does it take a little noise as it goes past? I think maybe he hits his pad with his bat here. Nepo was just feeling for this one. Let's check this one out on the replay. See here.
Yeah, he just flicks his back pad.
Yeah, that was where the noise came from. Had a little bit of interest, but the keeper knew.
Yeah, and then the last one's Lorne Burns.
Yeah.
And I think he's a really talented player, good head on his shoulders, and a genuine all-rounder.
Yeah, true.
So looking forward to seeing how his spin goes on turf with big boundaries. Well bowled, well played by Nepo. And just on that as well, I don't want to discredit or forget all the other players that have still been in there. Hamza Dar, Yasir Ali, Awais Ahmed, Raja Adil. Such talented players. Christopher Munoz Mills, Ravi Panchal, Tom Vine. It's a good balanced squad. I'm looking forward to seeing how they gel together.
Is this competition, this triangular series, it's just double round robin, is that right?
Double round robin.
So you play 4 T20s over the 3 days, is that right?
Correct, and all for T20I ranking points. Everyone's trying to get themselves up the list pretty quickly, as that's hit hard down the ground, but should only be a single.
So it's just going to be a straight round robin with no final. It's just the best performing team will win the series.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's coming 29th and 30th of April as well as the 1st of May. And I know we do have some plans to show that on ECN.
I think that's actually, that was in the announcement. ECN will be showing all the games. So
there we go.
Well, I hope you're there. I'll be there.
Well, have to wait and see. Here's Nepo facing up. Last ball of the over. Kumar is pushed away just for a single, I think. Yeah, just one. And so it takes us to the halfway point of the chase. The 50 comes up off that ball as well from Awarash. They're 50 for 3 after 5 overs.
What about you, Vinny, as an avid supporter of cricket? Any name in there you're excited to commentate on, potentially?
Look, I think you mentioned Mohammed Atif. I mean, everyone loves the story. Everyone loves the bolter. Especially because, sometimes you just want to see certain players at a higher level and to see how they go. a different format as well. Obviously, he'll have to work a lot harder for his wickets, probably in the T20 format. But now you mentioned that it will be on turf, and I don't know how much cricket he's played on turf, if any.
Not much.
He got spikes on him, and he said that he gained a yard. So he's probably the one I'm watching the most closely.
Wait till you see Hitman on turf.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. That's going to be exciting to watch.
No, there's plenty.
Speaking of exciting, get your binoculars out. There's a panda sighting here in the 6. Here's Panda, what up?
Well, see you later, Panda, because that is caught. What a catch. I thought he'd hit it for 6. What's he doing down there, Vinny? Panda's picked up a wicket.
Well, camouflage is important when you're hunting pandas. And have a look at this. Cambodge, he's come out of the grass here. I know you didn't spot him down there. Nippo, he's put this straight down his throat. I thought the ball was disappearing, but the fielder appeals, and he takes that low down to the ground. So immediate success for the Panda. As Nippo, he's got to go. Unlucky 13 for him, and it's 50 for 4.
Yeah, well, and look who's coming out to the crease. It's Diego Martins. What a shout this is, Vinny.
This is going to be Panda versus Diogo. It's a right royal battle here in ECS Portugal match 38. And so, Diogo, I think it's the first time we've seen him batting in the series. Let's see how he goes. And he's got an interesting matchup first up.
I like how he carries the bat to the wicket under the arm. That's Alfarish. And looks like he's setting up as left-hander. From Portugal, learnt the game just a couple years ago. Big call here as Greenshield's finally getting padded up. He might be needed soon.
So, Panda, 1 for none.
Oh, good
Here
technique.
he is again.
High bat. Oh, shot. Oh, they don't decide not to run. There's enough in the technique there. Seemed quite tall at the crease. Straight bat. Get that leg pressed down a little bit more.
Panda, what up? First ball specialist, isn't he?
Could have 2 for none here. Oh, unlucky. Oh, hit it. Oh, I like that. Sporting.
That's very social cricketish, isn't it?
Yep.
And he just pops 3 minutes out of his crease to hand it back.
Diego ever made a run in ECN or anything like that?
This is the first time he's batted.
Oh, well, there's a lot to like about that, but they won't give him a single.
Panda Techers, as you'd say.
Panda Up's on for a wicket maiden here. If you had said that to me at the start of the over.
Have to bowl 6 legal deliveries to get a maiden.
Panda
and
what up?
We've still got a couple to come here.
What a name. Nice shot again from Diego.
Come on.
Yeah, get there. Get there. Well done. He gets his first ever run from Portugal. Learnt the game 2 or 3 years ago, Vinny, and his first ever run on the ECN.
Come up through the social cricket circles. And so here he is. And he does have a run to his name.
Good on him.
In ECS cricket. And now, Tariq, over to you. He's eyeing off the boundary here, Mubin. Last ball the over from Panda.
Well, you almost did the mocker again there, Vinny. Toe ends it. That'll get them on strike again as at the end of 6. It's 52 for 4.
Yes, I mean, that rate's climbing, isn't it? But also I can see where it's coming from here. Just mixing up their order a bit, trying to give some more opportunities. As I know that they're pretty set at the top of the ladder. But, yeah, Ankush Kumar 2 for 14. But the news there, the last over, that Panda what up? He's Welsh by origin, you know. And so, I'm sure he's got a lot of family and friends back in Wales that are watching. And
the Panda enclosure in South Korea.
Yeah? So now they're from South Korea, are they?
Are they? I don't.
You certainly.
Where was it? Japan?
I'm sure in the zoo they've got them there.
China, that's it. I don't know. I'm not a real panda fan.
Oh, but there you go. It's come out. We've got plenty of real panda fans in the chat.
Here comes Chris Redhead.
Yeah, here's Redders.
High in the air from, it could be his first wicket for Redhead. Yeah, it is. Well, Balkrishna just flirts with danger. A little bit of soap in the hands. And that's a big wicket for Chris Redhead. Well deserved to the skipper. I'm happy for him.
Yeah, immediate success for Chris Redhead. Well, I heard Kirsty yelling with delight as well after that one. Fell into the hands of Balkrishna at the second opportunity. I often say, if you're going to drop him upwards. Gives yourself another chance. He clutches it to the chest. And so Warash lose yet another. Mubin Tariq's got to go for 11, and it's 52 for 5.
Well, if they want a chance in this game, it's got to be Greenshield's time, you'd imagine. Let's see who's walking out here. I'm not sure. It might be Miguel Stoneman. It is. So, well, the Swans
struggling a bit in this chase. But Liam Day thinks in the chat should be a new award, the Panda What Up Game Changer Award. That'd be nice. Imagine if you had...
Sorry, Vinny. I'm just lost looking at that silver hair in the background there.
Who's got the better hair? Miguel Stoneman, that's batting now, or Ranjit Narayan?
Oh, there's no comparison. Ranjit Narayan.
Really?
Miguel's is horrific.
You think so?
Oh, It's an absolute shocker.
What? You're not a fan of the long hair. There's Ranjit.
Oh.
He's got a certain air of elegance about him. Here is Redhead.
Cut hard. Nice shot. That might go for 4 at will. So Miguel Stoneman, he gets promoted up the order. I mean, there's 23 balls left in this innings. They needed around 66. He has to go bang, 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 and they've still got plenty of batting in the shed.
Yes, I mean, that's true. But they've just fallen off the pace a fair bit here.
If they can get it to, say, 15 balls left and 50 to 45 and Shields comes out, they can still win.
You think so?
Yeah. He can go at 3 a ball.
I mean, so they need to pick up, what do you think? 2, 3 more boundaries in the next over and 4 balls.
Yeah.
Okay, here's Redhead.
It's not going to happen with that, though. Need to hit that harder instead of delicately and don't ball.
There's Mita in the background. She's had a pretty good first game on ECN umpiring debut.
Yeah, you missed when you were doing the toss at the halfway stage. The montage on her was phenomenal.
Looking forward to seeing that again a bit later. Oof.
Well, that's going to be a bye. It's distracted the keeper there.
It's a keeper's nightmare at that one because you're wondering where it's going to hit you. In the end, it's a bye. It's very hard to keep your composure when you're seeing that. See,
look how calm the fox is in the background.
Yeah, look
Just
at him.
Cunning.
He stays still. And so, yeah, that one just off the end of the fingers of Golia. And we're going to see some more Diogo time now as he'll be on strike with 2 to come here in the 7th. Left-hander. The field changes.
Oh, it's going to be a dot ball. And
A little bit late on that, just a little bit.
Yep. It's not going to be easy for him out there. Still learning the art of the trade.
And this is something that people need to understand in European cricket as well. It's about growing the game, getting more people involved, and a lot of sportsmanship between these two teams. Isn't it great to see a native European cricket player out there? You see, that's Golia just saying, oh, by the way, you might want to get back behind the line. That's a really good sporting moment from Golia as well.
As he hits that down the ground, he won't go for the second ever run of his career. Takes to the end of the 7th. Oh, well, the Swans might have their first loss on their hands at 57 for 5.
Looks like it at the moment. Anyway, still plenty of cricket to come here and plenty of cricket to come in the day as well because we will have the final doubleheader of Group B, and it's 2 teams that are locked on 3 wins and 3 losses each. Friendship versus Punjab, probably the better performer this afternoon, grabs 2nd place in the group, and so it'll be super interesting to see how that plays out, because if you get 2nd in the group, it means you're a higher seed going into tomorrow. I know there's some possibility of rain around as well, and also gives you a slightly easier quarterfinal matchup. So plenty to play for this afternoon. That's match 39 starting in 35 minutes time.
Thinking Friendship in that one, or?
Hard to say. Punjab just seem like they're getting a bit tired, but I think maybe yesterday was a kick up the backside they needed. Stoneman doesn't quite get to mid-on. I thought now is probably the chance. They need to kind of take those ones. Diogo needs to be backing up and ready to run here.
Yeah, even if there's a run out, it's not the worst scenario. Oh,
Over the stumps, I think.
That's very, very close.
Panda spinning it out of the footmarks here. This one does have a bit on it. Look at the revs.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Just over leg.
Goes over leg stump.
Pulled away into the leg side. Should just be the one. And yeah, well, I think oh, look, he's doubling back for 2. I think that they know let's take the run out. And, well.
Oh, that won't be out. He's knocked the bails off. So it won't be out. Look, he has to knock the stumps over here. So he would have been out, but somehow Panda, he wasn't aware of his own location, so he's knocked the bails off.
Pandas are clumsy, Vinny.
And so he has to knock the stumps down, and he doesn't. So that's why Diogo survives in very fortunate circumstances.
Well, they can be bumbly sort of characters. We just saw it there.
Yeah. So, yeah, the Panda just not getting his location right.
That should be a wide.
So Diogo, a bit of luck for him. That's twice he could have been out. I mean, Golia could have run him out and decided not to when he just wasn't aware of his location.
Well, if you're there, you want to keep him in, probably.
True.
Shot. Nice shot through the leg side. And, well, they might go for 2 again. And I think they will just run. And if it's out, it's out.
Throw comes into the
Go
keeper's
again.
end. So Miguel Stoneman gets couple.
Good awareness from Meta, the umpire, though, with that rule.
It was. It was.
I would have given it.
So when the bails are off, because it's hard to take a stump out, you just have to knock the stumps over, as long as the stumps are kind of in their original position.
Oh, he's got every piece of that, I think. Or will it go? Yeah. Well, that's going to go for 6. He ran outside the boundary anyway. 6 runs, much needed, and nice shot from Miguel Stoneman.
Yeah, nice shot. It gets a bit funky pre-delivery here, Miguel Stoneman. He times it well. He just whips it away over the leg side. The Panda gets a bit of his own medicine. Maximal 6 to Uerash.
Yeah, he does. Nice shot. They need plenty more of that. Plenty more. Pull shot this time, and should only be a 1.
It's pretty big, doesn't it,
Oh,
on
how
Stoneman?
good's the Fox? Look at that.
Yeah, around you.
That is just the most relaxed human until they look at him. Oh,
Likes a bit of airtime
look at
as
it.
well. He's in no
Oh.
rush
Do you
to
see
throw that.
Do you see that flick in the eye, like eyebrow go up as he flicked it?
It's good looking. No, he's getting a good look at his hair there. There are no thin spots in that
That is an
at all.
unbelievable hit. Watch this. Look at this. Ready, Vinny? Watch his eyebrow go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's happy with it. Oh, he is an absolute silver fox if I've ever seen one.
It's 8 overs down. The score is 69 for 5. So just falling off the pace, and Redhead will be bowling the 9th. Panda ends up with 1 for 14 off his 2.
Shot. Nice shot from Miguel Stoneman. Gets a short ball, pulls it away, 6 more runs, and, well, you never say never. It does seem like a long way away, but good shot.
Yeah, and so it's off a length. He just turns and he times it really well. So a bit of a partnership being put together here. These two came together at 52. Partnership's worth 23 at the moment. Redhead's going to change the angle now on Miguel Stoneman.
It's going to be a wide.
He's just trying to slide it across, but just overdid it slightly. So from a overall tournament strategy, you can see what Uerash are doing here. Just trying to expose more people. You never know who you might need when we get to the knockout stages tomorrow.
Nice shot again. It's down to the Silver Fox. He's calm, he's cool, he's collected. And that is why. Look at this. Look at him. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's my man of the match. Look how cool, calm, and collected the Silver Fox is. What a catch.
Even the low-key 1 thumb up, and it almost doesn't come up, as Ranjit Narayan does take the catch, and it was in his direction. And he does have a broken finger as well, but he's not too bothered about it. He takes it knee high, briefly kisses the ground.
Oh,
In it goes. And watch the little thumb up here as well. He just kind of glances over. Someone said well done, and he just kind of winks and gives it a little side thumb up.
He is just the most relaxed human ever until he strikes. That's what foxes do, hiding in the bushes with glorious hair.
So it'll be 76 for 6 now. We'll get to see Faf Stoneman coming out at number 8, the regular opener. And so it will be Stoneman to face up now. Redhead, he's bowled well as well. He's got 2 for 11. I think he's underbowled himself in this series. I mentioned he was happy to sit this one out, but Andrew Winter overruled him and said, no, we need you out there leading us.
So Francois Stoneman comes out at 8. Probably the position suited to him best. Oh, that's a shortish ball. Hits it down. Oh, it's a great catch. Brilliant catch. Sensational work by Ankush Kumar. He juggled it around his body, but he did catch it. And Chris Redhead has a 3rd, and he'll be on a hat-trick.
Yeah, well, how about this? It's, well, you would think coming at number 8 be a bit less pressure. He just hits this, flat bats it. And that's a good catch. And let's just say it wasn't the first time that he grabbed it, that he caught it, as it bounces off him. I don't know how many times. And so he's held by Ankush Kumar. So it's golden. Redhead's now got 3 for 11. And who saw this coming? I want to count how many juggles there are here. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
That was
if you go frame by frame, that is.
Jeez, you overcounted that.
No,
That was about
you didn't
4.
see the little touches as it was flicking bits of his shirt.
There was not 8 juggles there. You're just playing it up.
You are missing some of the little rolls down the arm. You're just counting the obvious ones.
Okay,
Right,
it's my
you
turn.
go.
Ready?
Go on, slow it down.
Okay, 1.
Yep, 2, 3. There's
No.
3 already there.
2 off the chin. 3, 4, 5, 6.
You're counting 6, and you definitely missed a couple. All right, here we go. Hat-trick ball.
Catch it, hat-trick! No, 4 runs, and, well, only a whisker away from another sensational pluck.
Oh, imagine that. If he was able to pull that one out of the sky. As it's Buddenhorst, their other regular opener, who comes out at number 9. Just gets this one over Ankush. Where are we in this game? I mean,
Unless they get a 6 and then lose a wicket so Green Shields can face. You got to retire Diego Martins.
hey, he's fine. He's just saving himself up. Here we go. We'll have a right. Have the Portuguese after you. All right. Couple to come in this over.
Oh, that's big chance missed out on. Oh, that should have gone to the boundary. Just the one.
Diego takes a while to get going here. Probably need to give him a little bit of a backing up lesson. He can steal a couple of metres there.
Yeah.
In the end, he does get there.
Look at the silver fox there.
Yeah, just
Just
happy
no-
any time he's on the... You're going to tell Golly to get out of the way.
Oh, I love it.
Here's Diogo. Has he got a boundary in him? Come on, here we go.
Probably needs a slight edge. Oh, into the pad. Goes nowhere. So that'll bring an end to the over and almost an end to this game. Well done, Redhead. 3 for 15 off his 2. Score 81 for 7 after 9.
6 sixes to tie.
Yep, not a chance.
Imagine that. Imagine if they send out Green Shields now. Retire out. Green Shields come in, bang, 6 sixes. Goes to the golden ball, hits the 7th 6, is carried off.
Oh, but that means lunch would be a bit later, Vinny.
Well, I wonder what we are going to have for lunch. Certainly something's on our mind. But don't forget, we have another game coming up in 25 minutes, and it'll be Friendship versus Punjab in the afternoon session. Make sure you stay with us for that one. And so, it'll be Balwinder Singh to bowl the last over. 6 sixes required to tie. See if he can start with 1.
Well, that could be one. He gets it out the middle of the bat, but he's caught right on the rope. Nice catch again by Ankush Kumar, who's fielding really well. And another wicket falls, Vinny.
Yeah, that's a nice catch by Ankush. He's caught pretty well in this series. He's been reliable. It's a shame the Knights will be out after this over, but so they've had a few highlights this morning. They look to be going out with a win. Their second of the series. And with that wicket, it's 81 for 8.
Well, if it wasn't Diego Martins out there, then they would have definitely been bowled out earlier. He's held them together.
And here is Conrad. He's making an appearance at number 10. It's a nice moment. Bit of a mentor and protege relationship between these two. So it's nice that they get to a chance to bat together in a European Cricket Series match with five balls remaining in match 38.
Padding up now must be very tiring to walk all the way out there just for a couple of
A
balls.
few people noticing you throwing a couple of yawns in there. Are you planning a nap in the break, or are you going to have lunch? What are you going to do?
I didn't mean that. Forgot to press a button.
You are allowed to mute yourself if you do want to yawn. I know we're going to have these kind of moments occasionally, especially in a match like this, but I mean, just kind of punctuates the excitement that we have all in the day's play on the European Cricket Network.
It's hard to stay up all the time and have that much excitement when there is so much going on.
We can't all do it. Here's Balwinder. Around the wicket to Green Shields.
High in the air. Does he get enough of it? Yeah, 6 runs, and you have to wonder, has he come in too late here?
Well, yes. Short answer, yes. And that is first one out of the ground.
There he is, Vinny. The fox is in deep thought.
You just want a camera on Narayan the whole time. Or what if I told you, unfortunately, they're going to be out of the series after this over. So, Corey, get a good look now.
Oh, is that going to be a no ball 6? Oh, it's 6. Tell you what, if it is...
Not sure it's that high, but we'll have a look on the replay. If it is, though, it's suddenly game on. Nah, it's only about thigh high. But he does well to carve it out of the ground. 2 balls, 2 sixes for Green Shields.
Tell you what, a no ball 6.
Leading run scorer in the series. Better than your average number 10.
A no ball 6 would take it to 18 off 3.
I know.
Oh, there's it. That's over now. Can't go 3 in a row.
That one kills it, but I mean, Werrish, they are going to finish top of Group B. And look, let's just give a shout out to Mita as well for a very good performance on her ECN umpiring debut.
Yeah, sensational. Nice ball, nice shot. 4 runs, and Greenshields, one of the better number 10 batsmen I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, this one's going to go all the way up the hill. He really literally throws himself at this one, and he ends up kneeling. Does get good contact, gets 4 more. That one takes Werrish to 97 with 1 ball remaining in the morning session. Still unselfish stuff from Greenshields there. Give him some opportunities to his teammates.
Yeah, the inside edges that one onto legs, and well done to Cumbria Knights, who registered their one and only win on their last game in the tournament. They were a good team. It's going to be sad to say goodbye, but yeah, they've shown us some glimpses overall this week, and I expect to see them again stronger in the future.
Yeah, and look, a game played in good spirits as well. There's been a few movements between the teams, and you see Diogo, he's getting a good reception from the Knights as well. And we saw some really nice sporting moments there. Golia had the opportunity to run him out, but I think the right thing to do was to not do that. Just see the interaction between the players. You know, it's a healthy rivalry between these teams, but still, ultimately, it is a community, and I think that game was played in the right spirit. And the Knights, well, they do finish with a win. They'll finish 2-6, and just some of those close ones they had, I think they'll come to rue them, because they were just probably 1 win off making the 4. But ultimately, it will be the Knights that will win match 38, and Werrish, their first loss of the series, chasing 118 for victory. We saw a slightly different batting order from Werrish as some more players were given opportunities. And early on, we saw a couple of big blows. And Krip Patel, he's back out there as well. So some hits, some misses. I think Ankush Kumar, pretty good couple overs from him. He picked up a couple. We saw some interesting bits of fielding as well during this 10 overs.
Yeah, we did, Vinny, and good fielding overall from the Cumbria Knights, who actually deserved this win because they threw their bodies on the line, and despite some nice shots at the top order, they held on to most of their catches. That was one that went down from Balkrishna, but he made amends not long after. This was one of a few catches for Ankush Kumar down at deep long on. And there was a couple of nice shots and a little bit of a Tortuga bounce, as you call it
for
there.
Tom Nicholas, but I mean, I know that Nippo was out there. That was a nice one straight down the ground 6. But then the Panda came out of the bushes with immediate effect as a good catch as well by Cambodge, as he was able to keep that one off the turf. And so the Panda, that was his wicket. And then Redhead, this one was his wicket. His first one, in fact. He ended up taking 3. Now Krishna drops it up into his own hands. Werrish, because he had just fallen off the pace, and there was a nice moment that he said, by the way, there's a white line there, you might want to get behind it. Nice bit of sportsmanship though, I think. Stoneman came out and went a couple. Panda, well, he didn't know the location of his caboose, and he would have run out Diogo, but the bails had already been removed. And then we saw Krishna trying to field one from over the boundary. Now, this was mostly for you about Narayan, who you're going to have to say goodbye to. I'd say to get a photo with him, but problem is you'll probably look worse than the 6 out of 10 that you think you are. But eventually he took that one, and just flashes a little bit of a thumbs up after it as well. And ultimately we saw that one. Well, we're still counting the juggles on that from Kumar, and this was the hat-trick delivery, which just got over the mid-on. And we saw one more wicket fall. That brought Greenshields to the crease. He threw the bat at everything, and although he was able to get 16 in pretty quick time, ultimately, it was the Knights that will finish with a consolation win, their second of the series. We say goodbye to them with a heavy heart. But now, of course, we officially know our 8 quarterfinalists. But the thing we don't know is the position of the teams in Group B. And these 2 teams are locked on 3 wins each. And this is their last group matches this afternoon. Matches 39 and 40. In match 39, it will be Friendship, who are chasing because they've won the toss. And their captain, Imtiaz Rana, has decided that he wants to bowl first. So we're likely to see Punjab CC and their strong batting lineup out there when we return in around 15 minutes to take you into the afternoon session.
Yeah, looking forward to that, Vinny, and should be a good game. Both teams 3 and 3. Tough one to call, but looking forward to some lunch also.
Yeah, I know that lunch is on your mind, and hopefully you can join us for that when we return. Still plenty of cricket left today on ECN, the last 2 group matches before we head into quarter final Friday. And let's have a look at the scorecard. Stoneman ends up he has the top scorer. Miguel Stoneman, that is, 21 off 11, batting very low. You see they had a slightly different looking top order. We saw Conrad Greenshields, who came in and whacked 16 off 5 at the end, but it wasn't quite enough. They'd fallen behind by then. Nippo hit a nice maximo on the way to 13. Tariq with 11, the other players to reach double figures. And with 15 extras, they were helped along a little bit by the Knights, but ultimately it was Coimbra that get the win. And for them, how about Chris Redhead, the captain? I said he's been a little bit underbowled in the series. He takes 3 for 15 in his last appearance in this ECS. Also 2 wickets for Ankush Kumar and 1 each for Balwinder, as well as Mohammad Zaman, who it's good to see him get a bowl. And don't forget the Panda, who had an immediate Panda attack when he was unleashed into the game in over number 6. So the final here is going to be 117 to 97. 20 runs between these two teams, and the Weresh, they'll finish 7-1, but they will be top of the table. They'll take on the Indian Royals in their quarterfinal tomorrow. Take a little bit of a break. We'll be back in around 10 minutes to take you into the afternoon session. Match 39 on the way. Friendship CC winning the toss and bowling first. Join us then. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside Corey Ruckers. Hope you're having a great day. See you shortly for more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back once again to Portugal. We're halfway through the action on day 10. It's the last day of group matches here in this FanCode European Cricket Series before we head into quarterfinals Friday tomorrow. And match 39 is coming up and it is going to be Friendship CC taking on Punjab CC. I know that the match referee is with two captains for the all-important coin toss. Let's see who wins it as we head over to Rob Kemming.
You're cool. Tails. Tails are school. It's heads. Ball first.
So it is Friendship CC that have won the toss and their captain Imtiaz Rana has decided that he wants to bowl first, so they're going to have to do it chasing. Of course, we know that they have a bunch of players to watch. I'm a big fan of Azza Duzaman, the comeback kid. We saw him sustain a pretty nasty lower leg injury, but he did come back just a couple of days later. He's important with the bat and the ball, and also Mohammad Jahid Alam for them is pretty key. And as for Punjab CC, they do get the chance to put the runs on the board. They have a very long, strong batting lineup. I do think Imran Rao, the captain, is a bit of an indicator for them, and also Rana Sawa can give the ball a thump, but they do have 6, 7, even 8 players that can really whack the ball around, and I think they're a good T10 unit. Bit inconsistent, but I suppose that's going to happen when you've got such explosivity in your batting lineup. Let's get ready for the first ball now as we head into the afternoon session, and in this first match of the doubleheader, it is Friendship CC that have won the toss and are fielding first. Over to you, Corey, as we get ready for the first ball.
Thank you, Vinny Sandhu, and welcome back everyone around the globe. More T10 action coming your way. It's the afternoon session, and it's Friendship CC versus Punjab CC. And this might be a tight match. Friendship CC, I have a feeling that they're finding some form at the right time. We have a look at the two lineups, and Imtiaz Rana, important at number 4 for Friendship CC, and Parveen Singh, important for Punjab CC there, coming out at 5. So both good players, both hoping to have a good game for their team, and yeah, it should be an interesting contest overall. Welcome back all our viewers around the world, in India via FanCode, and everyone on YouTube via the YouTube chat. Hope you're doing well out there, and please get all your questions in. And it can be about anything about cricket, and we always love interacting with you. So we're almost set to go in this match. Friendship CC, they've got the ball in hand. So Hussain at the top of his mark, getting ready. Umpires in place, fielders are in place. Almost ready for this T10 game. It'll be a good game, 3-3, seeing where they finish up on the table. Hope you've all had a good night. I know I have. But now we're back to the daytime, and let's enjoy it. Here we go, ball 1. Short, wide. Wide to start. I reckon in this tournament it's either been a wide or a dead ball to start nearly every game. Tell you what, pretty good for your bingo card out there if you've got that on it. So Ahmed and Kazi facing up. They're two opening batsmen. Very dangerous, this Punjab team. Wow, that is an absolute slog. No other way to put it. And there's the correct shot after the play and miss. He tried to hit that so far. Oh, and that's a better ball, and he's just moving around a lot here, is Ahmed, not really set with his feet. And just moving around a little bit too much at the point of contact. Can't lay bat on ball just yet. It's good bowling from Hussain, big outswing. Once again, you see how much moving around is going on there from the batsman. Another big outswinger, another play and miss, 3 in a row. So pretty sedate start in this one. And another play and miss. And the keeper goes for a cheeky run out. I don't think so. Limited review system not required. It is limited after all. But that's 4 play and misses in a row outside off stumps. Can't get bat on ball. Very interesting style of technique. That's umpire Malik there, just readjusting the bails there at the striker's end. Big thumbs up to his counterpart. This time he gets a bit of bat on ball. It's a nice pull shot. That'll be the first boundary of this match. 4 runs. And this time Hussein just gets a little bit too short, a little bit too straight. And Ahmed was up to task. The old swivel pull shot finds a big pocket of space and scampers away for 4. And that starts proceedings off the bat in this game. They're on 5 with 1 ball left in this first over. That's another play and miss. So every ball outside off stump, he couldn't hit it. The only ball straight he could. It's 5 for none after 1, and what a nice start that is for Friendship CC. They're missing Jard Alarm in this game. That's a big out. He's been very good with the new ball, so obviously they're going to have to find some new bowlers in this power play to see if they can get that ball swinging and keep the runs down. So deep mid on in place, deep square leg, 2 boundary riders. Rana, the captain, he's going to take the second over. Slow and angled in, and that's a thick inside edge to no man's land. Top ball, Rana, he's a good captain, good leader, spiritual leader. And doesn't do too much with the ball, just slight outswing and not the tallest of men, but gets it to skid on quite nicely. You can see there, just dangling it in. Not too much swing on that one, but Kazi up to task. He'll walk through for his first single, so both batsmen off the mark now. Really steady start in this one. Punjab CC, usually one of the more chaos teams to watch. They go at nearly everything. Expect something happening pretty soon. And another short ball to Ahmed. Doesn't get the bat on it. Oh, that's a shocking misfield. How's he missed that? He's very, very lucky that third man was alert and just 1 run in the end. Well, you know how hard it is when the ball's rolling at 10k an hour. Doesn't get the barrier down. Oh no. Thankfully, his teammate was up to task. Good backing up, working in pairs, and saves 3 extra runs. Well bowled, straight, well played as well. It's a really, really respectful start this by Punjab CC. There was a lot of play and misses in that first over though. You couldn't get any out the screws. Probably need a boundary here just to settle the nerves. It's going to be a wide down the leg side. So Rana not finishing his action there. Just slipping that one down the leg side. Once again, good bowling. Keeper this time fumbles. That's Mizu Rahman. He'll be disappointed. Good recovery. Almost forces a run out. Aslan Ahmed. That would have been pretty close if it hit. In the end, he misses. So just the bite. Just a couple little errors. We'll have a look at side on here. And you see they're right into the thigh. And he thinks about, can I force the run out? I reckon if he had a hit, it would have been very, very close as well. But he didn't. So moving on. Last ball of the second. Comes charging down the wicket, and we've done the curse again. She's got to stop saying that. She bowls a wide. So, good start from Friendship CC, but just a couple of extras, a couple of buys, little things. They all add up. That's full, straight, thick inside edge, and straight to the man there at mid-wicket. Just the single, so that takes us to the end of 2. The score 11 for none, and just a really steady start in this third T10 match today. It's the last 2 games of the Group B, and then it's finals time tomorrow. And we look at the table, so these teams right now trying to play to see who's going to finish in second or third spot. It does make a difference, because if you finish in second, you'll play third place of Group A. And, well, if you go on form, that means you'd be the better of the 2 sides. So plenty to play for this afternoon between these 2 lineups in this doubleheader. That's full straight, hit hard down the ground, but just the one. They're just struggling to get that boundary ball. And, oh, maybe thinks about a cheeky too. It's definitely on, but decide against it. What can Kazi do here? He's only 1 off 4, but we know he can hit a big ball. There we go. First big one of this game in the slot. He gets it, and just enough of it. 6 runs, and that was much needed in what was a pretty slow start for Punjab CC. He finally gets one in his wheelhouse. Lofts it over wide, long on. Good shot. Nice head position. 6 runs, and maybe that will spice up this game a little bit. Just takes a couple more big hits like that, and then all of a sudden you're back at scoring 10 and over. This game does swing in roundabouts. And again, he goes bang, right over the leg side. He's got more of this one. Great shot. That's what I mean. It only takes a couple of moments, and you can be right back up into the run rate of around 10 and over. That one's a bit shorter, and Kazi got every single piece of that. Nice shot. And Punjab CC, after that slow start, finally getting into this match. Back-to-back sixes. Dare say he's going to try and take it on again. Oh, that's well bowled. Bucky, the umpire, there with a big shake of the head. Definitely sliding down legs, so that's a good decision. As he signals leg by there. I'm saying getting a little bit straighter there, maybe a little bit lucky. So 2 balls left in this power play. Oh, it's high in the air. This should be the first wicket if it's held. No, it just doesn't carry. And he goes the flick throw. They sort of looked at each other at first. Couldn't get there in the end. They are right back on the ring. That's a nice shot. And I'm sorry, he's a little bit distracted there. It was a nice shot. I thought there was a man at deep extra cover, and it should have been covered then. They brought him in the ring, the ball before. And, yeah, nice basement, nice batting. Pushes it through the offside. And, yeah, they just brought that man in. So that goes for 4. Thought that was going to be another one, but you see that over. Ended up going for 19. That gets Punjab CC right back in this game. And a good opportunity to welcome out Vinny Sandu. Vinny, how are you?
Yeah, it's good to be back. And we head to the afternoon session. And I know that Punjab CC been a bit hit and miss, to say the least, in their batting in particular. We've seen them make big scores, also seen them bundled out cheaply. They are normally pretty attacking with how they go about it. I think it should be a pretty fascinating contest between these two teams. So 30 off 3, not the worst start at all. Abdul Kazi and Aslan Ahmed out there. So let's see if they can put something together here. As looks like Fortho will be bowled. And this is Hussain, who's come into the side. His first one, a little bit wide. Good pace, though. Starts with a wide. So that will help the total. So give us your thoughts as well in the chat. ACN European Cricket Network. Plenty happening in the world of European cricket. It's always great to have your company, no matter where you're watching from around the world. And then this next one, swing and a miss. So, I know that Friendship CC and Punjab are kind of fighting for those middle positions, aren't they? This next one's angled in and just turned around the corner. It'll be 4, just inside the rope. And so this one will take Ahmed into double figures. So yeah, just the angle in and helped on the way. So that'll be 4 more runs, and it's a confidence builder for Aslan Ahmed as this opening partnership grows. 1 wicket soon, Friendship CC. And the other thing, which you probably just noticed looking at that table, if one of these two teams were to lose twice badly, they could even finish as low as 4th, and they could be overtaken by the Wild Panthers, who are having the day off. This one's a bit short again. It will find the boundary. 4 more. Back to back, and Hussain just a little bit short. This one ends up at the boundary as well. Well executed shot. Just pretty much dead square. A little bit behind. 4 more. And yeah, so I wouldn't say that it'll be the Panthers overtaking them. It'll be more whichever team loses badly twice could undertake them into 4th place. And the reason you don't want that is you're going to have a pretty tough matchup with Marlow in your quarterfinal tomorrow. And that's why top 2 is important as well. The bottom 2 are going to have to face off with Gorka 11 or Marlow. So that's why there's plenty on this one. Well, this one is sliced away, and this one will just get over the line. I think that's a Maximo. We'll wait for confirmation, and I think that one does have what it takes. Yeah, this one is just over the line. Yep, that's 6. So what a shot that is. It just goes all hands there. And this carries the rope for 6. And, yeah, big shot. Not an easy one to execute either. So now, this over's exploded, hasn't it? Started with a wide and a dot, but since then, 4, 4 and 6. And suddenly, Ahmed's up in the 20s. And he wants more, but he doesn't quite get this one at all. Unfortunately for him, he really mishits it and never even gets out of the infield. And so, 1 ball to go in this over. CC already on 46. Last over. Last ball of the over from Hussain. This one's worked around the corner as well. It'll be a tough stop, and it's not stopped, in fact. Imtiaz Hussain forlornly diving at that one. That'll bring up the 50 partnership as well. Off the last ball of the 4th over. The score is 50 for no loss. And that over ends up going magical. We're at 20 off the 4th. And they do reach 50 after 4 overs. Let's see what the bat versus ball wall is predicting. You see Punjab CC actually 105 for and against is their average scores. You can see that pretty tightly clustered as well for Friendship, but it is predicting Punjab CC to win narrowly by 4 runs. And that has been punched into the supercomputer. Punjab CC certainly getting a wriggle on in that over. They were 30 off 3, now they're 50 off 4. You can see both these teams, they're 3 and 3 after their first 6 games of action. And now here's a guy with a bit of a cult following, Mohamed Azaduzaman, the comeback kid. And the way he went down in the first game, he thought he wouldn't be walking again for quite a while. But here he is. He came back 2 days later. He was forced into the lineup after they had another injury. And he's bowling the 5th over. And this is what he'll do. He is struggling with that leg, but just shows you how tough these guys are. It means a lot to them. That right calf was not in good shape at all. Probably still isn't. So he starts with the dot. This is hit down to long off, but a couple of hops. And he does get behind it. And the cap reaches the rope, but the ball doesn't. I suppose that's the main thing. He will hustle back for a 2. And so, if they have a look at this, the cap is ejected. The second cap anyway. As a Doozerman, this next ball, this bounces off the keeper onto the stumps. It was another swing and a miss from Arslan Ahmed. He's reached 24. Oh, actually, that's bold. I think he's going to be gone here. I'm not sure if they picked it up straight away, but Ahmed's going to have to go. And the keeper knew it straight away. And so it will be a wicket for Azaduzaman. Well, everyone on the ground a bit dumbfounded there. But you see, yeah, it does just clip the off stump. So that'll be the first wicket to go. And so, yeah, now he gets the message. So it was perfectly judged by the Doos as he takes an early wicket. And that breaks the only partnership at 52. 52 for 1. And Corey Ruckus, that one, game of inches. That one just flicking the stumps. And that brings about the first wicket for Friendship CC.
Every inch matters, Vinny, and we both know that. And just flicks the off stump and out bowled. And that's the first wicket down.
Yeah, just snuck that one in, didn't he? And a little bit unexpected. And so Yeah, Dieselman. Talking about the comeback kid. Sometimes, you know, you can find these good moments in the strangest of places. And he does find it here with his third delivery. So halfway through this over, bring a new batter to the crease. Imran Rao. Well, he's a big boy and he can hit him a long way. We've seen him slap a few around last year. He hasn't really gotten going here. Been a bit disappointing, probably. And has put together 40 once in the series. Here he is facing up the first time. He swings and misses in that first one.
Asaduzzaman's actually gotten better since his calf injury.
Yeah.
He's improved. That's the best thing that look at him.
Now he's hurting his other calf. Sort of having to compensate, that's why. This time, Rao will get off the mark, and he will get off the mark with a boundary. So he's quite clever here. He lets the ball come to him a little bit further, and so this gets cut behind point. And although there was a deep point out there, he wasn't really fine enough to stop this. And 4 runs, Rao is off the mark.
Yep, off the mark. Good shot. And, well, first time Asaduzzaman got a little bit too wide there, Vinny.
All right. Asaduzzaman has one more in this over. Wow. Looked like he wanted the leg side, but in the end he just plan B's it down behind point. It's the end of the over. The Doos goes for 7, picks up a wicket, and it's 57 for 1.
Yeah, how do you see this group panning out, Vinny?
I just talked about how important it is because if you finish 3rd or 4th, then you've got to line up with Gorka 11 or Marlow in the quarterfinal tomorrow. And that's essentially what these two are playing for, a spot in the top 2. So that's why I think it's a super important afternoon of cricket. You can see Kazi, he's 21 not out at the moment, only faced 9 balls in the first 30. But yeah, I think whoever finishes second, they will have a quarterfinal against Brothers 11, Cross-Handed Bandit and co. And whoever, obviously we know that Awarish have locked up top spot, they'll take on the Indian Royals. But the other thing is if one team loses badly twice, they could actually undertake the Panthers into 4th place. So that would mean that they would have a match up against Marlow. So Wild Panthers, I'm sure, are watching this one pretty closely as well. Mohamed Abdul Motin will be the bowler here in over number 6, bowling for the first time in match 39.
Yeah, he's good. His little right arm off spin, sliding across the right-hander, a bit similar to Asaduzzaman.
So it sneaks across, just sneaks inside the line, I think, as well. So it was well located. Here's Motin. This one's played back. So a couple of dots to start the over. Yeah, Rao, who played for the Fighters last year. He hasn't quite recaptured that form. Also got Runasawa, who was a former fighter, playing for Punjab CC. First time they've played ECN cricket. This one's straighter, but it's pitched well outside the leg stump. Rao cannot get it away, though. It's 3 consecutive dots in the 6th.
Yeah, it's difficult to get an LBW unless you're spinning it back in from that angle. It's definitely pitched outside leg for me. And good decision for the umpire.
Stop bowler's asking, though. It's probably pitched 2 or 3 stumps outside the leg stump.
Still going on to hit the stumps, but yeah, just pitched outside, Vinny.
Halfway through this over, no runs as yet. And you think there will be some here, as this needs to be stopped. I think he does make the stop here. But, did get down and stop it. I'll probably just have a sneaky look at this one, but I think he's all right here. Don't see the rope moving there.
Benefit of the doubt to the fielder there.
That's right. Well, Kazi's turn, and he's had enough, and he will send this one deep over the leg side boundary. Going, gone, Maximo. Rao struggled to get Motin away, but Kazi watched from the other end. He had a plan, and he executes it, whacks it for 6.
Yeah, well, after a slow start, Vinny, they're really motoring now. Punjab CC probably looking at maybe 110 to 115. Friendship CC, well, they're missing Jawad Alam, aren't they?
Big out for them, isn't it?
2 overs of left arm seam. Him not being here doesn't help.
Still a bit of class in the batting lineup. Asaduzzaman himself, and also Mizur Rahman, the keeper. Probably some players to watch as well as the captain. This one maybe takes a little bit of a bottom edge, or not.
Double
and
foot.
Out.
Oh.
Wow, how's that? That's a bit of a bit of ABA style, some Turnery style from the fielders here. As the stop was made, it was knocked back a second time by the other fielder. Here we go. And then the second one, I think this is all right.
Yep, that's fine.
Dos.
Yep.
And then, how about that? Bit of swing your partner
And then
style.
what about this part? Oh,
Yeah, and then he has to pick up a ball that's not moving, and he somehow finds a way to fumble it. But ultimately, that'll be a good result for the fielding team as they do prevent the boundary. So that will be the end of the over as well. So just the 2 off that one at the end of the over. It will be 66 for 1. And so we head into the 7th over. At the moment, about 110 pace. And do you think that that'll be enough runs to hold up? Punjab, they do have a decent bowling lineup.
yeah, it's pretty even. I think that 110's still around about par, isn't it?
Here's the start of a new over. And Azaduzman just keeps on keeping on, doesn't he? As he gets the first ball past the outside edge.
Yeah, people struggle to line him up. He just angles it across, gets that little bit of turn. Sometimes it's the arm ball that slides across. Yeah, he's a cunning customer.
Well, this one is lifted up over the leg side, and well, let's have a look at this. This could be 6, you know.
He's laid an egg, Vinny. I reckon it's just 1.
He's looking a bit guilty here. I just had a feeling that he's in contact with the rope when the ball hits him. See, about here. Wow, this is close. Wind that back. See, when it hits his foot the last time, that's when he'd look at. Hits his foot here. Oh, it could be 6 or 4. Or none of those. Oh, good luck with that one. Because it hits him once on the way down, then it bounces and hits him in the foot when he may or may not be at the rope. And in the end, they have given it 6. So, Maximo, that was a worst case scenario, really, for Friendship CC.
Yeah, well, it was one of those marginable ones, wasn't it? But
My initial reaction was 6 when I saw it live.
I
The
think it's the
replay
right-
actually made it less clear when I looked at it. Oh, well, have another one. Tried the last time, and this one's going to eat him up again. So, Sabir Hussain, well, he is leaking like a sieve at the moment out there on the deep square leg boundary. Don't think the Doos is too impressed. The result's going to be another boundary for Punjab CC.
yeah, nice shot. And unfortunately for the fielder out there, he's had 2 clangers in about 32 seconds. And he'll be wanting to move out of that deep mid-wicket position.
Think it's not often I say move the fielder after a misfield, which is a bit of a trend here. And I think we're seeing some movement now. Because if I was Kazi, I'd be trying to pick him out. He's low on confidence. That's a doosman. A bit expensive this over so far. He gets this one right. A bit fuller that time. It doesn't allow the batter, Kazi, to get behind it.
Yeah, good ball. And, just beating the batsman there. Hit hard, down to long on, Vinny. 1 bounce. Good pick up. That's good fielding there.
Yeah, that is a bit of good fielding. Eventually they do back up the throw. I think one of the other things we've seen in this series, we've seen some openers get good starts, but yeah, when we've seen them go on with it and bat deep into the innings, then we've seen some really high scores. I just think there's been a lot of openers make some promising starts and get out. Kazi needs to keep going here, but this time he can watch and he can enjoy it because Rao goes large down the ground. Maximo 6 with the skipper. As we zoom in on European cricket, that was a big bomb from the captain.
Yeah, that really was. He got that right out the middle.
This looked like he got a debut for Australia.
You know, he's got a Dutch passport. He contacted Dutch cricket 3 years ago to see if he could think back there, and he decided not to because he wanted to get into Australia.
He was in the squad before for the Australian T20 team, but didn't get a game.
Yep.
That was about 2 or 3 years ago, I think. So maybe that was around that time. But he did get his debut last night.
There's a lot of players
Australia's
out
got
there.
the job done.
Yeah, there is a lot of players out there that hold a passport and then all of a sudden pursue a second country. It's quite phenomenal. I don't think people realise it until they're a little bit older as well.
Yeah, for sure. And you know the lure, of course, T20 international status for all ICC recognised countries now is also something that I'm sure kind of encourages players that are eligible, that are playing their cricket in more established cricket playing countries to get involved in quote unquote associate cricket.
I think we might be a couple of moments away from getting back onto it. I never realised how tanned you are, Vinny, looking at you on the screen. You've got me covered.
Yeah, well, that's true.
What's your Indian Scottish?
Partly that's ethnic based, yeah. But yeah, no, I have an Indian father and a Scottish mother.
Sorry to cut you off, Vinny. Coming in, news just in.
All right, here we go. I can hear it as well, by the way. So
no, Vinny, hold on. I've got the news.
Corey's got a scoop here. Let's go.
We are moments away from getting back to live T10 action, and Corey will be the lead commentator. Just coming in. I'm from the newsroom right now.
Is that right?
Yeah. Hold
Okay.
on. And also that I'm getting a pay rise. Interesting.
Oh, is that right?
Honestly, whatever the...
Oh, there we go. Enjoy your last game.
Knew it.
Everyone's back.
Do we lose overs?
I got to admit, I would have liked a bit more out of the live chat then. I would have liked a couple of questions.
So does that mean we
Left
lose?
me hanging a bit there. Come on, guys. It's team effort. Anyway, remember, we are getting back into the game now. 87-1 the score after 7.2. As we're going to continue. Moten's over.
Did we lose any overs?
No.
Okay. Hit hard down the ground. That should just be a single. Well, that's good we didn't lose any time.
Here's the thing, though, and it's kind of mentioned in the chat, in that live broadcast, not as easy as you always think. That's what Luke says. It's pretty true. It's a technical marvel, actually. We bring you the cricket here from rural Portugal. Moten is going to get a wicket here. Well, it might be one of the longest overs ever, but it's going to have a good result as Kazi, he's going to have to go in the 40s as he faces 19 balls. He tries to launch this one. He's going for the Maximo that would have brought out the 50, but instead it's him that has to go. And it's the third wicket now. It's 88 for 3.
Yeah, good bowling. He hits the leg stump there, full and straight, and yeah, it's a big, big wicket.
88 for 2, pardon me, of course, because that's just the second wicket. Now both openers have been dismissed. And so, yeah, well done to all our crew at Spring Productions. And I think this is good as well, because if the technicals aren't there and we can't broadcast the signal from the main cameras and from the cameras, I think it's good that you haven't missed any of the action, right? So this is a positive, that you haven't missed a ball. Fortunately, Kazi misses that ball, though, and he's the second man to fall. So, yeah, big thank you to our crew at Spring Productions. Again, the fact that they fixed that in a matter of minutes is huge. Moten, this one is dragged away towards the leg side. It's well blocked out there by Imtiaz. It'll just be a single. And that's what's going to happen. I mean, we're on the air for 2,000 plus hours a year on ECN. And really last year it was more like 2,500 hours of broadcast. So
Yep.
going to have the occasional hiccup because it's unprecedented what we're doing in sports broadcasting. As this next one is driven down. Bit of work for the captain down there, but he will keep it to 1. You wonder if that technical break just kind of throws Kazi, who was in form, wasn't he? But he missed pretty much the first one he saw after that technical break. This does take us to the end of 8 overs. It's 90 for 2. So just 2 overs remaining in this innings. And Punjab, at the moment, pretty much a par kind of a run rate, about 11 and over. I think in Group B is about par. And so a lot on these last 2 overs.
Yeah, big 2 overs, Vinny. I mean, 12 balls, it can either go pear-shaped or go brilliantly. And if they end up with 120, if they can have 2 big overs, 15 and 15, they would be feeling pretty comfortable then.
So, question in the chat from Tarek about what the most memorable ECL matches that we've watched. Maybe we'll throw it open to any ECN matches. We'll think about that in the last 2 overs, as it will be Saddam to bowl over number 9. He's a little bit expensive earlier. He went for a magical 20. That's not what he was after. He's into the side, and the first ball is turned around the corner. And a fair bit of work for the fielder down there, but does well to keep it to just 1. Do you have any famous or memorable finishes? I mean, for me, always the Sweden versus Belgium, the impossible chase. That's right up there for me, just because it was so unexpected. But we've had plenty of good finishes, haven't we?
Yeah, I did enjoy watching England at the ECL as well, as that's pulled away, ECC, sorry, pulled away. Good effort, great effort. Brilliant fielding that, really good. Saves 3 certain runs for his team. Impressive stuff. Yeah,
he knocks into the rope, but I think it's after he ejects the ball a second time. And we'll just have a look at this. That touch is no problem. It's this last one here. So he gets it away, and then I think he just grazes the rope, but that's going to be fine. Good fielding.
Yeah, very good fielding indeed. That's more what we want to see in this competition.
Tell us some of your favourite moments. And I know the last day in Malta last year was a bit crazy as well. Swing and a miss. This one just sneaks inside the line. So pretty good from Hussain so far. Yeah, so that one's right up there for me. I think I always go back, going a long way back, the ECL final, 2-2-2 for no loss that you played in. I mean, you just knew that was something special when you saw that. This one is turned on, and some fielding needs to be done, and he will be able to do it. Not as easy as it looks out there, but Imtiaz He's made a couple of important stops in this over.
Yeah, if those balls both went for 4, that's an extra 6 runs in total. So good fielding and really impressive stuff.
And this outfield, it's one of the better ones around Europe. Super quick, though, and you do get the odd bounce, which isn't too easy to handle. Well, this one will be handled, and so you see this one. It went to him super quickly here.
I think he's just surprised he stopped it.
He was pretty happy to come up with something. We'll see it on the replay. It was just a laser beam and had to deal with the spin. In the end, it was really well handled on the one bounce. This next one is up in the block hole.
What an over.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good over. There's no boundaries off it. In the end, it only goes for 4. That's a bowler that went for 20 of his first, but his second, just the 4. And that's 9 overs down, 94 for 2.
Oh, that's what good fielding does, Vinny. It just helps the bowler out, and they stopped a couple of certain 4s in that over, and he only goes for 4 in the end.
Question in the chat from Awoken Nightmare, who's watching from the US. Is, what country, if any, would you promote to test status if the decision was ours?
Scotland.
Okay.
They've got the best setup currently with the amount of depth and the amount of young Scottish kids coming through by a mile. They actually, they're pushing.
And it would encourage kids to keep playing in Scotland, right? Rather than maybe go and play for England, because quite a few of the Scots have played for England. Gavin Hamilton, Peter Such.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's an interesting one.
And then
that was a good one. I have to think of a different one. No.
Nepal would be my second.
Oh, I was going to use Nepal. This one is going to be a dot. That's right off the QN. It's going to be Ranasawa and Rao trying to finish things off. I think this just hits the very end of the bat. Look, there you go. Try and do that again if you try it. So it's going to be a bit of runner-to-runner action here in the 10th. Just worked away to the leg side.
Yeah, a special moment for me because I used to have my name in my house in Mullaloo in Australia was nicknamed the Rana.
Is that right?
Because I was on Corana Road.
Oh, is that right?
That's why I got the shirt off him last year. Pin it up at home.
Nice.
Mm.
I do appreciate you trying to be neutral here. I know you're a big fan of the Friendship CC.
Oh.
This is a full toss, though, and he stands and he admires this. This is going to be blasted over long on. Well, Imran Rao, he's been a bit hit and miss, but this one's more hit than miss. Maximo, and that one takes Punjab CC past the 3 digits.
Yeah, just a little bit too full that time, and 6 runs. Nice batting. He got every piece of that, and he'll be pretty happy as he gets his team over the 100 mark, and can they still get to 110?
Well, he might get more practice here. This one, he drags down. Well, he'll be frustrated with that. That was another one he could have baseballed out of the stadium, but he line drives it down to long on, just a single, and back to Rana to try and finish this off. 102 with 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, 2 to go, Vinny, and only 3 innings left in the day after this. It's a good day of cricket. Once again, the ending of Group B.
Get down the ground, and stop will not be made by Moten. Well, it does get in position, but he doesn't handle the last bounce. And, well, that expression tells you everything you need to know. This will be 4 bonus runs. They move up to 106 with the last ball coming up.
Yep, straight through his legs. It did take a bit of a bobble at the end, but got to try and get something behind that. That's a poor miss, and he'll be disappointed with that.
Well, Tarek saying Afghanistan, but Afghanistan's already got test status now. Well deserved.
There you go.
Last ball coming up, 106 on the board. And he blasts this one, and Imran doesn't even bother running for this. He saw it off the bat. He heard it. That's a blast out of the ground. Maximo. Punjab finish with a bang, and they'll finish 112 off their 10 overs.
Yep, they hit a lot of boundaries right at the back end there, and it's helped them get up to a more than competitive total. And after the 9th over was so good that unfortunately for Friendship CC, that 10th over leaked too many boundaries. And they end up with a pretty good score, Vinny, and this will be tough to chase.
Pass score, I think, but yeah, you think of Friendship, the fact that they're missing Jad Alam might hurt them, but still they have quite a few players. Not fancy chasing these runs down. Remember, the better of these 2 teams this afternoon will get that coveted 2nd place and avoid a matchup with either Marlow or Gorka 11 on quarterfinals Friday tomorrow. So plenty to play for. There's a bit of hit and miss early as the openers. They did bat through to the 5th over. It was raining boundaries early, as it was Punjab CC that we're trying to get the runs on the board here in match 39.
Yeah, they were trying their best, and that was the first dismissal. That ball just skimming the leg stump, and then the bails coming off, so that was definitely out. And Moten and Asaduzaman, the two right-arm off-spinners, were well supported by the fielders, as you can see here. A bit of a juggling act between the two of them to make sure they saved 4 runs. There was a few comical moments where it could have been caught, and in the end was signalled 6 as he fell onto the rope. And well, the fielding effort was there, the passion was there, just a few technical issues, and unfortunately for them, they couldn't hold on to every opportunity given. In the middle overs, though, it was pretty much Punjab CC. They threatened to take this game away, especially Imran Rao, the captain, was batting beautifully. That was a nice shot into a pocket of space that they got a bit of legs and went for 4. But these were the nice efforts that we saw. That was Imtiaz Hussain with a really good bit of fielding, and this was even better fielding by Asaduzaman at backward point. So that brought us into the last over, and Punjab CC, they came back strong. They got a little bit of luck there because Moten made a small error that went for 4. And Punjab CC got the boundaries right at the back end. They would have wanted to feel comfortable and take the game a little bit away from Friendship CC. Let's take a quick look at the scorecards now, and we'll start with the batting scorecard of Punjab CC. And it was that man again, Abdul Kazi. He goes off at the top. They all sort of chipped in. They all did what they needed to do. 24 off 18 for Aslam Ahmed. Abdul Kazi 44 off 19. Imran Ray 23 off 16. The captain and Rana Sawa a quick 14 off 7 with 7 extras. So everyone chipping in and helped to get that score up to 112. I think they're a couple of ahead of where they should have ended up, especially after that last over. So they'll be happy, Punjab CC. And, well, let's have a quick look at the bowling scorecard now. 2 overs apiece for everyone. No one having a real impact besides Abdul Moten at the bottom. 1 for 16 with an economy of 8. He did really well. Everyone else going above 10 and over. 7 extras, which helped to get it up to 112. So that does take us through to the halfway stage in this game. 112 for 2 scored. 113 required for Friendship CC. Join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello, welcome back everyone around the world for more T10 action here. We're at the halfway stage between Friendship CC and Punjab CC. And, well, Punjab, they're batted first, made 112 for 2. And I think they'll be pretty happy with those efforts so far. Friendship, it's a pretty big chase, 113 required. And looking forward to seeing how this one pans out. Good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via FanCode and everyone on YouTube via the YouTube chat and wherever else you may be watching the European Cricket Network. So how will Friendship CC go about getting these runs? They're going to have to get off to a pretty good start. I don't see too many chases over 100 happen, especially 110. And Punjab CC, they'll be wanting to get a couple of early wickets, put this game to bed, and then face the same opposition in the afternoon. These teams playing for positions in the table, potentially getting second spot and an easier sort of, if you can call it that, an easier sort of draw through to the finals. Man on your screen there, Naki, good bowler. Gets the ball to swing quite a lot in the air. That's Ali Naki, and he'll be bowling to Asaduzaman, who's come back pretty sensationally from a serious injury on day one of this tournament. He's partnered by Rupu, and Astroful Rupu, that is. A very dangerous opening pair, and you're going to want both of them out pretty early if this game is going to go the way of Punjab CC. Asaduzaman, he's on strike. Rupu at the non-strikers end. Ali Naki ready to go. First ball of the run chase. Well, it's going to be a wide. I said this earlier that sometimes each team is starting off with a little bit of a wide. It takes the bowlers a bit of time to get loose. And unfortunately, if that's the case, they tend to spray the very first one. That's a better ball, better length, and well played by Asaduzaman down to third man. Just opening the face on that slightly to get his team off the mark, off the bat. And Friendship CC, I think there's still a bit of a surprise packet team. They always seem to be thereabouts. A couple of cricketers that can really hit a long ball, and they've got a good camaraderie between the team. It's probably good if your team is nicknamed Friendship. That's a nice looking shot, the old traditional cover drive, but not too much power on it, so straight to the fielder there. Perfect conditions for cricket. A little bit cool out there, slight breeze, left to right. And good conducive bowling for swing bowling. That's full, hit hard, a better time shot. Beats the first man. Not too sure it'll beat the... Oh, no. Well. I didn't think there's any way he could miss that. Honestly, that could have been a planet rolling at him and he probably would have missed it still. There's the first miss. Good effort. This is one of the simplest stops you'll ever see. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I don't know how else to describe that one. That's 4 runs and just every now and then... The cricketing gods just want to remind you that cricket's not a fun sport and it's a bit more difficult than it looks. And we'll have a look here. Honestly, this could have been a planet and somehow it would have gone for 4. I just don't know how you miss it. The motor skills of some of the people, honestly, you can't miss that. As that's hit him. Well, Bucky's gone to shake it. Bucky, the umpire was standing off the pitch before he was hit. How quick was he moving off the pitch? And we'll have a look here. I think Buck got a head start here. He's already tilted. He's gone. He's off. He's already walking away. Oh, the umpire's a bit gun-high. He was off. He was walking off. See you later. Let's hope he can stand still. Comical couple of minutes here. I hope he doesn't go early again. Oh, he's held his line, and that's a gorgeous shot. Well, you get it all in the European Cricket Network. A bit of comedy. And next thing you see, a gorgeous cricket shot. Hard to surmise sometimes. And 4 runs, though. Hopefully, that will make everyone get back to the level that we know this cricket can be. And I see someone lurking around at the moment. I reckon Conrad Greenshields is keen for a bit of guest commentating later today again, which is very exciting. You know, he absolutely loves it. So, 10 runs off this first over. Last ball. Comes down the wicket. Good adjustment from the bowler. Puts it on a length, then blocks it steadily. So that's the end of the first over. The score is 10 for none. And it looks like special guest commentator Conrad Greenshields. He's just in the background. He's got a big smile on his face after the win and the loss and finishing top in his group. Now I get to bring in the real guest commentator, Vinny Sandhu. How are you?
Yeah, nice to have you me as your guest. Appreciate that. And look at the apprentice is outpointing the master here in match number 39.
Did you see that the last over? Those.
Yeah, I saw a bit of it.
Yeah, funny.
Well, sometimes it's a very traditional Australian thing to go walkabout, but Bucks is originally from South Africa.
Those
So-
are, I don't know what happened there. I've never seen that before.
Well, he saw it was missing leg stump, so he knew that he wasn't going to have to make a decision. And this next one is going to be 4. So this one will roll almost into the bushes. So pretty good start to the over. This is the Doos. It gets a full toss just outside the off stump, and it finds its way to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, nice batting.
And Bucks' defence there. He already saw the ball was missing the leg stump, so he was off. Not quite sure where to, but
off to a
the
hoedown.
decision he makes was correct at the end of the day. Here is Imam Muhammad. And this time it's going to be a blast out of the ground. Well, that's gone a long way. That's 6 on any ground, Corey. Maximo, 6 to Azaduzaman.
Yeah, it probably is. There's a lot to like about Asaduzaman, not just because he's 31 points that his name scores on Scrabble. It's a lot more about his technique and how he bats. And he gets on with it, does Asaduzaman, and it's impressive stuff.
He seems to just have this bionic quality. Doesn't matter how bad that leg is, and he clicks into gear. He makes sure that he performs for his team, and that's what we're seeing right now as they're chasing this target of 113. There's another full toss. Doesn't quite get this one, and well, on the one bounce, Muzamal Abbas will clean up eventually. Just a single.
Yeah, good clean-up job. And just the single there. Probably feels like he missed out. It was a low full toss, and unfortunately couldn't get it away. He's honestly improved since the calf injury.
It's quite amazing, isn't it? Next one worked away by Rupu. The offside. This will just be 1. The other reason the top 2 is important, of course, these 2 teams are contending for the top 2, is if there is any weather around tomorrow, that the top seed will go through. And we have seen quarterfinal Fridays, I think twice we've seen them completely get washed out. We saw it in Prague last year and we saw it in Dresden. So then essentially only the top 2 make it to finals day. I was up in the block hole, driven but no run. And so yeah, that's important. And also you keep your ranking for Saturday on finals day where there is a forecast of a possible shower. So we know the weather can be a bit unpredictable. So that's another reason to push for top 2 because it will be a higher seed. This time he loads up and he just gets the elevation to get it over mid-off once again. So the Doos, he holds the pose, or maybe he just can't move. That's the end of the over. It's 26 for no loss.
I think he's just stretching it out and just making sure that calf's still activated. It doesn't move. That's pretty impressive.
I wonder if he's got a secret regenerating formula that he uses. This time, you see, it just gets over the man in the circle. That's power play batting. And they are 26 for no loss. And this is what I'm talking about. If one of these teams was to lose twice and lose badly, probably Friendship CC, they could potentially go down to 4th as well. So still could have some movement this afternoon. And regardless of which team wins this game, the top 2 will still be alive because they could tie each other at 8 points. And that would be a net run rate that we would determine which one would take the higher ranking. Said Alinaki will come back to bowl his second over. And let's see if he can get the breakthrough. His first over wasn't the worst. He went for 10. This one just a bit ill-directed, but batter not able to get any bat on it. In fact, they won't even take a run in the end. So Rupu slightly bogged down at the moment. He's 9 off 7. Has hit 2 4s. That shows you off his other balls. He's just got 1 single and has consumed a few dots.
Yeah, he has consumed a few, but he's still there. That's the most important thing.
Pitched up and sliced away. Well, this one, I think he gets a hand on this in the end. Slows it down, but it will be 4. Let's have a look here.
I don't know what game you're watching, Vinny.
I thought he just slowed it down a little bit, but it was actually the ground that took the pace off it.
Maybe with his mind. Maybe there was some mind magic.
I thought that just as the fielders came together, he might have got a finger on it. But I think you're right, it was into the gap and 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a good motivator for Rupu. These two both in the teens now.
6 boundaries in this power play so far. Pretty productive. On the walk this time, but good length adjustment from the bowler. That's one thing he's done a lot better. I think he had problems with getting the length right and the release point of his bowling action, Said Ali Naki, early in the tournament, but he's been a lot more accurate after the first couple of games. And you expect that, I suppose, early in the season.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, people find their form as the tournament goes on. They figure out this T10 format and what works best for them and how to make an impact on the game.
This time it's down the ground and they will scamper through for a single. There's Muzamal Abbas, who is doing the fielding there.
Ooh, the flies are coming around the commentary tent here, Vinny. Is it a bit of rain?
Are you hiding any food or anything?
There's a bit of that. Usually is an indicator there's a bit of rain around.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, today there wasn't any rain in the forecast.
Anyway, back to the action. 2 to come. Friendship CC, positive start. Asaduzman on strike. 16 off 6. This is a big ball because you feel he's going to take it on.
Here's Nucky. And he does take it on, but the Doos hits it pretty much straight up in the air. The pressure's on the fielder, and he will take the catch. So it was a big moment in the game, wasn't it? And so it will be Ranasawa that takes the catch. Had plenty of time to think about it. There's no easy catches when millions of people are watching from all around the world, but he does hold on to this one. And Asaduzman, the comeback kid, has got to go now. He scored 16, and Friendship CC lose their first at 31 for 1.
Yeah, disappointing to get out now, and because he just late start. Not too much movement with the ball, but putting it in the right areas. And yeah, looking forward to how the rest of this match pans out.
Yeah, could we have another close one here? It's all set up for it.
We're due a last ball finish, aren't we?
Yeah. I mean, we almost got one earlier today. There was only three runs between Owerosh and the Knights, but that went down to the second last ball. So, yeah, anything's possible. So now we're going to go into over number 4.
Oh, slight delay here, it looks like.
I'm not sure what the delay is. And, perhaps it could be another technical delay. Hopefully not.
Oh, no. I'm not too sure I can handle any more screen time, Vinny.
Yeah, once again, have had a couple of connection issues so far at the ground. There's Corey Ruckers here with me, Spanish national team coach.
Number 5.
All right, good guy. Coffee number 5, says Corey. So we do apologise. And look, I'm going to announce that we do have
a winner,
a new chatter. And I mentioned I had Rose, Vinny Fangirl, yesterday. There's now a Vinny Fangirl account. And that means that I have 2 Fangirl accounts and you only have 1. She says, hello, Vinny. How you doing? Well, Vinny Fangirl, what a great time for you to catch me because I don't have a lot of free time.
Question.
You know that.
Question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So in the
You're
chat,
interrupting my...
yeah, look, it says...
Yeah.
It says there's a C. It's from a C account. So that is Corey Fangirl, and they've just changed their name. Unlucky champ.
It's not.
Come back next year, buddy.
I mean, we don't know that at all. But Vinny Fangirl, hello to you, and thank you. It's hard.
I'll give you a moment.
Just actually step out for a moment. But we do appreciate that you've taken the time to message. And I know that, that Corey doesn't really look after his fans the way that I do.
You're so nice, Vinny.
Thank you very much.
Oh, Vinny, let me touch you.
Get away. So, look, you know, I am on the road a lot. It's not easy, you know, to get to know me because I am married to the cricket. But thank you for taking the time to message, and I look forward to learning a bit more about Vinny Fangirl.
What about Prague?
I mean, wherever you are around Europe, you're always welcome to message us, and you can get in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network.
I want to know what are their thoughts on the collar and the sweater. This is the first time I'm running it. I'm not sure yet.
With you? Yeah. What's with the little up bits?
They're
Is that meant to be that way?
I don't know.
Anyway, we are going to get the cricket back to you as soon as we can. But here's the thing. We stopped the game because there's a technical issue that stops us showing you the game. So I think that's really important.
So we're all being starved of cricket right now.
Yeah, so we do appreciate your patience. And the good thing is, because we've got plenty of sunlight here at the moment, we won't lose any overs for an issue like this. It's not weather related. Anyway,
Oh, we're back, Vinny.
here's some good news. Here's Muzamal Abbas to bowl the next over. And this next one is just going to be worked out for one. Well, at least it gave me a chance to say hello to Vinny Fangirl.
Oh, I'm not going to lie. The camera takes off £5 for you. You look sensational.
Appreciate that. Hello to Music Mania for your nice comment as well. He's loving the coverage. And Awoken Nightmare. He says things are working again. Well, I don't think it's your issue. I think there's an issue just with a bit of connectivity at the ground. But I'm glad that one got sorted a little bit quicker than the issue in the first innings.
Could have been all the viewers' Wi-Fis all simultaneously.
Well, that'd be unlucky. Here's Abbas. This one is going to be outside the off stump and just inside the wide line. That'll be a dot. I had this question earlier in the week, but Tarek asking, who's the best player that we've played with? Do you have one in your mind, Corey?
There's not much going on up there at the moment. Let me have a think. Give me a ball.
You can say yourself. I know you've got a pretty good strike rate.
Nah.
This one is over the offside. It will get over the infield, but it won't get over the outfield. They're going to take a slightly dodgy two. Well, that's pretty good running as Rupu hoofs it out for a couple.
Played against Mitch Marsh. Let's do that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he says played with, but that's fine. Corey, do you even know who you are?
I need this fifth coffee to kick in, Vinny.
Coffee, yeah. Fifth time's the charm.
Rupu, the key.
He's hasn't really gotten going yet. Scoring at 133.
Oh.
This tries this, but it's more of a slice than anything.
Watch it. Oh, that had a bit of top spin kick on it.
Lucky for the big size 46s getting behind that one. That was a bit of left sneakerage that stops this and prevents it going to the boundary.
Yeah, good left sneakerage required at that time.
Been lucky to play with a few good players.
I
I've played international cricket, so yeah. Nathan Coulter-Nile's one that comes to mind. Jason Berendorf.
Mm-hmm.
Murray Goodwin, I think is the name I mentioned.
Yeah,
Made a fair bit of test cricket.
Good old Murray.
David Willey.
Oh, well
Knocked over.
bowled.
Yeah, that's really well bowled. And Muzamal gets the wicket of Mizu. And how about this for a delivery? This certainly shapes in. It yorks the left-hander, so he can't keep it out. And then he is out for just two. It's 37 for two. Good delivery.
Yeah, very good delivery, Vinny. Full straight, you miss, I hit.
Hits middle and leg in the end. It looked like it was probably going to be outside the off stump, but then it comes back in the air. And that's a sight that every bowler likes to see. I know that Muzamal, he liked watching that, as over went the castle. And that is a second wicket now for Punjab CC as they try and defend this score here in match number 39. And they're 112, looking pretty good at the moment, but still anything can happen in the FanCode European Cricket Series.
So when you say, like, over goes the castle, do you reckon many of our viewers know what a castle is?
Yeah, in cricket you mean? Or
Yeah.
I think it's probably they can get it from the context.
Yeah,
but
I wonder how many different Aussie words we sort of come up for wickets and these little slang words.
I would have thought that one's a bit more global than regional.
Yeah?
Over goes the castle. I've heard Rico saying that as well. But this is the thing. Not often you get to knock over all three stumps.
Ooh.
Only here in the FanCode European Cricket Series you can. If you hit them hard enough, Mohamed Abdul Motin comes to the crease here. Batted very well yesterday. Last ball of the fourth. Swings and misses at this one though. And it's the end of the over. The score at the end of 4 is 37 for 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Rutgers for the European Cricket Network today. Thanks for joining us once again. And to everyone in the chat. We are enjoying it. And, well, Vinny Fangirl, she likes the shirt. Well, this is one of my favourites that I've pulled out. And it kind of just represents a bit of everything. It's got almost every colour, all the colours of the rainbow. And we are a very inclusive organisation here at ECM. It's mesmerising you at the moment, Corey.
Lost in the colours. It's like hypnosis, Vinny.
It's not one of those magic eye puzzles if you look at it long enough. But I'll let you take a break
What
for
do
that.
they call those things that you go through like
Kaleidoscope?
Yeah, it's like a kaleidoscope shirt.
A little bit. So hopefully you're enjoying it. And we're enjoying bringing you the action, of course, from Portugal. A couple of technical issues in this match. But the thing is, we haven't lost too much time at all, just 5 or 6 minutes. And so we should be back on target to start the last game on time. Looks like I'm going to have some left arm action now. And it will be Parveen Singh who will bowl the next over number 5. This one sliced up. He hasn't really got it at all.
Oh.
And well, there's Rana. And he throws it in with some aggression. And you can see why, because that was a dolly.
Oh, goober. I like the word goober. And, well, yeah, not too much you can say about this because it doesn't get easier than that.
Yeah, he finds himself jumping for no particular reason. So maybe a little bit unbalanced, maybe the eye is moving. But Rana, I think he catches that 99 times out of 100. Next one, Parveen gets back on the horse and gets driven down the ground for 1. That's a good stop there because Imran Rao took a bit of a bounce and he handles that one okay. Yeah, question from Sam Taptil about what our ECL 22 starting 11 is. That's something we actually already did in the first week.
Yep.
Had a few names in there. We'll recall some of them perhaps. Goes after this, and it's between the stumps and the bat, and it's off the glove of the keeper. That's a little bit lazy keeping there. It's not an easy one for the keeper when it's between the batter and the stumps, but I think that Abdul Qazi has got to do better there. You see here, he just throws the one glove at it in the end, and so the result is 4 byes.
Yeah, that hurts. 4 byes, and a mistake there from the keeper. Should have been a dot ball in the end.
Phil G thinks my shirt looks like a box of Smarties. Yeah, and we had a few of the characters you'd expect in that ACL 22 dream team that came up with. This one has worked away. And this time they got the fine leg in place to keep that to 1. Yeah, Bubba, Cameron. I think Chris Williams was in there.
Hugo Southwell.
Hugo Southwell was in there. And I think we had David Barr in there in the end, did we?
No.
No, he just missed out. We had a couple of pretty good reserves. I remember that. Mohammed Kamran.
Qureshi.
Yeah. Ali Raza Islam, I think, was in there from Brescia as well.
Raza from Scotland.
Yeah. Adil Raza, leg spinner. This one is cut away. There is protection, but there's not enough protection. Well, Punjab CC.
Oh, my.
Oh, what can you say about their feelings? More holes than Swiss cheese in the ground fielding at the moment.
What?
And somehow this has gone for 4. Well, just get a load of this. This one is rolling at a snail's pace. And yeah, he does everything right except touch the ball here.
How do you miss your long barrier by that much?
Yeah, well, you need to build a second barrier. Missing those. This is poor Parveen has copped it here, and now he's just saying, "Come on, someone stop one." This is probably a win because it's only 1 bye to finish the over, and so Moten will retain the strike. This is a back of the hand slower ball. As Kazi, at least he gets behind that one. And he gives it the old shrug emoji look as we get to the end of 5, and it's 49 for 2. Game on here in match 39.
Yeah, game on, match 39. I just don't know how you miss the long barrier. It's called the long barrier for a reason. You got everything behind it, and it's still like if it bobbles up, it then goes into your body.
Sometimes, you know, there's a situation where you think you cannot possibly miss it. I think to take that really easy catch. I saw Graham Smith drop a catch just like that in a T20 international between Australia and South Africa. And it's almost like, especially when you're on TV, you think, I couldn't possibly miss this, could I? And that's just the moment where the ball will sneak past you or away from you. Here is Usama Ali. Let's see if Usama can come up with something for Punjab CC. 49 on the board. As this is driven away and does it have what it takes? It doesn't. And there we go. A catch taken. It is possible. Imran Rao, the captain. Well, this time he does hold on to it. And so Friendship lose a 3rd wicket. It's 49 for 3.
Yep, 49 for 3 and full straight. He gets it away and unfortunately he doesn't get enough bat on it. Out caught and yeah, he swallows that one.
There we go. And Imran Rao, he will hold on to that one. And so, yeah, Friendship CZ just a little bit behind the rate, I suppose. And, they do have a bit of hitting power still to come. And here's one of them. It's the captain, Imtiaz Rana, coming to the crease at number 5. Well, all day in the chat saying it was more wedding proposal than long barrier. That one on the point boundary. Unfortunately for Friendship. They lose Moten here for just 5.
Yeah, another wicket falls. You still sort of feel that Friendship CC just a couple of boundaries behind where they need to be, Vinny.
So let's see if I can get a second. It's been a good start for him. So see if Rana can get something going in this chase as we see the rate required. It's up above 13 at the moment. Worked away. He'll get off the mark immediately. He's out there with Rupu. He's been there since the very start. He hasn't really set the world on fire. He's scored 3 fours in the first half of this innings. Well, Syed thinks the commentators are biased towards Friendship. Well, Corey is. Well, I'll try and say pretty neutral. I don't think being critical of the Punjab CC fielding is showing a sense of bias. It's just showing a sense of reality, as this one is in the air. And I think it won't quite carry this time. For sure. I do think that I've really enjoyed watching Punjab CC for the first time live. Of course, seen a couple of their players before. Imran Rao and also Rana Sawa playing for Fighters last year. So Osama, pretty good over so far. He's shutting the gate on this chase. Oh, this one was called no ball in the end. Would have been a wide anyway. I think it misses the leg stump. Check out this. I think the height was the issue. Caught by Bucks pretty quickly there. Does get up. It does drop at the last moment. I don't know if it grabs some of the shirt first before we saw that side on angle. So, well, either way, it was going to be an extra. So, halfway through this over. And this will be a free hit, so it won't be out even if it's caught. It won't be caught. I think of a second, but...
Well, you can get run out of a free hit.
Yeah, that's it. And we have seen it several times. Nucky eventually gets there.
Yep, choose your moments.
So, good to see a bit of discussion in the chat. And, well, you just popped out for a second there. Syed thinking that commentating was a bit biased towards Friendship. What do you have to say about that?
Who said that?
It was Syed. And I said, well, you might be a bit biased because you...
Oh, yeah, 100%.
But you've disclosed that.
Yeah, they gave me a shirt last year as a present to...
Well, if you want to know, I come from a Punjabi background, so if anything, I'd be biased towards Punjab CC. But, you know, mate, I'm Switzerland all the time.
Yep, fair enough. Neutral is the best way to be. Last ball of the over. And, well, down the leg side, we've done the mockers again, another wide.
So, will be re-bowled. Still not a lot going on off the bat, but still, Summer Ali doing a pretty good job here. Hello to Edith, who's in the chat as well. Last ball of the over. Oh, I think it's a little bit on this. Once again, it gets away from Kazi. I think this is runs. I'm not sure what the signal is in the end, but it will be for, yeah, it's a little bit of bat on it. You saw it there, the signal. But still, there's not that much of a deflection. Doesn't carry to the keeper. But once again, it's one that really should be stopped. And the keeper mentioning to the bowler, don't make me move sideways. But he just had to take one extra step there to block the line. So 59 for 3 after 6 overs. So it looks like we still have a game on our hands. 54 required of the last 24. I'd say Osama Ali, but unlucky to go for a boundary last ball. He ends up conceding 10 off the 6th over. The other thing is, plenty of options left in these last 4 overs. It's only Nucky that's bowled out at the moment. Hello to Wazza, who's in the chat. Great to have you with us. Watching from Australia, no doubt. Here's Muzamul Abbas coming back for over number 7. Rupu has had enough, and so he launches this one leg side, but he's picked out the fielder, and this will be gone. Haven't held all the catches. Osama Ali, well, he bowled a very good last over, and he decides to contribute in the field. This one was straight down his throat. Rupu, who'd batted through the whole innings so far, The first ball, the 7th, he tries to take on the leg side rope, and he doesn't win. Osama takes the catch, and that's another wicket that's fallen now. 59 for 4. Rupu has to go for 21 off 19. So that just shows you that the pressure had been building up, even though, well, let's be honest, Punjab CC have been woeful in the field with some of their ground fielding, but still, they have taken a couple as well when it's counted, so they haven't really been punished for those fielding indiscretions. A new batter out there is Muhammad Al Amin, who will be facing up, of course. Even if you cross on a catch, you have to cross back, go back to your original ends. Facing Muslim Al Abbas. Oh, and this one, I think, takes a bit of bat as well. Once again, Kazi can't quite cover the line.
Yeah, well, it's another half a chance, Vinny, and if they keep missing them, this game could get down to the wire.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde performance, hasn't it, from Punjab CC. Seen a couple taken. It's a good delivery. So he just grabs a little deflection. He does get that on the full. It has to go down as a chance.
Yeah, it does. I mean, he gets both hands to it as well, so he might be disappointed he didn't snaffle that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a bit of respect there from Rana.
It's a bit of time for that. The old traditional block into the offside and scamper through for a single.
Leaving their run really late here at the moment. Now, Friendship CC have the inferior run rate out of these two at the moment as well. So if they lose this one, they're going to have to absolutely thrash Punjab CC in the last game of the day if they're going to grab that top 2 spot. I told you it might be important. That's the difference between playing Brothers 11 in the quarterfinal and playing Gorka 11. So plenty to play for at the moment. This one just a little bit too wide. That's good movement by Kazi that time. I'll be positive. When some positive things happen, he does get across to that one and block it.
Yep, it is a wide. And Bus, sensational figures here, just doing what he needs to do.
He's someone I'd like to see thrown up the order sometimes with a bat. He never seems to bat above 7, but he can really go at a good pace. This one is blasted through the offside. Well, that came from nowhere. Alamin, he's hit this as hard as any ball today. And I think the rope felt the brunt of that one. 4 runs and an outrageous cover drive right out of the middle.
It's the greatest cover drive I've ever seen, Vinny. And he hit that so hard. Look at all the fielders, just statues out there.
Yeah, there was no point. That's one that isn't going to be fielded. So, Abbas. Yeah, first time we've seen him hit to the boundary. He's hit pretty hard. And this one would have been a wide, but it's been launched. And this one will be 4 more. Well, almost goes for 6. He had to reach out for the Q extender. But Alamin, back-to-back 4s. And maybe this game's got a bit of life in it yet.
Well, Al is mean, and that is gorgeous batting. He smoked that. Those 2 last shots are probably the shots of the day. That's gone for 6. I think that went for 6. You called for. I think that might have carried it, Vinny.
Well, you think so? Let's have one more look at it. I think if you slow it down, it's just inside. Oh.
Don't let the camera fool you, Vinny.
It's 4.
Is that on the rope?
No.
Maybe
Let's try that.
Maybe I am biased.
You are so biased, judging by that. This next one is going to be out. Well, what a piece of fielding. He only had 1 stump to aim at, and Rana's going to get run out just when it looked like Friendship were getting away. We see an outstanding piece of fielding, and that's Parveen Singh. I think he's side on with the wicket. And you won't see a better piece of fielding than that in any level of cricket. Doesn't get harder than that to hit the smallest target. And so Parveen comes up with a bit of magic, 70 for 5.
I have a feeling Parveen was the one that pulled off an amazing run out a few days ago. So obviously he's got an unbelievable arm and cool, calm, collected. 1 stump to aim at. And if you're Rana, after seeing the fielding the last few days, you are the most unlucky.
You cannot believe it. I mean, it's such a good piece of fielding. I mean, often say when you go straight away, it'll take a really good piece of fielding to get you out. Yep. That was the really good piece of fielding. And Parveen, wow, that is a fantastic throw from side on. And so it runs out a pretty important player. And now 70 for 5.
Yeah, 70 for 5. All happening. And what do they need here? 43 off 18.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so last 3 overs. But look who's on strike. It's Alamin. He's just blasted a couple.
Oh, the greatest player on the offside we've ever seen in the history of cricket at the moment.
Joined by Imtiaz Hussain, who's at the non-striker's end.
I honestly don't think he's ever played 2 better strokes in the offside in his life.
And this one is caught, and he doesn't time it. It's third time unlucky for Alamin. He just wraps the bat around this. It was high. It was off the splice, and it's taken in the follow-through. You see there, goes after it. And that's actually a pretty good reaction catch. Probably wasn't super hard, but Osama Ali has been pretty good so far. He's got 2 for 10 now. He removes the threat. So 2 wickets and 2 balls. And Friendship CC is a long way home from here.
Yeah, it is a long way home from here. And, well, you can see the old cheeky bat exchange. 70 for 6, Friendship CC. You'd imagine are going to fall short unless someone plays a remarkable cameo. I'm not too sure, though. 70 for 6. Someone in that lower order is going to have to get in and get in fast, Vinny.
I mean, this game will change so quickly it'll make your head spin. And Alamin came and blasted to the point region. But in the first ball, the next over, he just finds it back to the bowler. And look, we've seen those drop before. I mean, it wasn't an easy catch. Had to react, had to go up and to his right. Kind of slightly wrong-footed as well. And his follow-through was Osama Ali. But nice bit of work. That's a fantasy point dream as well for the bowler. This next one blocked back, and probably don't have time to do that at this stage, as it's Ashkar Rahman that's out there now. Both these batters very, very new to the crease. Have to find a way to get 2 boundaries and over. And so, we'll have to see Osama Ali if he can get a 3rd, maybe a 4th here. Got the chance to bowl at the lower order. There's this one is swung and missed. Awoken Nightmare, who's in the USA, said, what are your thoughts on a 4-inning T20 match where the opening team bats 10 overs in the first and third innings? Well, that's a bit like quarters. They tried in longer form cricket, 50-over cricket back in the 90s in Australia. So you're saying you split the innings so that Team A bats their first half, then Team B, and then the second halves. So we see another swing and a miss. I think it's one of those ideas that seems good in theory, but I think in practice you felt that you lose a bit of momentum, and some of the batters are a bit cautious at the end and start of sessions. So I think it's probably good to keep it the way it is. But it's interesting. And, maybe if there was a bonus point on the first 10 overs or something like that. But, you know, I think that it's something that could be tried, but I don't think it'd necessarily be any more exciting than what you'd see at the moment. This next one has worked away, and nice pick up, Parveen. If you hit that one as well, you have to ask questions. It will be just 1 run. It does seem like Friendship CC struggling a little bit in this chase now.
Just in the last 4 minutes, Parveen's channeling his inner Ricky Ponting here.
Wasn't he ever? It shows our viewers are thinking. They've got some cool ideas. Edith saying T10 is an amazing setup. Yeah, well, this format we've got, I like it that you can get thrashed in a match and then come straight back and get some revenge. Last ball of the over. This one is a bit of a leading edge. How far will it go? Well, it'll be 1 bounce. It'll be 4. So that's the boundary. Well, one of the boundaries that they're after, but they'll need plenty more as Imtiaz Hussain gets off the mark first ball. Where's the backwards boundary? It's the end of the 8th, and it's 75 for 6.
Well, that boundary keeps them alive, doesn't it? It's a little bit of luck right at the end of that over. We'll have a look at the worms, and, well, you can see just behind. And that little big influx at the end for Punjab, that 10th over went for quite a few.
Yeah, got a little kick along at the end, didn't it?
Yeah.
18 came off the last over.
10 off the last 2.
That's an important over when you look at it now. When it was 94 after 9, if they could have had another tight one, maybe they're only chasing 100, and they're very much still in this.
It's 1 game to go after this one.
It'll be the last group game. And then we will have our order set for tomorrow on quarterfinals Friday. And now we are heading into the 9th. We often say it all happens in the 9th. Well, I'm sure, Corey, you'll be excited to see what happens here. See if Friendship, your guys, can get close.
Well, with shots like that, probably not. Probably needs to be looking to hit a boundary there. Here comes Ricky.
Yeah, he's saying,
well,
he should also know he doesn't need backup fielders because he won't miss.
True.
So, deciding not to throw it smart. And that rate's got above 21 now. So, really need something magical here. Throw caution to the wind. Rahman is on strike. It's 2 off 5.
He's got to go, doesn't he?
And he tries, to be fair, and he hits it pretty well. In fact, he will get a boundary here. So he went walkabout, went down the pitch, He meets it on the full, makes some good contact, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot for 4. Good batting. Keeps the hope alive, and it's just a glimmer of hope.
32 off 9. I mean, still think, I feel like you need at least 2 boundaries, probably more, probably 3 out of the next 3.
Need a 5 wides, Vinny.
Let's him step across, maybe go leg side here. He just tries. Well, he might get another one here. I don't know if there's any bat on this or not.
Oh, yeah, he's absolutely smashed it, Vinny.
Yeah, so you see the ball was pitched up. Wasn't a bad ball at all. Yeah, I think there's a little inside edge. And once again, catches Kazi a little bit flat-footed. They can't make a play on that ball. That'll be 4 more to the total. Well, they said they needed 3 boundaries in a row. Just 2 more would be nice now.
Yeah, you never know.
Two to come. Rahman with the hot hand. And he launches this one. Well, this is probably higher than it is long. It should be caught. It is caught. And Imran Rao, he's redeeming himself catch by catch. The captain stands up and removes Rahman after a couple of boundaries. Friendship loses 7th wicket. And with 7 balls remaining, it's 85 for 7.
Yeah, he had to go for it. He had to try for his team, but couldn't get enough distance on the shot. Safe catch there this time by Imran, who's dropped a couple of sitters, but also taking some pretty decent catches. So licorice all sorts from him in the field. And
Certainly has been.
yeah.
So we're going to see one Hussain back out there now, as it will be Saddam, who's come into the team, who is batting at number 9 here.
Who's this, Finn?
Yeah, it's Saddam Hussain. It's come into the crease. Last ball of the 9th coming up. Imran Mohammed catches him on the pad here. And now they're going to run. Well, nobody wants it. Well, that's one way to do it. And so, they're looking at each other, and there was no one coming for the ball, so why not? We'll see some more Saddam time when we get to the 10th over. Just have a look at this. I often said it before, this ball was an orphan because no one wanted it. And it completely stopped. And look, it's Parveen. Well, he, of course, is the first one that's going to be in there. He is a very, very good fielder. Even he could prevent the run. 9 overs down. It's 86 for 7. That means that 27 runs will be required off the last. What do you think, Corey? Sneaky chance. It would be a record if they got there.
A better chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way, Vinny, than Friendship CC winning this game.
Come on. They're your boys. You've got to support them.
I'm jumping ship.
Let's see. Ooh. Very harsh with 1 game to go. Anyway, Parveen, he's kept the ball. Swing and a miss. Or maybe you are Nostradamus, because it does look with that one that they may struggle. As it's now 27 off 5.
Just good reading of the game, Vinny. I mean, 27 off 6. Not likely. 0.01% chance, I'd say.
Working Nightmare has another question in the chat, which I've got an opinion on. As we see this one, bit of contact. Now, who's after it? I think the bowler, Parveen's the only one with any chance, and he almost gets there.
He'll probably hit the stumps now.
Yeah, well, he'll miss the easy one because he had 3 to aim at there. And so it's a pretty good effort. He couldn't really get off his feet in the end. He was just running full pelt, running with the flight of the ball. They will get a couple. So Hussain gets off the mark. Have a look at this one. At least he knew it was his straight away. He turns and goes. Always a tough one to judge. And then, this throw, probably about 12-yard throw. Couldn't quite hit. Didn't miss by much.
No, good effort from him. He's got a lot of energy. Do like what he offers.
Could be an important player for them as we head into the final stages. Slower ball, clever bowling. This is
Spin.
Going to be spinning, but will be fielded by Aslan Ahmed. Just a single. The question was, if cricket was added as an Olympic sport, what's our personal choice that we would like to see? Would T10 be the best format, or is T20 more accepted? I honestly think in an Olympic situation, it's a bit like rugby sevens. For me, you've got to go T10. I think that if you're trying to interest people in the sport that don't have a cricket background, I think T10, just the duration of the game and the action proportion, it's got to be T10. What do you think?
Test match.
Okay. How long are the Olympics?
Yeah, so we can just spend the whole time at the Olympic Village.
So do you think you have 3 test matches, like 2 semi-finals and a final, and you just pick the top 14? Well, a good chance of a medal, though, if you did that.
No.
I think, honestly, T10.
What about 15 overs? Meet you in the middle.
No. I think football game duration is the format. And I know that T20 is exciting to cricket people, but to non-cricket people, I think they think it's too drawn out and they don't really have an appreciation for it. And I also think it's a bit of an evener, and you can have more close contests between more nations. So I think it's more inclusive format as well.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. People free to differ though. Last ball of match 39. It's a big swing and a miss. So you can't really blame the Hussein combination at the end, as they were left in the lurch at the top order, just not firing. And in the end, it'll be 112 to 90. It's Punjab CC that will defend their first innings total and get the victory here. That firms their spot in the top 2. And well, it's possible it could get taken away. I'd have to say it'd have to be a big win from Friendship CC if they were to overtake them. And in the end, they kind of got away with some fielding that was a bit below par. And that's something maybe they'd want to look at as they head into the quarterfinals tomorrow.
Yeah, probably. We know that fielding makes a big play in these T10 matches, especially on these outfields. So that's something they can reflect on. But well done to Punjab CC. They were the better of the two sides. There's Marzi. He was getting ready because he's happy because he had his lunch there.
Yeah, and then Mahel. A bit understated, but I tell you what, they're doing such a great job in trying conditions today. Speaking of not such a good job, Rao early, that wasn't a good moment for him. Bucks went walkabout, but he does get the decision right on this one. But, well, there'd be plenty of highs and lows, thrills and spills. You wouldn't expect anything less in this FanCode European Cricket Series. And Rana does hold on to this one. He had a catch of the dropsies, touch of the dropsies at times. That was a good Yorker that got rid of Mizur Rahman, who's another dangerous striker. And in this one, well, it was a can of corn, as they say in North America. Rana grasses that one. And I will say also that Kazi sometimes just struggling a little bit when he had to move. And then this one here, I mean, you wonder about it as Corey is
he's not amused, am I?
Pretty excited about match 39 here in Portugal as Imran finally found a way to hold on to one. This one just gets away from the keeper.
Some of the ground fielding.
Well, I would say that the energy levels from Punjab CC at times in the field, a bit like your commentary, but ultimately, this one was blasted by Alamin, who was able to whack a couple away. And then this piece of fielding was pretty incredible. It came from nowhere, and that was the captain that had to go. And so, well, at the end, he ended up going Alamin pretty quickly after those two. So unfortunate for him. And we're a couple of consolation boundaries. That one was taken. And so, yeah, ultimately, they would fall a bit short in this one. 32 runs the difference. That was one that nobody wanted. Parveen eventually comes in, says, I'll clean up. And he was still full of beans as he tried to close this one out. No boundaries in that last over. And it was just too much for the lower order to clean up. And then Corey still hassling me.
Give me the lollies. Give me the lollies.
Well, just keep your hands to yourself. And we do get to the end of match 39. And this will take us into the final group match, and it will be a rematch. So Friendship do get the chance to push once more for that top 2 position and perhaps some bragging rights as well. And also, I want to avenge the loss. Takes the winning form into the last match of the day as they will be taking on Punjab CC in match 40. Starts in around about 10 minutes' time. We should be back in just a few minutes for that one and back on schedule as well as we have a look at the scorecard. And well, Corey, it was 113 to win, but Friendship CC just falling a bit short in this chase.
Yeah, just falling a bit short, and was really disappointing that they couldn't get on with it, Vinny. 16 off 7 for Asaduzzaman. Rupu, 21 off 19, and Rahman, 10 off 8. But what a sensational effort it was from the bowlers. Let's have a quick look at the bowling scorecard here.
Yeah, so, I mean, Punjab CC, they weren't helped, the bowlers, by their fielders too much. In the end, Muslim Al-Abbas, I think he got a key wicket of Mizur Rahman in there with a good Yorker. He finished with 2 for 15. Identical figures for Usama Ali. He's a bit of a find for them as well. Other wickets went to Saeed Ali Naki and Umar Muhammad. Parveen Singh also less than run a ball, so he didn't take a wicket, but a very important performer. And don't forget that run out. That was one of the best pieces of fielding we've seen all week in Portugal. So we'll take a few minutes off. Join us just around the corner. We have the last match of the day. Hopefully you're enjoying the action. And we have one more match for you before we head into quarterfinals Friday tomorrow. So join us very shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching around the world. And we'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal, and it's the last game of the day, the last Group B match, the last group match full stop, and it's match 40 which is on the way between Friendship CC and Punjab CC. The news from the toss is that Friendship CC, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat first. They do get the chance to put the runs on the board. We still do know that the top two is not quite set, and I know that these teams, they do want to avoid a battle with either Marlow or Gorka in the quarterfinals tomorrow. So plenty to play for as we get over to the commentary box now. Corey Ruckers is there and he's waiting for the start of match 40. The news from the toss is that Friendship CC, they've won the toss and they're going to have a bat.
Well, thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu. That's a lovely introduction and a beautiful shirt. And welcome everybody around the world for Game 4 today. T10 action, Punjab CC, Friendship CC. And, well, this is the last match of Group B before we hit some finals time tomorrow. And we have a look at the two lineups. And it should be a good game. They just went head-to-head, and Punjab CC, they got the win by 20-odd runs. And this time, I have a feeling Friendship CC might come back and get the chocolates in this one. And there's definitely a few names to look out for there. And they're all getting some pretty decent fantasy points, as you can see in the red, throughout this week. And it's their last chance to get a few more fantasy points for your Dream 11 teams out there. I hope everyone around the world is doing good, especially those in India on FanCode and on YouTube and via the YouTube chat, and especially anyone else around the world who's tuning in from all over. Friendship C, they're batting first in this one. And, well, not too many changes to the lineups, but identical teams. And identical 11 men as we start this one. Ball one. Well defended into the offside, and they'll get through for a single. So opens the running there with Asaduzaman. Just one run, into the offside. Good batting. And he's supported again by Rupu. Rupu's an aggressive opening batsman who looks to score quickly. He'll be hoping to get off to a good start here. Shot, short, wide. And good shot there. I think it burst through potentially the fielder's hands there. It was a bit covered there by the cube. Let's have a look here. It was short, it was wide. Cut it really hard, and you can see for a split moment, thought it could be in trouble, but just avoids the fielder. 4 runs, and that's the first boundary in this game. And a good start from Rupu. Definitely a technical player, but has the potential to score at a good rate, and he'll be pretty happy with that. He's hit that hard. Well, that's a lovely shot. Rupu, he ain't messing around in this one. He's gone 4-4. Great way to start this game for Friendship CC. This one was overpitched. Hits it right over mid-on. 1 bounce, 4. And really good batting. Good opportunity to welcome back co-commentator Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thank you for that very descriptive introduction. Yep. It's good to be back. And Friendship CC, they do get the chance to bat first in this one. Didn't have a great time chasing last time. See if they can set a target here as we see Bilal Naseem opening the bowling here. You mentioned the team's unchanged going into match 40, the last group game. So basically the only position that we know is set in Group B is actually Warish first. Second, third and fourth can all potentially change depending on the result of this match. And also net run rate could come into it. So we'll talk about that a bit more as this innings takes shape. Here's Naseem.
That's well bowled, defended by Asaduzaman, who puts his hand out and says, come on then, let's get a single here, and that's exactly what they do.
Yeah, to get the one here. So, yeah, the only clash we know for sure is that quarterfinal number 4 tomorrow will be Warish versus Indian Royals. That will be this time tomorrow. So, yeah, things rapidly drawing to conclusion here in Portugal after a very fun 2 weeks. I think that we've been pretty lucky as well with the weather, although we've had some tough conditions, but we haven't had any washouts at all, which I think is great.
Yep.
Last ball, the first over from Naseem. It's going to be worked away down to the man behind square. And there we go, a bit of unselfish play. There we go. So you'll see some good fielding, you'll see some bad fielding, and you'll see some fielding that I'm not sure if it's good or bad. And anyway, that's the end of the over. The score is 12 for no loss. Talk us through this one, bit of unselfish, sharing it around a bit.
For a split moment, I thought he threw it over his mate's head. Just at this moment here, I thought, oh, he's overcooked it as he turned.
There's a bit of rugby union about that as well. Yeah. Just offloading. in the tackle, although there was no tackler. It is 12 for no loss after the first over of match 40.
12 for no loss. Yeah, Friendship CC batting first in this one. If they can get themselves up to that 110, 115 mark, they'll have a chance.
So we're heading into the second over now. And here's a guy that impressed me a bit with the ball last time, Osama Ali, who came up with 2 for 15. Identical figures to Mazamal Abbas, in fact. And he gets his first one really wrong. As, maybe he slips out. Could be a run out here, you know. Wow, it was still a chance to be run out. It was Rupu. He was called through by Asaduzaman. He could probably smell a free hit. So he was coming through for the single. And this one is called a no ball. Rightly so. Free hit coming up. I mean, this is probably over his head. Or maybe face high. Tyrone Peters in the background, making the correct decision. They can change the field, of course. Change of striker. So the comeback kid will be facing up here in over number 2. Oh, how about that for a slower ball? It'll be called a wide. Check out this one. He tries the slower ball. A slower bounce. Asaduzaman was much too early.
That's the slow ball. That is so slow.
Ethos, they'd call that in
I know that.
baseball.
Yeah, the ethos. Yeah.
The ethos is just slow. Oh, if he tries it again, this time would have been a wide. It is still a free hit, and so he might as well start running here. He's certainly jogged through for one there. Bit of the Arjuna runner Tunga style about the running of Asaduzaman, but you can understand how when you fact that he is carrying that calf injury. So that is a catch that's taken. Or maybe they wasted one by taking a catch there.
Yeah, maybe you're thinking about purposely shelling that one and holding one for the cricketing gods later.
I guess it's good confidence builder. Rupu races up again, and he nails this one straight. It's down towards the end of the bat though, and so I'm not sure if it'll go to the fence. Well, of course it will. And Rao cannot get around to this. Rupu goes straight, picks the gap. That does just enough to get 4 runs.
Yeah, just enough. He got the toe end on it, Vinny, and it had enough weight on it to take itself to the boundary. He goes with the big spike.
Yeah, it's the toe poker.
I can't believe more people don't break their ankles doing this foot thing.
Luckily, he was
Honestly.
nowhere near stepping on that one. Here's the next ball. And this one is whacked away on the leg side, and this one will go the journey. Maximo Rupu getting a move on here in match 40.
Yeah, he is getting a move on. It's good batting. That one was short. He had to put it away, and he did exactly that. 6 runs. Can't be bowling that to Rupu, or he will Rupu all over you.
Yeah, that was a pretty impressive strike over the leg side. I'm sure he likes being used as a verb as well. Well, this is Rupu through the offside now, so he's playing shots all around the wicket. A little bit loose from Osama Ali, having a bit of trouble with this new ball. And that's yet another boundary. Could start this now from Friendship CC.
They are off to an absolute flyer, Vincenzo, and someone's going to rein them in surely. What a great start this is. And Rupu, he's off and running. He's off to the races, 25 off 8.
Yeah, he's flying, isn't he, at the moment. And so, Osama Ali needs to sort it out pretty quickly. This one probably would have been a wide. It's off the end of the bat. Well, somehow this is going to go. And Rupu is using all parts of the bat. As this one will be yet another boundary. The width was there. You see, it would have been outside the wide line, so he would have got a wide. But he says, don't worry about that. I'll take 4 more. Just a reminder, has had a question in the chat about where we're going next. And I can tell you that we'll be in the Netherlands next week, then Bulgaria and Romania. They're all 1-week series, starting the 11th, 18th and 25th of April. And then when we get into May, we are back to 2-week series for a little while as we head to Stockholm, to Malmö, then Stockholm. And so, yeah, Danush in the chat, I know you had a question about where the next tournament is. Well, there's your answer. It will be in the Netherlands, starting on Monday. 2 overs down, it's 34 for no loss. Have a look at the table, because there's plenty that can still happen. Only first and last is locked in, and the second, third, and fourth are still kind of up for grabs, although you would say that Punjab CC are pretty set in second place. And you'll see here that net run rate could come into it, but Friendship CC would have to win. And if Friendship CC lose, and they lose badly, then there's a chance that they might go below Wild Panthers. So, yeah, I think it'll be really interesting. We'll try and get that table up for you pretty shortly as we head into the third over.
Yeah, we head into the third, and well, they're going at 17 and over. If they keep this up, 170s on the cards. Asaduzzaman on strike. Asaduzzaman shot. That's 6 runs, Vinny. You can't bowl that. That's fodder. And you've got to put it away still.
Gundy ball, really, is what we call it from Bilal Naseem. As this is fairly easy. Doesn't have to do too much footwork either. Little shimmy towards it. Turns on it. 6 runs. Friendship CC. Their good start continues.
Do you think him pulling that calf muscle on day one just loosened his calf up to a new level of freedom?
Do you think he's super activated? Yeah, I don't know. I would also say, imagine how good he could be if he was fully fit. We saw a glimpse of it before he did that injury, particularly with the bat. Yeah, he's striking the ball so well at the moment.
40 of 13.
Not too bad, is it? Over 3 a ball pace.
I wasn't expecting it, to be honest. I actually thought the Punjab CC openers have the wood over the batsman, but credit to Friendship CC. They've come out with the right intent, the right swagger.
They had a good start last time as they took 26 off the first 2, but then kind of fell in a heap and lost some key wickets. This next one really goes for it, and you can forget about this one. This is adios pelota time, Maximo. The Deuce is in session as he moves into double figures with a big strike.
Well, his name's not only good on a Scrabble board, he's also good at cricket, and those two things are pretty nice to have in your repertoire. And well done to him, because that is a glorious hit.
It's just step hit, isn't it? And just pulls it a little bit to the leg side, but that's gone a long way. And Naseem getting the treatment so far in the second of his 2 overs. Last over of the power play. This time, Asaduzzaman will just take the 1.
Yep. He's got a bit of cricket sense about him, doesn't he? It's not all bang and crash horror. He's got a bit of touch and finesse and a little bit of style to the Asaduzzaman.
Yeah.
Has to be one of the best names that rolls off the tongue.
I know.
Can you think of another?
I'm getting a lot of messages that people are enjoying his name. One of the best names we've had in the ECS. We've had thousands of cricketers. This time goes upstairs on Rupu. Well, this one will be the one for the over. I think the one earlier may have just been below the shoulder. Remember that one got hooked for 6. This time, yeah, it was just above the shoulder. So I think the umpire's getting that spot on. Just troubling Rupu a bit for pace that time, Naseem. Couple to come in the power play. This one, a bit of an off-cutter, worked away. It's a good bit of timing from Rupu. Well, he's on in this game so far. He just glances this one away. Seems to gain speed down the hill. He moves into the 30s, and that one actually brings up the 50 partnership for Friendship CC. And it comes up pretty quickly. In fact, only 18 balls for this 50 partnership.
Just pure batsmanship, Vinny. Just playing the ball on its merit, and you can hear the round of applause from his teammates on the side. They're pretty impressed with the 50-run partnership. And only 1 ball remaining in this power play, but this must be one of the highest power play scores we've seen. Right. I don't remember seeing many over 50.
It's right up there. Punjab CC, they will have to chase in this one. And unless they get their act together, they might be chasing a fair few. Here's the last ball of the 3rd. It won't be. Once again, we've done it as it sneaks down the leg side. It's for an extra.
Amazing the amount of times we've called that in. We've got to stop doing it, Vin.
Happens. Anyway, bowler has to take their fair share of the blame as well. Naseem's ended up going for 29 here, opening the bowling in match 40. A little bit short. He doesn't get this at all, but he'll get lucky because it's a top edge and it'll be 4 more. Unhappiness for Bilal Naseem in the 3rd over as it goes magical. So 22 came off the 2nd and now 22 come off the 3rd. And Friendship CC, they're up and away. What a good power play for them. It's 56 for no loss after 3.
That's all the 2s, Vinny, and it's really impressive batting overall. Can't say anything else but that. I'm sure the audience around the world are enjoying it as much as we're enjoying it. It's just great batting to watch after a day that's been dominated a little bit by the ball. Take a look at the table.
Yeah,
Friendship CC, they're probably thinking, well, can we swing 0.9?
Yeah, but then the other thing is if they go badly, if they drop 0.4, they could lose 3rd and then go down into 4th. So Panthers could overtake them by sitting at home today.
You could swing a 0.9 pretty easily.
Yeah, and remember, it's going to be a double whammy, right? Because whatever they go up, Punjab CC will come down.
Well, that's what the difference was, 0.9 from that. So,
but if they lose 0.4, if they lose this game badly, they could also lose 3rd place. So, yeah, plenty to play for.
And positive for Friendship. They ain't losing.
You said you're off them. But, I mean, the opponent could be crucial on quarterfinal Friday, which is coming tomorrow. This first ball swings out, and Nucky starts with the dot. Yeah, so, I mean, if you finish 4th, you play Marlow. If you finish 3rd, you play Gorka 11. If you finish 2nd, you play Brothers 11. So, again, I think that'll be on the minds of the players, no doubt. Said Ali Nucky coming on now, outside the power play this time. This one's fairly straight, worked away into the leg side. And this will be just a single. And so I'll take them up to 57. So Friendship CC, can they cash in on this good start? That's been their problem. It's been sustaining it over the 10 overs. Don't forget, no Mohamed Jade Alam in the lineup today. He is carrying a slight injury. They're hopeful he'll be back tomorrow. As this one is swung and missed at by Rupu. And so that is the update on Mohamed Jade Alam as well, because we saw him struggling a bit with an injury over the last day or two. He's decided to take the day off, and I'll be hopeful I can get him back. Maybe he can do an Azaduzaman of his own. This is worked away over cover. Picks out the fielder. Imran Ra hasn't always been reliable in the field today, but has made a couple of good stops and taken a couple of good catches. With that, Rupu moves to 38. Hello once again to everyone who is watching in the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Great time to ask us a question. Hello to Shrub On. Hope that you're good. And to everyone else, we have appreciated your input. This one, again, Azaduzaman tries to swing off the front foot, but it's just pulled back in length by Said Ali Nucky. And it will be another dot ball. So Nucky has come and shut the gate after there's been twin 22s. Oh, what have you done now? Twin 22s off over 2 and 3. This over, we've just had 2 off the first 5 balls. Corey, every time you go walkabout, you come back with a bit of a surprise. Let's get to the last ball of the over, and they will decide to come through for a single, which means Azaduzaman will retain the strike. 4 overs in, 59 for no loss. And they're just the 3 runs off that over. Really good one. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And alongside me, well, who's this? And what have you got? And how did you get it? It's Corey Rutgers.
Well, I was thinking in the last few overs that we have Peacock Friday tomorrow.
Yeah.
And my suggestion, if the viewers are up for it, we go Funny Hat Thursday.
Okay.
And this would be this is a, what do they call a show that's not a pilot? This is a pilot.
Okay.
And I'm just wondering if
And
the viewers would get around it.
What makes that hat funny? That's how it looks. And how's the headphones over the hat? How's that working out for you? Can you actually hear me?
I can't hear you as well, so it's actually probably a bonus.
Well, there you go. He's always being innovative. It is Peacock Friday tomorrow, don't forget. As down the leg side, don't forget you can actually mute your microphone if you do take a hat off.
To be honest, I keep forgetting there's a giant red button in front of us.
Now after 220 games or so.
I reckon I might be touching
slowly getting the hang of it.
I might be touching 250 soon. That's going to be a big party.
I don't think so. So Friendship CC trying to square the ledge up. They have a very realistic chance of doing it if they were to put a big score on the board and keep Punjab low. I don't know exactly what the margin would have to be, but
how long can these two keep going about this merry business? You'd imagine eventually they'll sky one or get bowled, but at the moment it's great to watch.
Yeah, take through the over in a second. As this one just beats him for pace, but he's going to get a bit lucky again. Should be cut off this time. Yeah, first over went for 12. Second went for 22. Third one went for 22. And the fourth one only went for 3. So it was a really important stopping job by Naki. Let me see this one. Thankfully, is fielded. So now we're halfway through this 5th over. Parveen's been good today as well. And this time it could have taken a little edge according to the fielders, but I think it just slides past the face. And so we're after a pretty expensive power play. It was first Nucky and now Parveen Singh have really slowed things down for Friendship CC.
Yeah, they're pegging it back, aren't they, Vinny? Just doing exactly what's required from the Punjab CC perspective after a pretty bad power play. And they're trying to keep that rate down.
Parveen, he's a player. That really impresses me. He's gotten better and better as this tournament has gone on. And this one skewed in towards the body of Azaduzman, who just has to deflect it away on the leg side for one. That's smart bowling as well. I think he saw Azaduzman maybe backed away slightly and kind of cramps the batter for room there.
Yeah, it's good bowling. It's keeping it in the right spot.
Neville thinks the hat is funny because Corey's wearing it. There you go. You do make things even funnier than they are sometimes. Example of that last week, the Shy Cat incident. It's this one. Well, end up getting through the fielder. And so not only does he make the field smaller, he also misses the ball. This was one that I thought originally the fielder was going to be able to get there, but just shows how fast this outfield is. And Muzamal, well, I thought probably should have kept that in, but he's not able to, and the result is 4. And that one breaks the shackles for Friendship CC.
Yeah, that one was a lucky 4. He didn't hit the middle of the bat at all, but it landed in a beautiful pocket of space and just kept on rolling. Another 4. Last ball of the 5th. What a partnership.
Yeah, goes leg side again. This time should be cut off, and it is by Umar Mohammed. It's the halfway point of this first innings. Friendship CC, they won the toss, they batted, and after 5, they're 68 without loss.
So what are your plans tonight, Vinny? Thursday? Are you just taking it easy? Some notes tonight? Or
As you should know, it's games night here. And I know that, Corey, you're looking forward to digging in for another big games night here at the ground. So thanks to the hospitality to everyone else. Tyrone was a big winner last time. And yeah, he's gaining on the leaderboard. Anyway, 68 for no loss after 5. Not too many wides, but there was just a bunch of boundaries in the power play. In fact, there were 10 boundaries in the power play, including 4 sixes. Since then, it's been slim pickings. Tries to get fancy, and he does. I mean, how's that for a shot? It's just pure timing. Farneg was up in the circle, and Rupu, he's motoring towards a half century.
Well, this is the stuff we want to see. That's well played by Rupu. Very still, even at the point of contact with his head. And 4 runs, great batting. We don't see enough of that.
Yeah, it's not an easy shot to play. There's a certain technique to it, but yeah, that was just pure timing. It's using the pace of the bowler, isn't it? And so Rupu moves to 47. Getting his mojo back. He's got 9 4s and a 6 in his innings so far. He wants more. It hasn't really got this one at all, and he's going to be gone. That's bad news, though. Abdul Qazi, who was behind the stumps, but he was struggling a bit, and if he was struggling before, he might be struggling even more now. But it is a wicket, and it's an important one. Rupu falls for 47. It's 72 for 1.
It's a little bit of a war of attrition with some of them, isn't there? It's just those injuries keep coming. He takes the catch, but just watch here on your screen. Oh, yeah, there's a hop, skip, and a jump, and it's not looking healthy. I hope he's okay. That's Abdul Qazi out there, the opening batsman, and if he's not okay, they might worry about him batting later.
So, this side Ali Naki.
That looks like Rana Sarwar's taking the keeping gloves because of that injury.
Yeah, and so, yeah, nasty.
Oh, he's taking outside leg.
A
bit more, bit closer.
More away. So, I know that Qazi, he was listed as having a finger injury, and that's why he's given up the gloves. But
that looked more like a leg injury, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, it did when he's going for that. So it is right up behind the stumps. You see him right there. Well, I think it's a bit of bad in this. I have to say, maybe not. But no signal. So it probably is a run. So Imtiaz Rana, the captain, has come out at number 3. He starts with a single.
Yeah.
A bit of wind picking up there. If you're not sure about that, just have a look at the hair of Said Ali Naki.
It's a good set,
it's going all over the place, isn't it?
It's a good salad, that one. Little earrings in.
It's a bit of the troll doll about it.
Stylish man.
There's a Duzerman. Can he get going again? Can't catch up with this one.
Did you ever own a troll doll?
Yeah.
What about a Furby?
I think I had one that was kind of went on the end of your pencil at school.
Did you ever have a Tamagotchi?
I don't think so. I think I saw one. I think I had some family that had one. Did you ever have a Tamagotchi?
Yeah.
Were you a good Tamagotchi owner?
3 days in, died.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Forgot to feed it.
That's probably not a great sign.
That explains a lot during my childhood. Commitment.
Naki. How good's Naki been here? You come on, after back-to-back 22 run overs, he's delivered 3 and just 5 off this one so far. This one is going to be just one round the corner. as the Doos will get to the other end. A bit of a war of attrition as well for these teams as well through Group B. And we talked about the pros and cons of being the first week versus second week. And so, yeah, you see, that's that Friendship CC just hitting a bit of a crossroads now. They're still in a pretty good position. Full toss. This one will just be one more as we get to the end of the sixth over. The score is 75-1.
Yeah, 75-1. They're doing a good job, and well, they're probably thinking of 120 here. And if they get 120, they might be able to defend it.
You'd imagine so. And so now with 4 overs to go, 6 over check-in time. Well, they get a ball from here. It'll be 122, 123 in fact. And so I think that'd be a pretty good score. Punjab CC looking a bit sore and sorry at times, but we know they have some dangerous hitters. And so it's going to be 7th overtime now. As we see Parveen, he's going to keep going, and why not? And he starts with a good ball, just angles across. Yes, I mean, the first 3 overs went for 56. Since then, we've just had 3, 9, and 7. Nucky with his 2 overs, and Parveen with the over in the middle. They've been very, very good.
Yeah, they have been. And, well, these two trying to keep that momentum going, just stifled a little bit.
This one, once again, angles across. Almost an instant replay there.
Yeah, you can see that Rana's come out and unfortunately hasn't got going just yet. So the rate has slowed. Probably a shot here that he could go over cover with instead of trying to hoik it across.
So, let's see if Rana can get going here. Parveen, it's been good, very reliable. This one, once again, no boundary, just the one.
Yeah, slowing down a bit, Vin, compared to the start. We've seen it happen before. Teams get off to a flyer and then just get pegged back in the middle overs. Can happen to the best of us.
Music Mania saying maybe they should just go for singles rather than dots. But I mean, when you've had this attacking approach, it does make sense to keep going for it. Just yeah, haven't had a good time.
It's just a little bit live and die by the sword, isn't it?
Yeah. Come on, the Deuce. He's going to get going here. Tries, and he's once again going to get one.
He's so...
Thanks to the shin of Umar Muhammad.
He is so lucky there that he got that shin in the way. And look at him limp off a little bit. That hit him pretty hard. I hope the shin bone's okay. You can see here, he thought he had it covered and bang! Straight into the shin. That hurts.
Well, poor Neville has just broken his laptop screen. How did you do that, Neville?
Karma.
That's no good. No, Neville's all right. Leave him alone.
I don't know. He got into me about the hat as he gets around. This should be an easy stop. It is.
He said you made it funny.
Oh, he's done his shoulder.
He's all right.
Are they okay? There's about 4 of them that are just hanging on by a thread, Vinny.
Well, I know that we're 8 games in now for these teams in Group B, so we do expect a couple of sore bodies.
Do you think they need the old ice bath treatment?
The ice bath? Well, we always had the weather making its own ice bath the other day, didn't we? We were out in the wind. Slow ball. As Duzman cannot catch up with it. Well, Neville, he wasn't unkind to you. He just said that you made it funny. And there's nothing funny about what's coming tomorrow. It'll be serious stuff because QFF is on the way. Quarterfinals Friday. The only one we can lock in at the moment is Werrush versus Indian Royals because the Royals finished 4th, Werrush finished 1st in the respective groups. We'll start with Gawker 11 first up in the morning against whoever finishes 3rd. At the moment, it is Friendship CC in that spot. Whether they hold on to it or not, or whether they go up or not, we don't know. Brothers in Portugal, second match of the day. Quarterfinal 3. We'll see Marlow taking on probably either the Wild Panthers or potentially Friendship CC, depending on how this result goes. So join us for Quarterfinals Friday tomorrow, as it's going to be worked to the leg side for just one to start the 8th. Yeah, starting tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. Only 2 days to go in Portugal before we take the road show over to the Netherlands. Corey will be home. And,
Maybe.
Sleep in your own bed for once. How's that going to be?
No, that's going to be nice to get back
Can I stay with you? Or
You're welcome to come over for some dinner. Or maybe not stay.
see how we go. Umar Mohammed is going to come on now in the 8th and see if he can close things out. It's a really good middle 4 overs. Talking about the middle overs being important. The power play went for 56. That was 56 off 3. And the middle 4, so 4, 5, 6 and 7, out of those 24 balls, they only got 22 runs.
Yeah.
And just the 2 boundaries in there. So really a good stopping job from Said Ali Naki and Parveen Singh. This next one, though, gets a fair piece of this. It was a slower ball. Rana gets down the ground. Well, there's Conrad. He's everywhere. Some good practice for him. He's not looking too sore as he's able to field this one off the field. The result, 4 runs for Friendship CC.
Yeah, nice shot. And you can see Conrad there now trying to become a scorer.
He can do everything, that guy. True all-rounder. Not a good ball. This will be a wide down the leg side.
Do you think if we made a T10 bingo card with 20 ridiculous or good things as well, that we would get through it in a day? Because it would be fun.
It depends on what's on the card. Or maybe one of our viewers wants to do that.
Yep.
And what sort of things would be on the bingo card? You can think about that in the next few balls. Rana goes leg side. And this one will be cut off. Don't forget, that was a Malabas. Kicked the boundary a little bit over there. So it's a bit shorter than it should be. Making life hard for him. What would be on there? Drop catch?
Oh,
Simple misfield?
You'd have
No ball too high?
injury.
Yep.
Someone leaving the field for injury. Knee capper.
You'd have to have a few of them, and they'd be different ones on different bingo cards, right?
Yeah. A golden duck. It's flicked away into the leg side. You've got to get down. Does get down. The ankle this time. That's good angle. Big smile on his face.
Using all parts of the lower anatomy, aren't they?
Yeah.
Punjab CC. And you'd have some really rare ones on there, like probably rebound catch or something like that.
Yeah, juggler. That's a good
juggler,
one.
like as in like 2 fielders combining for a catch, something like that.
Umpire giving a dismissal while accidentally walking.
Hey, that one would be ticked off pretty early, I reckon. Down the ground. And this one will just be one. That's well fielded by Malabas. Maybe bowler taken out of the attack.
Yeah.
Something like that. Bowler barred. End of the 8th over here. Friendship CC. They're 88 for 1 off 8. And they're pushing for triple digits and beyond. But they do have to get a move on. Still 9 wickets in hand. But the batters there just struggling a little bit to get any kind of momentum going. Like I say, we've only had 3 boundaries in the last 5 overs. But 10 runs did come off that 8th over. No dot balls. Yeah, so I think Neil's got a few bingo words. We're not necessarily just talking about words. We're talking about events, right, in this bingo. If you have any problems with streaming, maybe if you're watching on YouTube, you can go check your quality in the settings and make sure you're watching at the top quality. Oh, this is close. Having a good look, and he's going to be gone here. It was touch and go. He was hitting on the full. It was a question, was it going to sneak past leg stump or not? In Tyrone Peters' opinion, it was more likely to hit than miss. So he sends Rana on his way. Look, it's not plumb, but I do think it hits him in line with the stumps comfortably. And remember, just a little bit of the ball has to hit the stumps. And the umpire says, you're on your way, son. That does break the partnership. Rana can't get anything going here. Just 1 boundary in his 11 balls. He's dismissed for 10. It's 88 for 2.
Yeah, 88 for 2. Big wicket. And they needed that one just to stem the tide a little bit. They've brought this game right back to pretty much even, if you ask me. Good bowling.
Might be a blessing in disguise for Friendship, because the captain, sometimes it's just not working for you. And he just wasn't able to get the boundaries they needed to move the game forward. So Mohamed Abdul Moten will come in at number 4. And look, a lot of people will look at that decision and they'll maybe have a different opinion of it. But I mean, it's easy when they're completely plumb to give them. I think that's a good call. I think that's umpire's call there. Didn't seem like that ball was going to miss the stump. Well, this is another pretty close one. He's having a good think about this, and this will be out as well. So 2 and 2, and to be honest, it's pretty consistent with the last one. It was angling towards that leg stump, and Tyrone Peters felt that this was going to hit. We'll have a look at it. And this one hits him in line. You could make an argument, perhaps it was sneaking just down, but remember, just a little bit of the ball has to hit the outside edge of the stump. So for me, that's another umpire's call. It's 2 and 2, and just like that, Malabas is on a hat trick.
Yeah, he's on a hattie. He's got every opportunity to get it. So get your bingo cards out ready, because that's on the list. And just keep it full and straight here and try to go 3 from 3.
There's a few people with some suggestions of what could go off the bingo card, and I think the foot fielding is one.
I've
that
got
could be on the
one
bingo
for you.
card.
Conrad losing his temper. That could be on the bingo card.
Oh, you have to be waiting a long time.
That would be up there, definitely.
I don't know what game you're
Yeah,
watching.
one of the most aggressive captains I've ever seen.
Seems very composed to
Captain
me.
Grumpy.
Just because Conrad appears, you don't have to be unkind to him.
I've heard he does want to get back on the mic eventually, though.
He's very popular as commentator. So here we go, hat-trick ball for Mozamal Abbas. And so this is Mizu Rahman coming out pretty low here at number 5. This one hits him on the pad. This one
He's waiting.
is missing.
Oh, run out.
He's put him in out by some distance. He takes off because he might be a little bit worried about the LB appeal, but this time Tyrone thinks it is going down, and so it'll go down as a dot ball.
Yeah, it's all happening here. That was chaos. That was definitely missing the stumps. And then the batsman was just on a bit of a gallop, not thinking at all. He just went, whoop, see you later.
Different angle.
He could have run in with the ball. He had that much time.
He took a couple of extra steps, Said Ali Naki, and decides to launch and misses. The other thing there is the ball ran right in front of the umpire. So he's not going to be able to make the decision, even if it was close. This one will go for 4, as it has for a lot of the day.
Right in front of the photographer. That hurts. I hope he got that on camera.
There's Dennis. We'll just talk us through the fielding here, Corey.
Well, I think he was actually getting a photo there from the photographer, and he was looking up at him and got distracted, and it went for 4.
I think Punjab CC, they're going to have to start wearing shin pads, because that's another one that cracks into the bone. And what's worse, bounces over the rope for 4. And Mizu Rahman survives a close call and hits the second ball he faces for 4.
Full straight. That's another appeal. Tyrone saying outside the line of off stump. As just a single worked, and it's a good bit of batting. And they're doing a good enough job just to keep running these singles. And, well, I've seen some things in me time. A couple of LBWs, almost a third for the hat-trick. I don't think I've ever seen a hat-trick LBW. He was pretty close, but just missed out in the end. Hit hard by Asaduzaman. One bounce. Oh, and it really kicks on in the outfield. It goes for 4. Good batting. And look at the scorers there. They're absolutely ecstatic in the cube. And what a shot that is by Asaduzaman. Just leans on that. One bounce. Really kicks on after that one bounce. And straight into the cube of doom. The score at the end of 9, 97 for 3.
Last overtime coming up. Abbas. Pretty good over for him, but he'll only get the 1 because he does bowl the 9th here. 2 wickets to start. End up going for a couple of boundaries though. So 97 with 1 to go. Neville just talking about bowler running in front of the umpire. True. As this one is going to be up. It should be caught, and it will be caught by Arslan Ahmed. So that wasn't an easy one. And you can hear the wind has picked up a little bit. Had to go around and just kind of make an angle on that. Mizu Rahman trying to get on with the job. As you can understand, we're on to last over. That is a good catch. I know we've seen some indifferent fielding this afternoon, but that was a good one. And they're happy about it as well. All smiles as another wicket falls, and it's 97 for 4.
Yeah, another wicket falls, Vinny. And Friendship CC after that power play just haven't had any flow in the middle overs. It's the only way I can put it. I think they'll be disappointed with their score at the moment.
Neville's talking about running on the pitch. I'll throw one at you, Corey.
Throw it at me.
We've had some problems. It's not so much the danger area, because we're only bowling from one end and et cetera, et cetera.
And it's a mat.
Yeah, and it's a mat. The issue for me is the umpires can't make a decision if the bowler's right in front of them. This one is off the splice of the bat. Should just be 1. So my idea would be, or something being discussed, if the bowler runs the wrong way off the pitch, maybe it's called a no ball free hit, because you're denying the umpire the opportunity to do their job. That way they won't need to make a decision on a dismissal. They won't need to make a decision on a wide as well, because people say, oh, it just costs the bowler. You see this one, missed outside the off stump and called a wide. The issue is I've seen quite a few occasions where there's been wides missed because the umpire can't make a decision. And so the bowler's actually getting away with it. So I think that's just the right penalty to get them to do the right thing, because nothing seems to be working. And the actual laws of the game, the warning system is geared towards a longer version of the game. Well, finally, Asa Duzeman is woken up. And this one is 6 on any ground around the world. Maximo, the Doos goes large. And that strike takes them past 100.
I'm glad he did that, because I didn't think I could handle you talking about that no ball for any longer, Vinny. I don't like that rule.
I'm getting a few thumbs up. Well, how would you deal with it then?
I'd pull him out the attack and never let him bowl again.
In his life.
Yeah, until he learns. Learn the hard way.
Well, that is...
no sugarcoating here,
way
Vinny.
You could deal with it. And this one, you're going to go leg side this time. And this one's off the fingertips. And unfortunately, it won't be lightning striking twice. This could be out,
That's going to be out, run out. What is going on, Vinny?
Are you thinking of a way that he could get Duzeman back on strike? I wonder if they've gone to the LRS here, because if they have, I think he's going to be gone.
Yeah, this is 100% to the limited review
Here we
system.
go.
I don't know
Watch
what he's
this.
doing. He gets...
he just gets back. I thought he was gone.
What are they doing?
Well, I can see what he was thinking. Great stuff by the LRS. Gets it right again.
Did Tyrone get the L signal out? No, he went straight to the not. Oh, wait.
We missed the signal there.
Once again, the director just pulling the trigger a little bit too early, Vinny.
Chris Dutt's doing a great job.
Average
Some
job.
reductions. There we go. It's a big swing. And
get down.
Get the Doos
Well
back
done.
on strike this time anyway.
Wind's almost taking him over the rope there, Vincenzo.
Yeah, he's all right. He stays in the field.
All right, let's play bingo for this last ball. Let's play for a little game amongst ourselves. What's going to happen this last ball?
Neville thinks it's a good idea that you ban a guy for bowling for life, running in front of the umpire.
Good. What do you think is going to happen this last
ball? He's being
ball?
tongue-in-cheek there.
I'm going to go wicket.
I'm going to go single, run out, going for the second.
You got to run. You got to go.
No, not interested. And so they're going to finish with pretty much a pass score. It'll be the one for the over, says Bucks, but he can walk off. And Friendship CC, after a promising start, they scored 56 in the power play. But then after that, they only score 51 in the 7 overs after that. So they really had the shutters put down on them, particularly those middle overs of Saeed Ali Naki and Parveen Singh. Just struggling to handle them. Friendship CC, as the Duzeman bats through the 10 overs, looks like he's been through the ringer, but it was Friendship CC that won the toss and batted first here in match 40. Excitement plus, as usual, bit of team fielding, sharing it around, as Punjab CC, they've been hot and cold, and they hadn't had a pretty bad start. Like I said, 56 came off the power play, including 22s off the second and third over. And at this stage, the balls were flying all over the ground.
Yeah, they were smoking it everywhere, Vinny. And in this power play, they were just sensational. They hit boundaries to all parts, and we were witnessing a phenomenal power play where we just couldn't believe it. And there was Funny Hat Day.
Funny Hat Thursday. Well, there was something funny about that.
I look like Dorothy there.
Don't know if it's ha-ha funny. But then they really started to put the shutters on in these middle overs. Here's the odd one that got away. It was a Labas, just making the field smaller. Might be handy when they're batting. Bit of innovation there from Rupu. But eventually he'd go. And there's another one-legged warrior that was able to get him. Abdul Qazi, finger injury, taking him out. And that pretty much sums up my day. As we see, the shin of Umar Mohammed was pretty useful here. And then we had a couple of these marginal LB calls. I thought they were fair enough. Very next ball does hit him in line. And Ty thought that one wasn't going to miss. Now, you can understand his opinion there. Hat-trick ball was missed. This one was missed as well by Osama Ali down there on the boundary. Mizur Rahman, well, he fell late as well. He was caught by Arslan Ahmad. And they were pretty happy about that. And the Doos, well, it's almost like he went into hibernation there for a while as he launched that one that woke him up. And in the end, it was a pretty slow end to this one. As like I said, they scored 56 in the first 3, but only 51 in the 7 that followed. And the 5 overs splits 68 and 39. So things really decelerating here for Friendship CC. But it'll be all to play for, don't forget, because they could finish 2nd, 3rd or 4th, depending on what happens in the last 10 overs of the day. So plenty of action coming your way. When we return in just a few minutes, it will be Punjab CC chasing 108 for victory. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Rutgers.
Vinny, I'll go through the scorecards
Please
then.
do.
35 off 23 for Asa Duzeman, Rupu 47 off 20, and then nobody else rocked up. It was deflating in the back end, but the top end was sensational. 9 extras helped them get to 107 for 4.
Yeah, well, they did, and it was a tale of two types of bowler with the bowling, as Naseem and Osama Ali got the treatment in the power play. You can see the 56 that they conceded, but after that, it got a lot better. 1 for 9 for Naki, and Parveen Singh only conceding 11 off his 2 overs in the middle, and then Umar Mohammed picked up a wicket, and Abbas with 2 in the 9th, keeping them quiet. 107 is the score, and it will be Punjab CC chasing 108 for victory, and hoping to cement down second place in Group B. When we return in just a few minutes, we'll be back with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Portugal for the last time here on day 10. And it's the last innings of the group stage here in the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal. And now we are going to see the reply, and it will be Punjab CC, which have the chance to sweep this series against Friendship CC. They'll need 108 off their 10 overs. Pretty good comeback after a pretty loose power play from Punjab CC. They went for 56 in the first 3, but the last 7 overs only going for 51 as they really shut the gate on the avenues of attack for Friendship. For Friendship, they could finish 2nd, 3rd or 4th, depending on how this last innings goes. And, of course, this is the last innings of the group stage as we head into quarterfinals Friday tomorrow. It'll be cutthroat stuff, sudden death, as 8 teams tomorrow will become 1 by Saturday afternoon. And a few people in the chat just noting the way that the great power play was squandered by Friendship, but they do have the chance to defend in this, the second half of match 40. And let's see what sort of Punjab CC comes out as well. We know that they scored 112 in their previous match against Friendship CC. I don't know if they can go at that pace this time. They'll just get over the line, but I've seen 2 teams looking a little bit tired with the schedule, of course. 8 games in 5 days. And it looks to me like it will be Saddam that will open up for Friendship CC. And saw him bowling for the first time, in fact, in the previous game. And yeah, he didn't disgrace himself. Has a bit about him, although his first over went for 20, which wasn't ideal. Second over just went for 4. So 108 for victory. And the first ball is in the air, but it's not going to be fielded cleanly. And in the end, shy at the stumps, misses, and that'll be 1 to start things off as it is Mozammel Abbas who's been sent up to the top of the order. Well, I do like this move. I think he's a guy I wanted to see bat up the order. Let's see if he can make the most of it. And he's up there with Bilal Nasir. So slight change from Punjab CC. All right, this one's a bit short. Gets plenty on this. In fact, this one is going to go a long way. Maximal! 6 to Nasir. Now promoted to the top of the order and saying no problem. And these 2 were listed at 7 and 9 respectively, but they've been sent in to open, and certainly a very good start. Hussain just getting short and paying the penalty. Hello to Shrub on as well, who's in the chat. And Luke Belgium pitched up and hits it through the covers this time. Bit of a chase for Imtiaz Rana. He's able to handle it and keep it to 1. That's pretty good fielding. A warm welcome to all of our viewers watching on FanCode in the subcontinent and also on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. As Hussain has come into this lineup. Like I say, does have a bit of rhythm about him, but his accuracy is something he needs to work on, I think. Case in point, that one just sneaks outside the wide line. Shout out to Tyrone Peters there, the umpire. He's putting in a bit of a marathon stint on ECN. And he'll be umpiring 8 weeks in a row. As he'll be travelling back to his home country of the Netherlands next week and then Bulgaria the following week after he joined us in week 4 of the ECL recently. Another wide. Pretty good block though. Mizu Rahman. Got a lot of time for him behind the stumps. And late in the day, late in the series as well. These teams are all going to have to find another gear tomorrow because they'll be playing for their tournament lives. And every team tomorrow is 3 wins away from the trophy. Hello to Andrew Batchelder in the chat. And it's great to have you with us. Hello to Kirsty as well. He's saying hello. And, well, hello here. This one gets away. And Saddam turns off gravity for a second. This one will wake you up. And Abbas gets a headhunter, we used to call it. It was above his head, in fact. And so, no ball, free hit coming up. So, I could see Abbas wearing the headgear. But now, you can pin his ears back on this, because free hit, sound the horn. And he chops on, and they think about a single, think against it in the end. Or the stumps actually coming to the batter's rescue that time. Or the fielder's rescue, I should say. Because if this doesn't hit the stumps, it's probably going for 4. A fair bit of bat on this from Abbas. See here, big inside edge. And he's a bit unlucky. It doesn't bounce off the stumps and go for runs, but just goes nowhere. Misses Rahman pretty quickly there as well to prevent any run. So they get out of jail there. You're saying can't bowl another one of those, though. This one is going to be just one, because they do have the runs they need off this first over at the moment. 11 is the pace. As we'll get to the last ball of it now. It's always nice to see a few other players introduced into the series. It gives us a chance to have another look at Nasir. We did smoke a big Maximo earlier in the over. It was the only boundary of this over. Oh, marginal. It is dropped. And, well, as saying, he was a bit lucky to get away with this, I think, in the end. We'll have a look at it. It's pretty high. I mean, thing is, if he bowls another one, it's going to be game over. That's one that really could have been called either way. Oh, I mean, in the end, he does get away with it, but not much in that at all. So that one goes the way of Friendship. That's the end of the first over, and it's 13 for no loss. Well, getting sound to hear Mr. Maximo in the booth for the European Cricket Network. And once again, I'm rejoined by Corey Ruckers as Rana comes into the attack. And a dot to start. Corey, welcome back. And yeah, set for a pretty interesting second half to the last match of this Group B.
Yeah, it's the last bit of the group stages, Vinny, and I think everyone's pretty much ready for finals time. So let's enjoy these last 9 overs and then get into the finals tomorrow.
This next one is just played out to the offside. Did I mention, Corey might have missed it, Kirsty Redhead in the chat saying, hi Vinny, hi Corey.
Hello.
Did you get a piece of the carrot cake earlier today?
No.
You didn't?
No, unfortunately not.
I probably should have rated it higher than a 7 out of 10 then.
Yeah, that was on Southern Hemisphere ratings.
Oh, this one really swings, and it swings away from the keeper too. It is stopped. It was so wide that it ends up going to the third man. So this will be some more extra runs to the target, to the total.
If you had on your bingo card, bowl it to third man, there it was. So well done to those lucky participants.
Mizu has a full dive and still can't reach it. It was so wide, actually finds the outfielder.
No, unfortunately didn't get any cake. But when I said 7 out of 10 the other day, is that's inside edged, and that might go away for 4. Can he chase it down? No, he won't. So a little bit of luck. Fortune favours the brave. 4 runs. Yeah,
they do get 4 here.
Well,
but yeah, tell me about your rating system. So when you say 7 out of 10, most people would say that's kind of slightly above average, but what do you really mean?
Well, you can't say 10 because Kirsty, there's always better than 10. No, there's nothing's perfect, sorry.
Okay, hold on. Do you want to start again and
Yeah,
get it
can I
right?
start again? You can't say 10 because nothing's perfect in this world. You can't say 9 because then Kirsty will relax on it, and you don't want to say 8 because you want to try and make them want to fight for more.
Okay,
so 7's a good.
Just some subtle negging of Kirsty's baking.
It's called coaching, Vinny.
Okay, well, you're the expert apparently.
Well, it's funny you said that. I've just seen a new cake being brought in, so all of us.
You want to try this one as well? Well, Conrad's holding it, and the way you've been treating Conrad, I don't think you'll be getting any of it. Conrad's such an all-rounder. He probably baked that himself. Just with scraps that he's found around the ground. Bear Grylls style. This one's up in the block hole from Imtiaz Rana. This one's a bit of a close call, but they will get one.
Yep. Conrad showing us his jealousy once again.
Yeah. So, I mean, can they get close to this? That's the question. They want to be 22 after 2, and that's where they find themselves with the ball to go in the second.
If they can get one more boundary here, Vinny. 7 balls left in the power play, chasing 10.8, get themselves to 32 to 35 off the power plate.
Nazir's had enough, so he slices away, and it will be caught. Well, it's another rebound catch. It's Ashraful Rupu that will pull it in at the second attempt. Number 2 on his back. Well, that's how many chances he had to catch this. And the second one, he does hold on. Nazir's got to go for 14. It's 22 for 1 after 2.
Well, the fielding hasn't been great today, but thankfully this time we see a little bit of brilliance and a bit of cool head, calmness. He juggles the first one up, but he plucks it in his left hand on the second attempt. And, well, first wicket, 22 for 1.
Yeah, good effort to get up there in the first place, to be honest, because it's not an easy one to jump for. And he does take the catch. So 22 for 1 after 2. That leaves Muzabal Abbas there. We'll see who joins him very, very shortly. But, yeah, I mean, one more over in the power play. Talk about the power play in the first half. 56 runs for Friendship.
chaos. It was absolute chaos.
They were flying, weren't they? And ended up after the next 6, so the next 7 overs only gathered 51 runs.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed, that's for sure, as we're back to the action. High in the air, half a chance. No, lands in no man's land. Keeper does the sweeping up. Just the one.
So this will bring Imran Rao on strike. Another chance for the captain to make a few runs here. Oh, yeah. This is something that we talked about the other day, and I forgot to mention this morning because there was a lot going on. Kirsty, her husband, Chris Redhead, the captain of Coimbra Knights, had an idea. And yesterday we were talking about what to call a four-foot, because we knew a 5-foot. You calling a Michelle
yeah,
5-foot.
I wanted one. What
He's got a good one that I think I can get behind it. He is saying that 4-foot is actually a place in Scotland, right? As we see Hussain coming in and getting a good one past Imran Rao, plays and misses. And in 4-foot, they do have a delicacy called the bridie, which is very, very famous in Scotland. And so maybe a 4-foot, 4-wicket haul could be called a bridie.
It's not bad, but
I quite like it.
The only reason Michelle Pfeiffer works is because it sounds like Pfeiffer.
Yeah, well, 4-foot is a place.
You're gonna, yeah, I'm sure it's a place, but what we're going to say birdie for when someone...
Well, don't show your dyslexia up right away.
What
bridie.
A bridie. So when someone's on 3 wickets, you expect.
Can they get a bridie here?
He's on a bridie.
Well, you want to say something new. So just let me break this down for you.
Let me look around the video.
It's got to be something new. So the fact it's new can't be a deal breaker, right?
I'm on the
fence. So you're
fence.
expecting me to say, we're expecting you to say whatever it is that we choose. Well, okay, hold on.
Let me go
to the Corey Ideas Factory. Corey's got a much better idea, and here it is. Go.
I'm going to check with the studio audience in here. Diesel, Conrad, and Toby are in the room. Is a bridie good for a nickname to a four-fer?
They're loving it.
I've got one shake of the head. I've got one yes, and Diesel with a no.
Diesel. So it's a 2-1 split vote. So it looks like the bridies, we have it. As this one is launched, how far? Well, we're about to find out. I think it gets over the line. Maximo, as Muzamal goes Maximo. And he is batting a lot higher. It has maybe changed his approach slightly because he's not going completely insane. This one just sneaks over the boundary, 6 runs, and that helps Punjab CC in this chase.
Yeah, nice shot, and he just got enough on it. But yeah,
the highest caught in the land here, and Bruno has given it the nod of approval. So 2 out of 3. You can take it to the Supreme Court if you like. As this next one is going to be out. As Muzamal goes 6 and out, he gets to 10. He launches one of Hussain. But the next ball, he makes no contact. Just fresh air in the swing. And that's the end of the power play. 30 for 2. Hussain coming back with a wicket with his very last delivery of the day.
Yeah, good to see him come back. He got hit for 6, but he kept his head up and he put this one in the right area, top of off stump. Well bowled, and both hands point to the sky. And he's very, very happy with that indeed. So wicket goes, and this game evenly poised at the moment.
Strange. Punjab CC, they started full of beans. Their first game last Saturday, they had 134 on the board, but I just feel like there's a bit of fatigue creeping into their game at times. A few tired shots, a few tired bodies out there. It's early in the season, of course, in Portugal. And so with that second wicket, we'll see Ranasawa coming out at number 4. These 2 players did represent Fighters CC last year at the ECS. That was back in September.
You know what I've learned about the football in Portugal, Vinny?
Yeah.
That Benfica are much better than Sporting. I'm real so disappointed about the Sporting Football Club. Just poor supporters.
You're
just
trying to stir people in the room. This is a problem with the studio audience, I think. All right. 3 overs down, 30 for 2.
Well, no, I've been to the football and I've seen a few stadiums now, but Sporting for me, nowhere in the football world.
This one down leg side, doesn't take anything, and it's going to be fumbled by the keeper. It'll be 5 extras. So, 5 wides and 5 bonus runs for Punjab CC. It's the worst possible start to the over from Sabir Hussain.
Yeah, it is a bad start. That's 5 wides. It's always the most costly thing in the world, and because you must feel so behind when you start with a 5 wides. It's very difficult to come back from that, especially if there's a boundary in the next couple of balls.
Exactly right. I mean, that's just a perfect start to the over. Doesn't even count as a ball.
I've got an early tingle for this game.
Are you feeling it?
Yeah.
It's worked away.
Shot.
And, well, this is going to keep rolling and rolling over the rope as Rao just pushes a 4 here.
See, I've got massive respect for the fielder here because he could have gone the easy option and just tried to put a bird on it, but he throws his body on the line for the team. It doesn't work out, but that is 100% effort. I love it.
Al-Amin with the dive, but I agree with you there. He certainly at least gave a better effort than some we've seen today, even though he doesn't get the result. We talked a lot about process and outcome. You can only really concentrate on the process, and hopefully the outcomes will take care of themselves. So a little cheeky boost lay sliding in the background there. Worked away around the corner. This is going to be plenty of runs. It'll be 4. 1 bounce. This isn't a good start to the over from Hussain. This one's just worked away for 4 more. Sabir Hussain just struggling to find his control here.
Yeah, nice shot. It was short and on the hip. Put it away beautifully for 4. And that's good to see. That's Shamim just coming up to him and rubbing him on the back and saying, come on, mate, it's all right. Keep your head up. Yeah, no, just like it's positive energy. It's not just dropping your head. He's going in and trying to be supportive. I like to see that. It's never easy when you start with a 5 wides and you're always playing catch up.
Diesel's come back in the chat saying you already realise that Corey doesn't know anything about football. Shots fired there in the chat from Diesel. Up in the block hole. This is a good one. And they are in 2 minds about whether to go. Rao has to scramble back. They won't get a run here. I mean, of course, you know a lot more about Portuguese football after you went to the stadium the other night to watch the Benfica-Liverpool game.
Yeah, it was sensational.
Must have been a good experience.
No, absolutely brilliant. And, well, I was just impressed overall. And if I was supporting Sporting, I'd be having a long, hard look at myself in the mirror. That's for sure.
Rao's after this, but it doesn't make contact.
Oh, no!
And we've got a collision.
Oh, we've got a collision. I hope they're okay.
There's no one left to chase it.
Oh.
It's going to be 4 in the end. Well, this one has a bit of everything, and certainly hope that everyone's all right.
That was almost the ankle breaker after a collision.
It was a bit like tiddlywinks at the end, but it does roll into the rope. Firstly, it was a catch that went between 2 fielders. Brace for impact. Bang. And then this happened where the ball had almost stopped, and then Rana finds a way to...
He put top spin on the backwards.
Did. So
how do you do that?
That's 4. Well, good luck stopping this. No one's stopping this one. Maximo. Rao gets lucky. He gets 4. And then the very next ball is 6. CC on track at this chase. Getting a few breaks rolling their way. And this one breaking the game wide open by Imran Rao.
Well, 23 off 5 balls now. And doesn't matter how many people come rub his back. He's not feeling good anymore.
Yeah, this is magical over now. 23 have come off it. After 13, 9 and 8 off the first 3.
Oh, boy.
50's up now. So, let's see if Sabir Hussain can get something going here. Last ball of the over. This one, sit down the ground. And, well, it's going to be the same result. Maximo! Imran Rao goes large. He moves his quarter century of only 8 balls. That's not good, not bad striking from the captain. He's warming up for quarterfinals Friday. Score now is 59 for 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Corey Ruckers. And yeah, Corey, it's been a really exciting day's play, but I think things are going to go up a notch tomorrow when we hit QFF quarterfinals Friday.
Yeah, well, there's more on the line tomorrow, as we know, finals and knockout finals. So, I mean, I really wouldn't be surprised if a team that finished 3rd or 4th in their group knock off a higher seed. I just have a feeling something's in the air.
We've seen it before, and it does look at the moment most likely that Punjab CC will take on Brothers 11 Portugal.
Yep.
And we know Brothers 11 Portugal have a few players to watch. Parwinder Singh, cross-handed bandit. I mean, that's going to be a really interesting one that we may see tomorrow. Well, it's not confirmed just yet.
No, not confirmed just yet, but there's always dangerous players in every team, and even Gorka 11. I think they're the surprise packets. I'd be looking out for Gamire, especially, and the other Imran Khan, very good.
Yeah, Imran Khan, very good fielder as well. And so now we're going to go into over number 5, and it's Imtiaz Rana that will be bowling it. So here we go. And here's Muhammad Azaduzaman, who's going to start with a dot. He's just always slanting it across. And so this one isn't held. And now the batter will just push at the next one. So the rate required at the moment is not too much after this start. Just 8 and over or so, between 8 and 8.5. Yeah, keep your comments coming. The live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. This one will be called a wide. Tough call.
No, I think it's just the right call.
Yeah, those are the 50-50s. And we've seen Ty friendly to the bowlers on a couple of LBWs. This one may or may not have been inside when it went past the popping crease. Next one down the ground. It'll just be 1 to Rao. And now Ranasawa gets a bit more of a chance. He's only faced the 2 balls so far. Hopefully the weather is good for us tomorrow morning as well.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Pushes and ends up sending back his captain, Sawa.
Funnily enough, they were both on the same runs at this stage, but we know how bad Friendship CC ended their innings.
That's exactly right. Still 1 or 2 wickets could change things. We've seen Punjab CC collapse before. Pitching outside leg stump, so this won't be out.
Yeah, definitely pitched outside. Good decision from the umpire.
Yeah. Once the ball bounces to the right of the stumps, it can't be out as marginal, but certainly did. It's going to be tough to get an LB from this angle. It's going to be tough to get the batter out from this angle as well, because that one is outside the tram line for another wide. Hasn't conceded a boundary, though, in this over. And that's the key. You need a couple of those overs with no boundaries to push that rate back up to double digits. Oh, it goes right across this one and just shaves the off stump. Doesn't quite hit it. End of the over. So, as a Doozerman, the comeback kid only concedes 4 in the 5th. And 2 of those were wides. 2 were singles. And there were 4 dot balls in that over. Halfway through the chase, Punjab CC, they're 63 for 2.
Yeah, 63 for 2. Punjab CC, they're ahead in this game, but 1 good over from Friendship. We'll just peg it back enough, you think, to it to be a 50-50 split again. We have a quick look at the table. Well, I don't think the net run rates will move too much from this game. It just depends on who wins. But then, to be honest, I actually think Punjab will finish second and Friendship will finish third.
It does appear that way at the moment. So
they haven't been decimated and they haven't won by enough. It's going to be a tight finish.
I think so. Well, this time it is Rao that goes after. It's a catching opportunity. This time it's taken. Well, 2 fielders come together, but this time there's no contact. And Imran has to go. And maybe that is just something that may spark a little bit of a comeback from Friendship as he's dismissed for 26 off 10. The catch was well held. He had plenty of time to think about it. But as the Punjab captain departs, it's 63 for 3.
Yeah, 63 for 3. Nice, smart catch. No mistakes there. And we said 1 really good over for Friendship CC here, and it'll just bring everything a little bit closer. And so this will mean that we'll get to see Parveen Singh out there. He's been trying pretty hard. Nice catch by Sabir Hussain as well. Mention him, and it'll be a good little confidence booster for him as well after his over went for 29 back in the 4th. And, so nice moment for him as he has a positive moment. Maybe that can inspire him to move forward in this game and in this tournament as well. There will be left-hand, right-hand combination now as Parveen joins Ranasawa out there in the middle, and he will be facing up to Mohammad Abdul Motin. First one's pitched up on the stumps. That's whacked away. And, well, he does get down to that one. And so it'll just be a long single. Parveen gets off the mark. Yeah, nice shot for 1. He's off the mark now. Still ahead in this game.
You said you had a bit of the golden ball tingle, didn't you?
Yeah, it's just brewing up nicely, this contest, Vinny. It's going down to the last, I think.
Angling in from around the wicket. This one is hit on the leg side, and, well, that's lucky.
Where did he come from?
A bit of a decoy. I mean, Imtiaz comes around, and that's why you back up your teammates.
I honestly didn't think that a Scooby's chance someone was behind him then. I was about to go, oh, no. And then all of a sudden, hello.
Yeah, bit of team fielding once again.
Shot.
Yeah, this is hit really well, and it will get over the fielder. So Maximal Parveen is having a pretty good game, pretty good afternoon. He's been flying the flag for Punjab CC And this is a remarkable shot over cover point for 6.
Yeah, good hands, and he snaps his wrists at the right time. Great batting. 6 runs.
Very, very good shot. Abdul Motin kind of challenging Parveen outside the off stump. Parveen wasn't ready for the challenge. This one's a bit straighter. Parveen can't get it away. It'll be a dot ball. It does have that funny feeling, this game, doesn't it? That it could go right down to the wire.
Yeah, it's brewing, Vinny. Definitely.
This one's dragged to the leg side, straight at the fielder, so they turn the run down in the end. As Parveen sends back Sawa, who will face up when we hit the 7th over very shortly, because after 6, the score is 71 for 3.
Yep, 71 for 3, Vin, and 37 required off the last 4. So we're on for a bit of a tight contest. We've got 4 bowlers that will probably bowl 1 apiece, but maybe not, actually. Sabir Hussain, you'd be surprised if they went back to him, because his confidence must be shot.
Might have to find another option. Friendship, I'd say Mohammed Abdul Motin hasn't had an over yet. He's been a bit of a specialist towards the end of innings for them as well. As we go to over number 7, they're all important now. Here's the do's. And this one bounces a bit more, and it's skied up in the air. It should be a simple catch, and it's dropped. And there's the man I just mentioned, Mohammed Abdul Motin, who had plenty of time to think about this one. In the end, he grasses it, and Sawa gets a life on just 2.
Yeah, he does get a life. It's a big moment in the game. It should have been a wicket, and more importantly, actually, a dot ball. And they've just dropping catches. This tournament started with some amazing catches. Just dropped off the last few days. Some absolute sitters.
This one just played off middle stump by Parveen. He'll just get 1 here. Oh, Woken Nightmare likes the shirt I'm wearing today. He said he would totally wear that in the office, so I get to wear it to my office. So thank you for the compliment. All right, just getting the feeling that Sawa's had enough here. He got a bit of luck before. He wants to go large. But this one goes straight through, and I think this is going to be 4 leg buys, you know.
Oh, no, Vinny. Oh, leg buys hurt at the best of times, but they super hurt now.
This one megs him. Look at this. He tries to play it, and it goes off that, I think, little bit of the pad.
That's pretty hard for the keeper, that.
Yeah, you can't really blame the keeper there, because it does take a wicked deflection. Doesn't look like much, but it is a lot when you're behind. And I think, 4 leg buys is the call. So
good umpiring.
Yeah, spotted it. It was actually that back leg as it came through. So halfway through this 7th over, 31 off 21 required. Will we get that big finish? This one's a quick one from Hasaduzaman. And so it'll just be 1. I mean, yesterday we had a really interesting last game between Wild Panthers and Friendship CC. That kind of had a lot of momentum swings in the last innings of the day. It's a bit like this at the moment. As Parveen's after this one, and it won't carry all the way to the outfielder. Nice little stop there from Ashikur Rahman, and well blocked by Asaduzaman when he comes back in. So last ball of the over. So the big ball in the context of this match, apparently.
Oh, it was a big ball, Vinny, and he got every single piece of that. That hasn't even landed on our screens. That is a monster 6.
Well, they needed one from somewhere. I thought it was a matter of time till Sawa got one out of the middle of the bat. And this one is launched into the stratosphere. Maximo! 6 to finish the over. And 7 overs down. 85 for 3. Well, that's how far that one went. That one went all the way to this morning. And a Welsh player fielded it. Anyway, as we look ahead to tomorrow, the only one that we have confirmed is that Werash will play Indian Royals in match 44, quarterfinal number 4. And earlier in the day, we'll see Gorka 11, Brothers Portugal, and Marlow in that order. But we cannot actually give you the exact order yet. And well, this is something that's been put in as well. You can show your face. There we go. Have your thoughts about that. Hello to Rico, who's having his holidays at the moment. And this was what was discussed by some of the players earlier. And Corey, he's so easy to wind up. You're a bit of a wind-up merchant yourself as well.
Just a little bit.
As the next one is just pushed a bit too far. Mohammed Abdul Motin is getting a chance here. Shamim Shakil likes it in the chat. And thanks for sticking with us, of course. deep into the afternoon in match 40 here, last group match. This one is absolutely smashed by Parveen Singh. Well, that one has gone up the hill and far away. A big hit, Maximo. Parveen goes punch.
Oh, up the hill, and Jack and Jill are going to go fetch that cooker because that was absolutely massive, Vinny, and no chance anyone's taking that.
We'll come more of those, and we might be finishing early. We thought it might be a close finish, but both these two have had some large strikes here. As this game draws to its conclusion, 22 required now off 17. He wants to go again, but he doesn't quite get the contact, and he's probably lucky because it doesn't carry all the way to Animal Shamim, and it will just be a single to Parveen.
Well, yeah, I was saying this could be a golden ball tingle, but just those last few boundaries, they could win this in the next few balls, Vinny.
Parveen's really impressed me, everything he's done today.
He's a gun in the field as well.
Yeah, and bowled well.
Yeah.
Bye-bye ball. That's gone. Manos arriba, umpire. Evitro, eso es 6 carreras. Boom. Shakalagia. As Arana, he goes large and get another Maximo. And now with that one, you certainly feel that Punjab CC are in control of this contest.
Oh, they're going to win, Vinny. Just a couple of lusty bows. These two, 16 off 11, 16 off 9. They've taken the game away quickly. Boom.
Once more. And drills this one at the fielder. Look, I've got to take you back to the first half of the game where it was Friendship CC that squandered a good power play. They made 56 in the first 3 overs.
Yeah.
The next 7 overs would only garner 51 more runs. And that's the reason Punjab CC, they're only chasing 108. You felt they should be chasing something around the 130s at least after that power play. Last ball the over. As Parveen, he wants one more time, but this time he skied it. Runner has to hold it, and he does. So maybe is there a twist in this tail late on? But still, after 8 overs, the score's 100 for 4. Good catch by the captain, Imtiaz Rana. And that was good technique to hold on to that. 2 hats, 1 forward, 1 backwards. But it will be the end of the cameo from Parveen, who goes for 16 off 10. 8 overs down. It's 100 for 4.
Yeah, 100 for 4, and well, he's done his job, hasn't he? Maybe disappointed not to be there at the end, but he's put his team in a more than winning position. 8 runs to go, 12 balls. Yeah, I don't think that it's going to be a golden ball, but you never know.
You never know. If we do get a tie, and we'll go to golden ball number 30. That's a bit of a milestone. That means we'd have had 5 overs of just golden balls. Imagine putting them back to back.
That's a good compilation video.
Yeah, it would be. 11-18. The bowlers have been on a rampage last couple of years. Anyway, here's the captain trying to keep his side in the game.
Boom.
Well, this isn't going to help because Rana has gone boom and Maximo. Well, they needed 8. He can scratch that out and make it 2 off 11 because Rana Sawa whacks this one out of the ground. Remember, he was dropped on just 2. And now he is making Friendship pay. And it does look like Punjab CC are nailing down that second position.
Fair play to them. They're going to go back-to-back here and probably deserve to. They've been the better of the 2 sides, Vinny.
This has worked away now, and this will be game over because it's just going to be the old draw shot. That will be 4 runs, and that is game, set, match. Punjab CC, they sweep Friendship. And Friendship CC certainly had their chances this afternoon, but not able to get any more points. Well, they'll finish, I think, 3rd, potentially 4th. We'll have to see, because in the end, it's a bit of a thrashing. I won't say thrashing, but it's a fairly large margin of victory. 10 runs, 10 balls to spare. Punjab CC, they do achieve this target. And they're the winners of match 40.
Yeah, they are the winners, and well done to them, and they deserve to be the winners. Rana at the end. Rana Sawa, sensational hitting over mid on a mid-wicket. And they get the victory, they get the spoils, they get the chocolates, name it what you want. They get the win.
Yeah, well, drop him at your own peril, Sawa, who got a bit of a life. And speaking of, that was one that was dropped off a fairly high delivery. It was thought it was okay. That one was more wide than high, and it missed the keeper, even though he dived full length. As Rana couldn't quite find the radar early on, but still with 107 on the board. Friendship CC were fighting hard, and that was one that was dropped upwards and caught on the rebound by Rupu.
Yeah, it was a nice rebound catch to himself, and a little highlight for Friendship CC, but they just couldn't contain the boundaries overall. That was well bowled, and that was another dismissal, and there were some good efforts out there, but it just didn't fall their way.
That was a good effort that time, and they did send Muzammil Abbas up at the top of the order, along with Bilal Naseem and Rao. He had to survive this, and he survived this as well. It was a collision, followed by a little off the bottom of the shoe. 4 runs as that one kisses the rope. And yeah, for Punjab CC, we know they're a powerful order. They seem to be running out a little bit of puff at this end of the tournament. They're going to have to find another gear tomorrow. That was a nice catch that was taken. And Sabir Hussain came back after getting a bit of punishment. And that was a nice moment for him. And this one, we thought it may go to the rope, but luckily the backup was there. Imtiaz Hussain cleaning up. But then it was raining Maximos towards the end of the day. That was one that was dropped. And it was Ranasawa on just 2. And, well, Rico, missing you. And Corey, not too happy about that. But, well, we're all a team here at ECN. Just don't take that out of context. But regardless, it was Rana that does hold on to this. We thought maybe there's a twist. But then it was Ranasawa that shut the gate late on as he finished this 6 and a 4. And Group B is no more. We have our 4 qualifiers. Have to just wait for the end to see the net run rate. But tomorrow, we know we'll see Oesh versus Indian Royals in the last game. Now, we know second is tied up. It's going to be Punjab CC versus Brothers 11 Portugal in the second match of the day, quarterfinal number 2. And we'll just have to check. I think that Friendship CC will hold on to third with that result, but there's an outside chance the Wild Panthers may have stolen it off them. And we'll see Gorka 11 first up. We'll see Marlow in quarterfinal number 3. And it all starts tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. Stay tuned for day 11. It's quarterfinals Friday. Why don't you be our QFF as we continue the FanCode ECS Portugal. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And all top 5 reaching double figures. As it was a bit of a team effort in the end. Sawa, he was dropped early in his innings, but he does finish as top scorer. 27 off 14 for him. Imran Rao, important 26 from him. And Parveen had a really crucial cameo towards the end, 16 off 10. I really liked his afternoon. Moten got a couple of wickets, but he did go for a few as well. 2 for 23 off his 2 overs. For me, Asaduzzaman probably best of the bowlers. He took only 14 were taken off his 2 overs. The other wickets went to Hussain, Saddam that is, and Imtiaz Rana, the captain, chipping in with a wicket as well. So that is confirmation of the result of match 40 from Portugal, the final Group B match and the final of the group round. Punjab CC 110 off 8.2, defeating Friendship CC 107. They do win with 10 balls to spare. And look, you know, Friendship CC, your guys, they are still in the tournament. I suppose that every one of these teams are 3 away. You see Friendship, they do hold on to third by about 0.2 of net run rate. Punjab CC consolidating their spot in second place. They end up comfortably clear, don't they? So, I mean, all of these teams they're in the top 4. They'll be hoping they can make it through to finals. They're only 1 game away from doing that. And it's with a heavy heart that we say goodbye to the Knights, who finished in 5th place, 2 and 6 in their campaign. They had a lot of close ones. Look at their net run rate. It was only minus 0.7, which is pretty good for a team that has lost 6 of their 8 games. So once again, we want to thank you for joining us. Again, it's been a great day. Great 10 days so far in Portugal. We're through the 40 group matches, and we do appreciate the support of everyone around the ground, to Bruno and to everyone here, the ground crew, everyone from the club that have made us so welcome, everyone from Cricket Portugal, to the umpires, the officials, to the blue crew. We had some moments today, didn't we? Meeta Dowd made her ECN umpiring debut, so that was fantastic. And I think she got everything spot on, honestly. She had some tight calls, but I think that she was fantastic. We saw Diogo Martins as well out there, and so more applause from Corey. We saw some more Panda watch. Panda, unfortunately, won't see him in the finals, but he's one that always entertains us. And in the end, you know, we had a bit of a contest in the end. It wasn't that close. We didn't get that real close game in the afternoon, but we had one decided by just 3 runs in the morning. And Awerash, I think a lot of people would have them favourites, but Marlow, I mean, that's one that could be on the cards. We won't see them playing tomorrow, but potentially a matchup on Saturday if they do get through quarterfinals Friday.
Yeah, you'd expect those 2 teams to be at the top and at the favourites. I think Marlow have a slight edge, a little bit more depth. I think the Swans, that middle to lower order, haven't done enough for me to say there's enough hitting there. I think Marlow's just ahead.
Yeah, so look, quick thank you to everyone at Spring Productions for their work behind the scenes in turning the magic out there into such a product that millions of people consume all around the planet. So thank you for your expertise in what you're doing. We had a couple of technical issues today, but they were pretty good in the end as they were able to come up with a big T and get us back on track. So it's a fantastic undertaking from them, and we do appreciate that. And look, thanks finally to all of our viewers. Because of you, we're able to do what we do, and that's something that we certainly are very thankful for here at the European Cricket Network. Hopefully you can join us tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 9:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India for quarterfinals Friday. From here, lose, and your chances of the trophy, they are gone. So it's going to be a big day. Corey, I hope you have a good night as well, and we'll see you tomorrow morning for some more T10 action. But for now, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Rutgers, from behalf of all of the European Cricket Network and all of the European cricket family. I hope you have a wonderful night. We're going to leave you with some highlights of the day, but we'll see you tomorrow. We want you to be our QFF. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night. Hasta mañana.